Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakened the Serpent Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Izuku Midoriya was a third year in junior high. In a world filled with superpowers, he was one of the 20% of the population that didn't have one. These quirks, as they were called, eventually became so prominent that they were all people cared about. This of course made him a target for people who think just because they're strong they can do whatever they want. Exhibit A. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo had a strong quirk that allowed him to make explosions from his hands. He used his power to intimidate and beat down anyone who he saw as weak. Izuku had to deal with Bakugo more than anyone else. Another thing Izuku had to deal with was people pretending to be interested in him and then try to break his heart. He only fell for that twice though. Oh great, someone was approaching him. Midoriya? One of the more popular girls asked. Yes. Izuku asked politely as to not get attacked by his fellow students. I've had a crush on you for a while now and I was wondering if you would go out with me? Oh, it's one of these again. Izuku could tell it was another attempt to emotionally damage him. He was annoyed at people doing this, and at that moment he didn't care about the high chance of being attacked later. This girl was one of the popular ones that obsessed over her beauty, and he knew how much she hated her looks being insulted. No thanks, I've seen mosquitoes more attractive than you. What did you just say to me? The girl asked in surprise and rage. You know the saying you can't put lipstick on a pig? It's completely false. You put it on almost every day. And that's how Izuku got a week of after-school detention and several bruises for not knowing his place. Now Izuku wasn't a weak person. Despite being quirkless, he worked out. He would have gotten martial arts training, but no place would accept a quirkless person. He tried defending himself against bullies a few times, but he was given a suspension for attacking a classmate. So that's why Izuku let himself get hit. The point is that Izuku was working towards his dream of being a hero. He wanted to be like All Might, saving people with a smile, but he knew no one would accept a quirkless hero, so he knew that he would have to settle for underground. At least no one would complain about being rescued by a quirkless if they didn't know. But what's the point? I know you all want to go the hero track. Izuku's teacher yelled as he threw the career aptitude tests in the air. The class erupted with quirks as the students decided that breaking quirk laws was okay if they were excited enough. Don't lump me in with all those extras, the angriest human in the world said, I'm the real deal. These losers would be lucky to be sidekicks for some D-list heroes. Several complaints at Bakugo's behavior were made by the class. What are you gonna do about it, you extras? I'm going to UA. Bakugo shouted. UA? But their acceptance rate is so low. One of Izuku's classmates said. Which is why it's the only place good enough for me. I'm gonna be more popular than All Might himself, and I'll be the richest man alive, and it all starts with UA High. Bakugo shouted. Oh yeah, didn't you also want to go to UA Midoriya? The teacher said, obviously wanting to make Midoriya's life worse. The classroom was quiet for a few seconds before they started laughing. Are you kidding me? There's no way you can get into the hero course without a quirk. The class laughed. Deku. Bakugo screamed at Izuku, who was sitting in his seat looking tired. You're even worse than these rejects, you're quirkless. All right, everyone settle down, class is starting. The teacher said, postponing Bakugo's attempt at murder. Izuku could feel Bakugo's glare on him for the rest of the school day. After classes were over and the teacher had left, Bakugo walked up to his desk and grabbed Izuku's school notebook that he had doodled in, mistaking it for one of his hero analysis notebooks, which he had stopped bringing to school due to Bakugo attempting to destroy them twice. Are you still scribbling in these stalker notebooks, Deku? Bakugo asked. No, it's my class notes. Izuku said with a deadpan expression. Don't you talk back to me, Deku. Bakugo said before exploding his notebook. All good heroes showed signs of greatness at an early age. Bakugo said, are you declaring your future incompetence at heroics or something? Izuku thought. Which is why I'm gonna be the only one from this crappy school to get into UA, so don't even think about applying, Deku. Bakugo said before walking to the door. If you really want to be a hero, then there might be a way. Pray that you're born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Izuku sat in his seat for a few moments, surprised that Bakugo would go that far. Izuku pulled out a notebook and started writing something. Izuku brushed past Bakugo as he left. What were you writing, nerd? Bakugo shouted. I was adding another entry to my Why Katsuki Bakugo Would Be a Horrible Hero, Volume 5 notebook. Izuku said before he started running. Izuku had to go to the store to buy milk since his dad never got it. He was very displeased that this deviation from his normal route gave Bakugo enough time to ambush him. So here he was, Bakugo standing in front of him and milk spilled on the ground a few feet away. Izuku was planning on tanking a hit and running when he fully realized the situation. He wasn't in school, no one would punish him for defending himself. Bakugo threw a punch. Izuku allowed himself to get hit so he could claim self-defense and slammed his fist into Bakugo's face. Izuku heard a crack and he left Bakugo in shock. Izuku was walking through an underpass, still upset that he failed to get the milk. He didn't notice the green sludge coming out of the sewer until it was upon him. The villain tried to shove sludge down Izuku's throat, but Izuku's mouth was shut tight. It took a few seconds for the villain to pry his mouth open, but when it did, the villain started shoving more sludge down his throat. Izuku saw the thing's eye. It was really close to his forehead, looking directly at him. Izuku did the smart thing and headbutted the eye. The villain started yelling at him. Izuku passed out from the lack of oxygen just as he saw a large silhouette come out of the sewer. Have no fear, for I am here, were the last words he heard before he passed out. Izuku woke up to someone slapping his face. Izuku pushed the hand away and sat up. He looked at the extremely buff man standing over him. It took a few seconds for Izuku to fully wake up. All Might! Izuku shouted in shock. Ha ha ha! All Might laughed in his booming voice. Sorry for getting you caught up in my villain hunt, but the sewer system is very hard to navigate. Can I get your autograph? Izuku asked, not suppressing his fanboy side for once. Izuku opened his notebook to find All Might's signature. One part of him was super happy, but the other part wondered why All Might gave him an autograph before waking him up. I must go turn this villain into the police. All Might shouted. Wait, I need to ask you a question. Izuku said. Sorry, young man, but heroes have to fight time as well. All Might crouched down to jump. In a surge of desperation that Izuku thought he got rid of, he grabbed onto All Might's leg. All Might noticed Izuku hanging off his leg and tried to shake him off. Young man, I love my fans, but this is too much. Let go. If I let go, I'll die. Izuku helpfully pointed out. All Might landed on top of a nearby building. Izuku let go of him and sat down on the roof, catching his breath. That was very foolish, young man. You could have gotten seriously hurt. Now I must go. All Might said. Do you think I can be a hero, even without a quirk? Izuku blurted out, it's just, I've always wanted to save people and heroics is the best option, but almost no one believes in me, only Mom. I'm asking, is everyone right? Is it impossible for a quirkless person to be a hero? Izuku looked up to where All Might was, kind of embarrassed at letting that all out, and instead of All Might there was a walking corpse. This is fine, Izuku said. All Might just turned into a corpse and I am alone on the roof with said corpse. I can assure you that I'm not a corpse, but I am All Might. The man said. So you have a transformation quirk? Izuku asked, still not fully processing what he was seeing. Let's just go with that for now, but there's a reason I look like a corpse. All Might pulled up his shirt to reveal a large wound on his left side. I got this from a villain fight a while back. The fight was never publicized, so you shouldn't know it. The point is that there are some villains who just can't be beaten without power, so can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Izuku was still sitting on the rooftop. All Might had jumped away after denying Izuku's dream. Sure, the man had offered alternatives such as being a police officer or going into the medical field, but it was still stupid to leave a kid on a roof after crushing his dream. A distant explosion snapped Izuku out of his head. He should head home. Izuku opened the roof access door and left the building. He started to walk home, disappointment the only thing he could feel. Eventually he broke out of his disappointment and strengthened his resolve. Who cares if All Might doesn't believe in me, I just have to prove him wrong. I'll be the first quirkless hero. Izuku said out loud. It was then that he heard a squishing sound from behind him. Katsuki was having a bad day. He was expressing his superiority when the teacher had said that Deku of all people wanted to go to UA. Then when he had put Deku in his place, the nerd backtalked and said he would be a bad hero. Katsuki had found Deku after school to teach him a lesson, but the nerd punched him in the face and broke his nose. Katsuki had walked through an alley and kicked a bottle to let out some of his frustration. Then he was grabbed by some slimy villain that was trying to possess him. And the heroes were just sitting there. He was drowning in the stuff, and the only thing he could do was attempt to kill the villain that attacked him. Bakugo continued to struggle against the sludge. Death Arms was keeping the crowd back. Kamui Woods couldn't get close due to the fire, MT Lady couldn't fit in the road, and Backdraft was trying to put out the fires Bakugo was making. Backdraft eventually realized that trying to put out the fires is useless, so he started spraying the villain down. The slime villain became diluted because of the water. The villain realized what was happening and dropped Bakugo and escaped into the sewer. Bakugo was taken to the hospital for a mandatory checkup. Izuku once again saw the sludge villain crawl out of the sewer. Izuku immediately bolted, but the villain was too fast. Izuku was trapped again. Only this time there was no one to save him. He was really going to die this time. Izuku felt himself start to pass out. He didn't want to die. If he passed out, he would be dead. Izuku felt something building up at his neck. Izuku felt a spark between his fingertips. Electricity started to come off of his body and the sludge villain let go of him. Izuku dropped to the ground, but the electricity was still coming off of him. The sludge villain, seeing that there was no way to get to Izuku without being hurt, crawled back into the sewers. Izuku lay on the ground for a few minutes until the electricity stopped. Then he started laughing. It wasn't a happy laugh, but a bitter one. My life really is a joke, isn't it? I spend my whole life quirkless and no one believes in me. My idol tries to destroy my dream, and when I finally solidify my dreams to be the first quirkless hero, I get a quirk. Why is this my life? Izuku stood up and once again started walking home, after coughing up a bunch of sludge, of course. Izuku walked across an intersection under a highway. He was almost hit by a semi-truck but avoided it. Not getting ice guide today, you stupid semi. Izuku entered his home and went straight to the bathroom. He needed to get the sludge out of his hair. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror. He wasn't expecting to see anything different but saw a light blue scarf around his neck. It was actually covering his mouth. How did I not notice that? And why does it look so weird? Izuku was correct that the scarf looked abnormal. It didn't look like it was made of fabric. It actually looked kind of, was it moving? Izuku took a closer look at the scarf. It did seem to be swirling around his neck. He tried to remove the scarf, but it wouldn't budge. The scarf felt weird. It was soft, but it felt scaly. Why was it scaly? Izuku started poking at it more, but then he remembered the scarf was covering his mouth. If he couldn't take the scarf off, how could he eat? Izuku tried to pull the scarf off his face. Luckily, he was able to pull the scarf down enough to uncover his mouth. That's good, but what is this thing, it seems? Unrelated to the electricity I made earlier. Izuku eventually decided to just sleep on it. Izuku went to his room and froze at the sight of his large All Might collection. Despite Izuku not showing his fanboy side to others, one look at his room made you think he started a cult around All Might. The #1 hero used to make him comfortable, but now he could only hear All Might's discouraging words. So can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Izuku grabbed one of his All Might action figures. It was one of the cheap ones you could find anywhere. Izuku started gripping the action figure harder. He lifted the action figure to slam it on the ground, but something shot out of his scarf and broke it. Izuku jumped back, startled. The thing that was attached to his scarf came with him. Izuku was hopping around for a couple minutes trying to avoid the thing before he realized it was attached to his scarf. Izuku looked to his left to see another one of the things looking directly at him. Izuku once again jumped back. Izuku took a few seconds to look at what was coming out of his scarf. They were the same color and texture as the scarf. They looked like some form of reptile, snakes, or maybe dragons. In place of an eye, they had wisps of smoke. As Izuku was analyzing them, they retreated back into the scarf. What is going on with today? I've been attacked 3 times, twice by the same villain. I met All Might, he tried to crush my dream, and now I have a quirk. On the bright side, I got to punch Bakugo in the face. I'm too tired for this. How will I explain this to Mom? I'll sleep on it. Izuku looked around at his All Might covered room. I'll sleep on the couch. Author's note: I can't put a picture in the end note, so I'm doing this here. Izuku's quirk is based on Vinoct from Yokai Watch. I wasn't sure how to describe everything properly, so I just went with what sounded right. Creative liberties were taken. Here is a picture of Vinoct so you can get a better idea of how I was trying to describe the scarf. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Izuku woke up to the sound of his mom coming home. She was confused about why he was sleeping on the couch, but she let it go after a couple of seconds. What's with the scarf? It's not cold. Izuku shrugged, deciding to wait to tell Mom about his quirk until he had some form of control over it. Even if she would probably believe him, he wanted to be able to prove that he has a quirk. It's comfortable. Alright, just make sure not to overheat or anything. Inko went to her room so she could recover from her late shift. Izuku was already awake, so he tried to find a place where he could safely train his quirk. He didn't have much luck. He pulled out his phone and walked to the kitchen to grab a snack, but he stubbed his pinky toe on the counter and tripped. His phone went flying out of his hand and landed in the toaster. Izuku grabbed his phone out of the toaster and wiped it off on his shirt. Izuku grabbed a piece of bread and put it in the microwave. He grabbed some butter and buttered his bread. Izuku took a bite out of the butter. Man, I love butter with breadcrumbs. Izuku looked at the stick of butter in his hand. Oh great, I've committed a crime because of my lack of energy. Izuku started eating his bread. Izuku was wandering through the city. His quirk came in on Friday, so he hadn't needed to go to school today. He was looking for a place to train his quirk, mostly because legal places to train quirks required an identity and he hadn't gotten his quirk registered yet. He couldn't find any good places to illegally train his quirk either, and then he found it. It was a place so out of the way it would be impossible to find. It was the perfect place to hide. And what was that noise? Izuku looked where the noise had come from and saw a homeless man in a cardboard fort. Scram kid, this is my alley. Izuku took the man's advice and bolted out of the alley. Izuku stopped running near Dakoba Beach. He hadn't intentionally ran this way, but he was glad. He carefully walked through the mountains of trash while keeping an eye out for homeless people. Luckily no one had claimed this space, so he would be free to train here. Unfortunately it was getting late, so he would have to wait until tomorrow. Izuku decided that the first thing he should try to do was summon the electricity he used to escape the sludge villain. He decided that the best way to do this was make electricity sounds and try to charge his phone. He wasn't able to summon any sparks. Izuku sneezed and heard a small pop. He looked at his phone and tried to turn it on. Izuku had apparently overcharged his phone and he would have to get a new one. Izuku moved to a nearby microwave and grabbed the end of the power cord. He once again attempted to summon electricity. The problem was that he had no idea to do that. Izuku sneezed again and a pop came from the microwave. Why does it only work when I sneeze instead of when I try to use it? Izuku spent most of the day figuring out how to make a spark at will. Of course he couldn't figure out his quirk quickly. That would just be too easy. Izuku went to school in the morning and did his best to avoid Bakugo. He didn't want to reveal his quirk until he could actually use it, and it might act up again if he was in danger. Izuku was on the beach trying to use whatever was in his scarf. He tried poking the scarf, reaching out with his arms to grab stuff that was too far away. He even tried breaking another one of his cheap All Might figures, but nothing worked, and then some guy tried to mug him on his way home. Izuku was walking past an alley after a day of feudal quirk training when someone grabbed him and pulled him into an alley. "Give me your money, kid," the man shouted. Izuku wanted to sass this man so bad, but even he knew that antagonizing a man with a knife was a bad idea. Izuku saw the man's awful footing and realized he could beat this guy in a fight. Izuku tripped the guy and started to reach for the arm holding the knife. He saw the man's other hand's nails grow sharper. Izuku grabbed the hand as it tried to claw at him. Izuku saw the man's other hand coming at him from the corner of his eye. Izuku was about to jump back to avoid being stabbed when one of the snake-like things came out of his scarf and bit down on the knife, shattering it. Izuku hit the man on the head and made sure he was unconscious. Izuku looked at the thing coming out of his permanent scarf. He really needed to figure out what to call them. He'd call them scarf snakes until he actually figured out what they were. Izuku tried to move the scarf snake with his hand. It didn't resist, but it felt weird. Izuku decided to try something that was a very common tactic for getting a grip on power in media and tried to move it like an extra limb. It moved a little bit. It was progress at least. Izuku continued trying to move his scarf snake around until he heard the mugger grunt and start to move. Izuku realized that this was not the best time or place for quirk training and kicked the guy in the head before running home. After around a month of training, Izuku had half-decent control over his electricity. He was able to summon it at will and had blown up several kitchen appliances. When he summoned the electricity, it surrounded him like it did when the sludge villain attacked him. He was trying to shoot his electricity. He was able to shoot it out a little bit, but it didn't go very far before it dissipated. At least he could blow up toasters from 2 feet away. He had made progress with controlling his scarf snakes, but they often seemed to do whatever they wanted. He had considered a chance that they were sentient, but nothing had come from trying to talk to them. Izuku had a theory that they may act on subconscious thought. This was mostly from that one time he wondered what a toaster tasted like, and the scarf snake took a bite out of one. Speaking of the scarf snake, he could have 2 of them out at once. He tried to make a third one, but his scarf started to tighten when the third snake started to form, so he dropped trying until he has good control over them. He didn't want to be strangled by his own quirk. After 3 months of training, Izuku had learned to focus his electricity to shoot further. Izuku had started to use his 2 scarf snakes separately. For one, he did precise movements such as stacking trash as high as he could while at the same time the other one was attacking a refrigerator. He also had enough proof to tell his mom of his quirk. "I'm so happy for you, Izuku," Inko shouted as she crushed him with a hug and attempted to drown him with tears. "Mom can't breathe." Izuku managed to get out before dying. Inko let go of him. It took a few minutes for his mom to stop flooding the apartment before she asked what his quirk could do. He responded by covering himself with electricity. He let it die down before pulling out his scarf snakes. His mom looked startled at what seemed like 2 different quirks. She could get it tested when they get to the doctor. Unfortunately for Izuku, his mom knew enough about quirks to realize that it was almost impossible for a quirk to manifest this late without some sort of trigger. "Izuku, how long have you known about your quirk?" his mom asked. "I've known for around 3 months. I wanted to be able to prove it before I told anyone," Izuku said, missing the anger in his mom's eyes. "Izuku, baby," his mom said with the fakest smile possible. What had Izuku done? Was she angry at him for not telling her sooner? He knew she would be upset but not mad. "You know quirks enough to know the only known way of getting a quirk this late, so tell me." Oh crap, he hadn't thought about how his quirk was stress manifested, and he hadn't even considered that his mom would figure that out. "Why didn't you tell me about an incident so horrible that it forced you to manifest a quirk?" Izuku was about to die. His mom was going to kill him. He needs to think of an excuse. "I was too distracted by getting a quirk?" Izuku said, although it sounded more like a question. "You're grounded for a week. You need to tell me these kinds of things, Izuku. How am I supposed to help you if I don't know?" his mom asked. Izuku felt guilty for not telling her immediately. Izuku accepted his grounding without making a fuss. Bakugo got more angry the longer Izuku avoided him. Izuku was lucky that Bakugo was too slow to catch up to him after lunch and after school. Izuku started packing his things before the bell. He noticed Bakugo packing his stuff as well. Izuku had the strap of his backpack in his hand and was prepared to sprint as soon as the bell rang. The bell rang and Izuku bolted out of his classroom. He jumped over one of his classmates' attempts to trip him and was out the door in seconds. Explosions behind him. Izuku put his backpack on while he was running. Izuku heard Bakugo propelling himself with explosions. Izuku made a sharp turn and slid down the banister of the stairs. Izuku found an unlocked window on the first floor and yanked it open. He shut the window just as Bakugo made it down the stairs. Izuku was going to run out of the front gates, but some of the more aggressive students were waiting there for any of the students with weak quirks. Izuku moved to the left when the school wall had more cracks in it and he scrambled up and over the wall. He immediately started running home. He'd have to find a better escape route next time. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. It turned out that if angry enough, Bakugo was fully capable of stalking someone. Izuku says this because Bakugo was at a certain beach looking for Izuku. Izuku was about to start quirk training when he heard trash moving around. Izuku quickly turned to where the sound came from and heard a couple of small and very familiar explosions. Izuku used the time he was out of sight to run. He didn't care how much noise he made. He ignored Bakugo's scream of Deku and left the beach. Unfortunately, now that the beach was compromised, Izuku needed to find a new place to train. Something he needed a lot was mobility. He remembered a video of Eraserhead using his scarf to swing on top of a light pole. Shame that the video was taken down. Anyway, he needed to learn how to climb with his scarf snakes. Izuku went to the forest where he and Bakugo used to play. Trees would be great for climbing practice. Izuku's climbing training was going better than expected. Sure, it took him a while to find the proper bite force to grip onto the branches without breaking them or falling off while climbing, but once he got a hang on that, he was climbing medium-sized trees in around 15 seconds. He could just grab the sturdy branches with his snakes, pull himself up, stand on the branch, and repeat it until he got to the top. He decided to see how far he could stretch his snakes out, so he had them bite into a tree and he started to walk away. After around 7 feet, which was way longer than he was expecting, he started to feel his scarf tighten around his neck. He marked the ground and decided to back up until it might be dangerous. He was 9 feet away when he stopped again. Izuku saw that his scarf was visibly smaller than before. Izuku could actually see his neck. There seemed to be several parts of his neck where the scarf was attached. Suddenly Izuku felt very tired. Izuku's scarf started to grow just to where it didn't feel like it was about to strangle him. And that's how Izuku slept on the forest floor for 3 hours. Izuku woke up super tired and super sore. He was on the ground somewhere. Had Bakugo attacked him from behind? No, he didn't feel any burns. Izuku looked around and saw trees everywhere. Alright, training. Izuku pulled out his phone to check the time and was startled that it was almost dark. Izuku went home as fast as he could, which wasn't very fast considering how tired he was. He got home and started stumbling around the apartment, trying to find the kitchen. Izuku sat down at the table and was thankful that his mom had already made dinner. He ate and went to bed. Izuku woke up tired, way more tired than normal. Maybe that's why he was so mouthy at school. As usual, as soon as Izuku entered the class, Bakugo started screaming at him. Izuku was too tired to deal with it today. Bakugo, if you don't have anything to say except meaningless ramblings to put yourself on an imaginary pedestal, then keep it to yourself. Bakugo got mad, as expected. What did you say, you quirkless? You? I'm going to kill you. Bakugo screamed like the toddler he was. Bakugo lunged at Izuku. Izuku sidestepped and went to his seat. Bakugo tried to attack him, but the teacher decided to do something useful for once and started class. As soon as lunch came around, Izuku was out the door. He managed to dodge Bakugo during lunch. Unfortunately, Izuku had only gotten more tired throughout the day, so he wasn't able to escape him. Bakugo grabbed Izuku by the scarf and tried to blow it up. Fortunately, it didn't work very well. Izuku decided the best way to avoid a beating was to make Bakugo accept a proper fight. You want to prove you're better than me, right? Then let's take this away from the school. I'm better than you do. We're fighting right now. Bakugo shouted. So you're a coward, huh? Hiding behind the teachers because you know that they won't let me fight back. If you want to beat me in a real fight, we'll take this off school grounds, unless you're too scared to lose against me. Izuku said, making them fight off campus so that he won't get in trouble. Bakugo couldn't take the blow to his ego that Izuku had just set up for him. Izuku and Bakugo were outside in minutes, far away from the school. Bakugo attacked first, trying to blow Izuku's face up. Izuku dodged and kicked Bakugo in the ribs. Bakugo took a step back and Izuku punched him in the face. Izuku kneed Bakugo and took a few steps back, waiting for Bakugo to recover. Are you done yet? I need to get home. Bakugo didn't take that well. He got up and tried to give Izuku his signature right hook. Izuku avoided the attack and knocked Bakugo to the ground. Izuku put his knee on Bakugo's back and pressed Bakugo's hands to the back of his neck. I win. Izuku said, I'm gonna go home now. If you attack me, I will punch your jaw so hard you will be unable to yell without pain. Izuku got off of Bakugo and moved to leave. Bakugo got up and tried to explode him. Izuku slammed his fist into Bakugo's jaw. Izuku ran, even more tired than before. Time skip. The UA entrance exam was only a few days away. Izuku had gotten his quirk registered a while ago and was able to control his quirk somewhat competently. He hadn't told his school about his quirk because he didn't want the fake acceptance that suddenly getting a quirk would bring. The first time he stretched his snakes out too far, he had been tired for days. But once he had gotten back to training, he noticed that his scarf had grown around half a foot in length. He tried again to see what made the scarf grow and eventually figured out that it used his energy, mainly because he kept getting immediately tired. He bought a few batteries and tried to use them for scarf energy, but it didn't work. However, it did work when he filled a battery with his own electricity, so he just had to use a lot of his energy to grow his scarf. Over the remaining time during the entrance exam, he mostly focused on increasing his snake scarf length, but he did try to shoot his electricity out. Both of his snakes were around 10 feet long. He could shoot his electricity up to 12 feet away, but it didn't have much power at that distance, so he decided to stick with using his hands as tasers for the exam. Izuku only has a few days left for training, so he needs to make the most of it. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Izuku was standing in front of UA High, the most prestigious hero school in Japan. It was finally time for the entrance exam he trained so hard for. Izuku stumbled a bit when Bakugo shoulder checked him, but Bakugo also stumbled because he wasn't expecting any resistance. Stay out of my way, Deku. Bakugo, if I exist, I'm in your way, according to you at least. Bakugo kept walking, but he looked like he wanted to turn around and keep fighting. Izuku took a step forward and tripped over a crack in the concrete. Izuku had his hands out to catch himself, but he suddenly stopped falling. Caught you! A bubbly voice from behind him said, "It would be bad luck to fall on the day of the exam." Thanks for catching me, Izuku said. Despite his self-confidence being somewhat normal, he hasn't had a positive social interaction with anyone his age since he was diagnosed quirkless, so he had no idea what to say. Well, I'll see you inside, bye. The girls. This is fine, no awkwardness here. Izuku entered the UA building and made his way to the location of the written portion of the exam. The exam was definitely harder than Aldra's tests, but he would actually be graded fairly here, hopefully, so he was curious how he would do. Izuku somehow got Abraham Lincoln for one of the math problems, but he fixed it quickly. Izuku finished the exam a few minutes early and had to wait, but he felt somewhat confident in his score. Now he just needs to do well on the physical exam. Izuku was sitting in the auditorium waiting for the entrance exam to be explained. Unfortunately for him, Bakugo's seat was right next to him. Izuku did his best to avoid paying attention to him while Bakugo was whispering insults and threats. The hero known as Present Mike walked on stage. Welcome to the Hero Course Exam, little listeners. Kan primegata ya, Present Mike shouted. Absolutely no one responded. Tough crowd. Present Mike muttered, for the exam you will be fighting robots. There will be 3 types of these fake villains, the 1-pointer, the 2-pointer, and the 3-pointer. The silhouette of the robots appeared on screen. Robots are probably one of the best things for my quirk, but it's still unfair. A tall boy with blue hair stood up. On the pamphlet we were handed it shows 4 villain bots. If this is a mistake on official UA documents, it is shameful. And you? The boy pointed at Bakugo. You have been muttering this whole time. It's very distracting. If you aren't taking this seriously, then leave. What did you say to me, you? Settle down, everyone. Examinee number 1473. Great observation. The last robot is an obstacle that rampages in tight spaces. It can be beaten, but it's worth 0 points, so it's best to avoid it. Present Mike announced. Everyone was told their exam site and were moved onto buses. The exam site was a city. A full-sized concrete city. How rich was you? Who gave them this much money? Izuku was standing outside of the open door to the exam site. Go! Present Mike shouted. What are you all doing? There's no countdown in a real fight, so go. Izuku started running towards the doors with the rest of the examinees. The first thing Izuku did in the city was move off of the main road. Sure, there were a lot of robots on the main road, but there were too many people. Izuku ran through alleys and zapped the few stray 1-pointers he found. Izuku heard something from one of the nearby buildings. Izuku used his scarf snakes to pull himself to a window. Izuku looked inside and saw several one-pointers and two-pointers. They all had fancy hats on. There was a three-pointers on a pedestal that was made to look like a chair. There was a sticker of a cigarette on the face of the three-point robot. Is this some sort of criminal organization? Izuku quietly climbed through the window. He moved behind the three-point robot crime boss and sent a large amount of electricity through it. This turned out to be the wrong move because as soon as the three-pointer was destroyed, all of the other robots looked at him and started firing. Izuku prepared his scarf snakes to attack. Izuku rushed and hands charged. His snakes destroyed robots to the sides while Izuku dealt with the ones in front of him. This is the first time Izuku had ever been able to test his quirk in combat, and it was surprising good at group fights. After a few minutes the robots were defeated and Izuku was running again. He somehow ended up on the main road again when he heard present mic over the speakers. There are 2 minutes remaining. The ground started shaking. A massive robot was in the middle of the city, destroying buildings. Izuku started to run away with the other examinees when he heard a yell. Izuku glanced back and saw the brown-haired girl from earlier trapped under some rubble. Izuku quickly turned around and started running towards her. Izuku saw how close the robot was and sped up. Izuku got to the rubble and tried to lift it. It unfortunately didn't move. Izuku's scarf snakes latched onto the concrete and started breaking off chunks and throwing them away. Eventually they latched onto the concrete and helped Izuku get it off of the girl. Izuku picked her up and started running. The 0-point robot was right behind them. And time's up. Present Mike shouted. Izuku set the girl down and flopped onto the ground. Who thought that having a giant robot was a good idea? Izuku asked no one in particular. The girl chuckled a bit. Izuku heard footsteps coming their way. He sat up and saw a little old lady walking with a cane that looked like a giant syringe. Izuku recognized her as the pro-hero recovery girl. She came over to them, healed them, and gave them some gummies while complaining about how dangerous the exams are. Izuku stood up and started to leave, giving the girl a wave as he left. It was after he was halfway home that he realized he forgot to ask her for her name. All Might was watching the UA entrance exam today. He got to look at the potential UA students and see if any of them would be good successors of One for All. When the exam started, he spotted a head of green hair that he thought looked familiar. It took him a few seconds to recognize the quirkless boy who had asked if he could be a hero. It seems the boy hadn't listened to him. It's a shame to see him fail now. All Might saw the boy defeat a 1-point robot in an alley. It looked like the boy had just placed his hands on it and it stopped working. All Might kept an eye on the boy to make sure he'd seen that right. The boy defeated another 1-pointer in the same way. Maybe the boy lied, but who would lie about being quirkless to the number 1 hero? Maybe his quirk activation was very specific or it just manifested late. It's not unheard of for a quirk to come in late. All Might stopped watching the boy and watched the performance of the other applicants. None of them particularly caught his eye. There was only a couple of minutes left. With such little time remaining, the 0-pointer was released. It was at this time that All Might saw the boy again. He had rushed to help a girl trapped under the rubble. Maybe this kid could be the one to inherit. All Might's train of thought was cut off as 2 things came out of the boy's scarf and helped him remove the rubble. That was a second quirk. The only way for someone to have a second quirk was via receiving One for All or being given it by All for One, but All for One was dead, right? He'd killed the monster himself, but a body was never found. That man could be alive, or one of his henchmen had made a clone of the quirk somehow. Whatever the answer was, that boy should not be led into UA. All Might went to Nizu with his concerns, hoping that the principal would heed his warning. Unfortunately, the rat claimed to have already investigated and found no evidence of the quirk being unnatural, but All Might knew better than to believe some fake documents claiming that the boy only had 1 quirk. He clearly had 2 and no amount of deceit would convince him otherwise. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Izuku's door was flung open by his mother. "It's here, Izuku, it's here." Izuku calmly grabbed the letter from her hands. No, he did not almost tackle her while trying to grab it. Izuku opened the letter and a small disc fell out. Izuku poked it a couple times before it turned on. "I am here as a projection." Izuku jumped back a bit at the hologram of All Might. "Why is All Might on my UA letter?" You may be wondering why I am on your UA letter. The answer is that you are looking at the newest member of the UA faculty. You've got to be kidding me. I hope he at least doesn't remember me. It'd be awkward if he did. All Might looked away from the camera for a second. You passed the written test with an outstanding score of 93%, but what you really care about is the practical exam. You gained a total of 38 villain points, which would have barely been enough to enter the hero course if that was the only way to earn points. What does he mean? I got in right. Introducing rescue points. Points given for heroic actions. A video of Izuku saving the brown-haired girl played behind All Might. All Might glanced at the video and his smile suddenly became strained. Did he just recognize me? For your actions you have been awarded 32 rescue points, bringing your total up to 70 points. Welcome to your hero academia. All Might said with his fake smile. Izuku grinned and told his mom the good news. She was glad for him and made katsudon for dinner. Despite the happy occasion, Izuku never forgot the fake smile All Might had given him. Izuku was standing in front of the very large door of Class 1A. He knew, logically, that people would treat him better because of his quirk, but a small part of him expected everyone to hate him. Maybe it was best to pretend to be quirkless at first, just to see what kind of people he would be dealing with. No, that would be a bad idea. Maybe I could just ask them what they think of quirkless people, and beat them in a fight if he didn't like the answer. He'd have to find a way to prove he beat them quirkless, maybe a rubber suit or something. Izuku took a deep breath and opened the door. Bakugo and the guy that had reprimanded the angry blonde were arguing. Izuku face-palmed loud enough to get their attention. Bakugo was the first one to speak. What are you doing here, D? How could a quirkless loser get into you? Looks like Izuku got to see what kind of people he was dealing with immediately. Izuku scanned the room to see how people reacted to him being called quirkless. Most of the class just looked confused or surprised. The only person who had a negative reaction was a kid with purple ball on his head. He looked absolutely disgusted. Bakugo, did you forget that I can beat you in a fight? Why wouldn't I be here if someone I can defeat is here? Surprisingly, that got Bakugo to shut up. Izuku looked at the seating chart on the board and sat down behind Bakugo. After a couple of minutes, the brown-haired girl he saved in the entrance exam came in the door. She looked around the room and walked over to Izuku. I recognize that fluffy hair. You're the guy that saved me in the entrance exam. The girl said, that's me. I never ended up getting your name. Oh, right, If you're here to make friends, you can leave. A voice said. Izuku looked to the front of the classroom and saw a man standing at the teacher's desk. There was something yellow on the floor behind him. None of you even noticed me until I made myself known. You lack spatial awareness. Why is there a homeless guy in UA? Izuku heard from one of his classmates, the one yellow hair and black lightning bolt. My name is Shota Aizawa. I'm your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. The only people employed at UA are heroes, so who is this guy? I feel like I should know him. We'll be doing a quirk apprehension test. Take your gym uniforms and head out. You have 15 minutes. Izuku walked up and grabbed his gym uniform from the desk and left. He didn't know who his teacher was, but he was most likely an underground hero, and underground heroes don't mess around. Izuku found the changing room and quickly changed into his gym uniform. Some of his classmates tried to talk to him, but he ignored them and went outside. He was standing outside for a few minutes while waiting for his classmates to get out. He was starting to get nervous considering it was just him and Mr. Aizawa outside. Look, Mr. Aizawa's intimidating, all right? It felt like a couple of hours before another classmates came out, but once one did, more started to show up. Eventually his entire class showed up, with the short, purple, definitely quirkist kid coming out last. 14 minutes and 37 seconds, you need to do better if you plan on being a hero. Mr. Aizawa said. Bakugo, you got first on the entrance exam. Stand in the circle, use your quirk and throw the ball as far as you can. Bakugo moves to the circle and catches the ball thrown at him. Bakugo pulled back his arm to throw the ball. Die! The blonde screamed at the top of his lungs. He let out the largest explosion he could and sent the ball flying. Mr. Aizawa stood still for a few seconds before holding up a device. The device had a distance of 705.2 meters. You've all had physical exams in middle school, however they refuse to let you use your quirks. It's impractical. Right now we'll be going through the exact same tests, except that this time you can use your quirks. Several cheers went up in his class. They were obviously excited. We get to use our quirks. This will be so much fun. The pink girl shouted. Fun, you say? Mr. Izawa said, since you're not taking this seriously, how about we raise the stakes a little bit? The person who comes last will be expelled. You can't do that on the first day. That's so unfair. The girl he saved at the entrance exam said. I need to figure out what her name is. Life isn't fair. Natural disasters, villain attacks. The world is full of unfairness. It's your job as heroes to correct this unfairness. Mr. Izawa said. I don't remember the test results and I'm too lazy to look it up, so I'm just putting something that I think sounds close enough. The first test was a 40-meter dash. The first people up were the boy that scolded Bakugo and the girl that looked kind of froggy. The boy had some sort of speed quirk. He finished in about 3.5 seconds while the frog girl finished in 5.6 seconds. Eventually Izuku and Bakugo had to go. Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself forward. Izuku couldn't think of a way to use his quirk here, so he just ran. Bakugo got a time of 5.4 while Izuku was close behind with a 5. The next test was a standing long jump. Izuku actually had an idea of how to use his quirk here. When he was told to start, he bent his knees and prepared to jump. As he started his leap, his scarf snakes shot towards the ground and gave him a boost. He managed to land around 3/4 of the way across the sand pit. Bakugo was staring at him. Most of the class was. Bakugo blasted himself towards Izuku. What the heck was that, huh? Bakugo screamed. Bakugo's explosion stopped and the boy was caught by something that looked like bandages. Stop making me have to keep using my quirk, I have dry eye. Mr. Izawa said. Izuku looked at his teacher. The scarf around his neck was floating around him and his eyes are red, but what really caught his attention were the slitted yellow goggles around his neck, the signature goggles of Eraserhead. Izuku was internally freaking out but did his best to hide it. He somewhat succeeded. Mr. Eraserhead got them to continue their tests. Grip strength was next. Izuku got 72 kilograms, which was decent but nowhere near the 540 kilograms score of the guy with 6 arms. Izuku got the second highest score in repeat side steps, only surpassed by the quirkist kid who used his hairball to bounce back and forth. The ball throw was next. The only thing he could think of doing was using his scarf snake like some form of sling. It worked surprisingly well. Izuku got 250 meters, though he did feel kind of dizzy after swinging his scarf around. Maybe some of the senses from my scarf snakes transfer to me. Izuku ranked high in the sit-ups and somewhere in the middle of the seated toe touch. He did incredibly in the distance run. He ranked 4th behind the peppermint boy, the guy with engines in his legs, and the girl with a motorcycle. When Mr. Izawa pulled up the rankings, he was glad to see himself in 8th place. He looked for the person in last place, Minoru Mineta. No one seemed to be visibly upset. Mr. Izawa said that the expulsion was a logical ruse, but he looked very unhappy, very unlike someone who just pulled a prank. On the bright side, Izuku finally got the name of the girl he saved at the exam, Achiko Uraraka. Bakugo approached him and looked angry, so Izuku pulled out his spray bottle of lemon juice and sprayed his face. Izuku went home and got into an online debate about whether water was wet or not. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. The school day was surprisingly normal. You'd think that a hero school would be at least somewhat different, but the only unique part of the day so far was the teachers, who are all pro-heroes. But now is when things change. Izuku is sitting in class 1A waiting for the practical heroics teacher to show up. He's talking to Uraraka about space. The door slammed open. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might shouted. Izuku's mood soured upon seeing the hero. The opposite happened to almost everyone else. The only other person who didn't look super excited about All Might's presence was the peppermint boy, but from what Izuku has seen, the boy doesn't express himself much, if at all. I smell trauma. Wait, why can I smell trauma? How do I know what that smells like? While Izuku was having his mental breakdown, All Might had opened the costume rack. Izuku snapped out of it when All Might ran out of the room. Izuku grabbed his costume and left for the locker room. Izuku was pretty sure All Might hadn't threatened them if they came out too slow, so he didn't rush when changing. Izuku put on his costume and pulled his scarf over his mouth and nose. Izuku heard a bit of commotion from the other side of the locker room. The purple guy was saying some creepy and perverted stuff, then put his eye to a hole in the wall. Izuku acted quickly by kicking the pervert across the room. "Keep your creepy thoughts to yourself." Izuku said, "You, tape guy, cover the peephole. I'm taking the creep with me since he's already changed." The purple boy was in fact wearing a plain purple bodysuit with a giant yellow diaper. Izuku was getting second-hand embarrassment just by looking at him. Izuku dragged him out of the locker room. Izuku walked out to find All Might standing alone. All Might immediately noticed Izuku's grip on the great boy and was about to say something, but Izuku spoke first. "Can you get someone to fill in the peephole in the locker rooms? It's currently blocked, but it's not a permanent solution. I brought this guy out here so that he doesn't cause any more problems. I will see that it is taken care of. Now would you please let go of young Mineta?" "Mineta, huh? I'll have to keep an eye on him." Izuku dragged Mineta to the corner and dropped him there. "If you get within 15 feet of the girls' locker room, I will not hesitate to report you to Mr. Aizawa." After a few minutes on Mineta sitting in the corner, the rest of the class came out of the locker room. Izuku started looking at his classmates' costumes. The costumes are the same as canon, except for Yaoyorozu and Hagakure. Hagakure has a suit that can turn invisible if the presses a button, and Yaoyorozu has a red bodysuit with extra padding at the joints. She still has the utility belt with a massive book in it though. The only one that looked really bad was Mineta, while the rest were okay. Uraraka came bouncing over to him. "Wow, Midoriya, your costume looks great." Uraraka said, "I'm not good with making designs, so I'm just going with Vinoc's outfit but with combat boots. If you don't remember what that looks like, you can go back to chapter 2 and look at the picture." "Thanks, yours looks good as well," Izuku said. Uraraka blushed a small amount. "I wish I was more specific on the design. They ended up making it skin tight." All Might decided to explain what the exercise would be simulating. Villains had a nuke and were planning on blowing up the city. Heroes had 10 minutes to either capture the villains or disable the bomb by touching it. All Might picked the teams by random selection. There was an objection from the blue-haired boy, but Izuku ignored him. Izuku was paired with the boy with strange elbows. All Might said his name was Siro. The teams were pitted against each other randomly. Izuku's team were the villains, and they were against the red-haired boy who was apparently named Kirishima and the pink girl named Ashido. Izuku and Siro were sent away to get set up in the building. Izuku eventually asked a question. "How does your quirk work, Siro?" That managed to get him to start talking. "My quirk is tape. I can make strong tape from my elbows. I know it doesn't sound like much, but that's great actually. We can use your tape to block stairs and stuff. Actually, that gives me an idea." Izuku was directing Siro on where to place his tape for the best results. "Are you sure about this, man?" Siro asked. "They might figure this out really quickly. From what I've seen, those two are very direct in their approach. They will think that we would only guard the bomb. But we're leaving the bomb undefended." "All right, I'll protect the bomb until they pass the first floor." Izuku's plan was simple: place the bomb out of the way on the first floor and have a very obvious barricade on the stairs. From what Izuku could tell about their two opponents, they didn't seem good with tactics. Izuku dropped down to the first floor by using his scarf snakes to help him down the fire escape. Izuku hid in a room right next to the entrance and waited for his classmates. When they entered, he made sure they went upstairs before climbing back to Siro. "This is where things get interesting. And start." All Might shouted. Ashido and Kirishima burst through the door. They had both agreed that the bomb would be on a higher floor, and the tape blocking the stairs only proved that suspicion. Kirishima hardened his arms and started cutting through the tape. It seemed that the villain team only put effort into blocking the stairs. Around 4 minutes later, Kirishima and Ashido broke onto the 4th floor, only for tape to come flying at them. The tape grabbed onto Kirishima's arm and yanked him forward directly into a kick to his side. Kirishima hardened his arm and cut the tape. "Sneak attacks aren't manly at all," Kirishima shouted. Ashido tried to use her acid on Siro, but Midoriya pulled him out of the way. The villain team and hero team stood back and looked at each other. Ashido saw a few hallways that had been taped off. Shiro was surprisingly the first one to engage, pulling Kirishima towards him. Midoriya went after Ashido, successfully separating her and Kirishima. Ashido was throwing acid everywhere while avoiding Midoriya's attacks. Midoriya avoided the acid, often using his snakes to bounce over the substance. Kirishima was cutting through Shiro's tape and was able to land a good punch on him. Ashido was standing in some of her acid. Midoriya put his hands on the ground, one of his fingers touching the acid. Ashido froze up, then some of her muscles started twitching. Midoriya used his scarf to knock her over. Midoriya moved to help Shiro only to see Kirishima capturing him. Ashido and Kirishima were now trying to catch him, but there was an open window. Midoriya sat on the windowsill. "Good luck trying to find the bomb, heroes," Midoriya said with a fake sneer before falling out of the window. His scarf snakes latched onto the fire escape and he made his way down the building. Ashido and Kirishima started tearing through the tape and searching for the bomb. They never found it. All Might announced that the villains had won, though he sounded rather upset. "Now class," All Might shouted, "who do you think is the MVP of this round?" The girl with a large spiky ponytail started talking. "The MVP is Midoriya, sir. He came up with the plan and used his allies Quirk well to deceive their enemy. He even considered his allies' concerns and made an effort to dissuade them." Good observation. However, the MVP is young Shiro, as the entire plan depended on him. All Might shouted. All Might moved on to the next match. Izuku started to learn his classmates' names through the announcements. Izuku was almost at the school building. He wasn't late at all, but he figured he could speed up. Izuku approached Yue, only to see the doors swarming with people. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Yue's gate was swarming with reporters and they were blocking students from entering. Izuku tried slipping in between reporters but tripped on one of them. They noticed and swarmed him. Izuku was only saved from death by Ida saying he would talk about All Might as a teacher. The reporters left Izuku and swarmed Ida instead. Izuku used the time Ida had given him to get up and run inside. The class was about half full when Izuku arrived. His classmates must have been stalled by the media. It took several minutes for the rest of the class to arrive. Several of Izuku's classmates were murmuring about the vultures. Mr. Aizawa entered the classroom. "It's time for you all to make a decision that will affect the rest of your careers." Izuku, as well as the rest of his class, was nervous. "You'll be selecting your class representative." Most of the class shouted something along the lines of, "That's a completely normal school activity," before nominating themselves for the position. Aizawa told them to get on with it before hiding in his cocoon. Ida suggested a vote and it was quickly accepted. Izuku didn't know any of his classmates too well, but he felt like someone level-headed would be a good class representative, so he voted for Azui. The results came out and Yaoyorozu had gotten first with 4 votes and Azui had gotten 3. Aizawa left his sleeping bag. "Yaoyorozu is your class representative and Azui is your vice representative. Now sit back down. Your first class is about to begin." Izuku opened his lunchbox and started at the lunch he packed last night. A raw potato and a singular French fried. "What the heck is this? Why is this my lunch?" Izuku continues staring until he was interrupted by someone. "Midoriya, that is not a proper lunch for someone in the hero course. Take some of my chicken," Ida said while trying to karate chop some imaginary opponent. "You don't need to. Is that a rotisserie chicken?" "Yes, my mother always makes me pack extra food in case someone is hungry." "But that's a whole chicken." "Do not worry, I have my own. I normally have to throw the extra chicken away." Ida pulled out a second rotisserie chicken. Izuku was now scared of Ida. Uraraka, who had sat next to Izuku at some point, was staring at Ida in horror. "Ida, are you a rich kid?" Uraraka. Ida looked embarrassed. "I thought I was hiding it better." Uraraka went to ask another question when alarm bells started ringing across the school. There was a couple seconds of calm before people started panicking. Izuku didn't stand up. He was not getting into that stampede. Uraraka grabbed him by the arm and accidentally used her quirk on him, dragging him into the panic as if he weighed nothing, probably because he didn't weigh anything anymore. At one point Uraraka got jostled enough to accidentally let go of him. Izuku drifted up to the ceiling. Izuku saw the ventilation above him and used his scarf to latch onto it and move him on top in case Uraraka released her quirk while he was up here. Ida went flying past him and crashed into the wall above the exit. Everybody calm down, this is you, we have made it into this institution so we must act like it. Now if you look outside it's just the press that got in. Ida shouted. The crowd quieted down and looked outside. Ida was correct, the vultures had entered the school. Hey Ida, do you need help down? Izuku asked. Ida looked up at him surprised. How did you end up on top of the vents? Uraraka accidentally used her quirk on me and I decided that up here was safer than the stampede, so do you want help down? Your help would be greatly appreciated, Midoriya. Izuku pushed himself towards the ground and latched onto Ida to bring him down as well. Once they were safely on the ground, Izuku felt his weight return to him. Apparently there was a field trip planned for today. Class 1A was currently in a bus headed to UA's rescue training facility. Hey Midoriya, I usually saw what's on my mind, Karo. Azui said, do you have 2 different quirks? Several students started paying attention to their conversation, Todoroki in particular. No, I only have 1 quirk. What's the connection to the snake scarf and the electricity from the battle trial? I have no clue. You're so lucky that you're able to control your electricity so well. Kaminari said, I've been trying forever but I just can't direct it. Why don't you just become a taser? Izuku asked. That's rude, man, Kaminari said sadly. What do you mean? That's what I did when I got my quirk. Huh. Just charge up your electricity and don't release it. It will supercharge your body and let you electrocute people by touching them. Why didn't I think of that? That's because you're an idiot. Joseph. Everyone stop talking, we're almost there. Mr. Aizawa said. Mr. Aizawa was correct. They were approaching a large dome-shaped building. The class filed out of the bus and entered the building. Welcome to the USJ. A very excited voice shouted. Oh my gosh, it's the pro hero 13. She's my favorite hero, she is an image of what all rescue heroes should be. Uraraka muttered. Is that what I used to sound like? Izuku thought. Mr. Aizawa walked to 13 while the students were having their own conversations. Izuku noticed and listened in. Where is All Might? Aizawa asked 13. He got caught up in something on the way here, he's planning on making an appearance near the end. 13 said before holding up 3 fingers. 3, that has to have something to do with All Might, 3 brain cells? Or it might have something to do with his weakened form, a time limit, maybe he ran out of time? That man is the height of irrationally. 13 came up to the students and started giving a lecture how quirks are dangerous and can easily kill but should be used to help people. Then the lights flickered. Aizawa was on guard so Izuku was wary. Black fog came into existence in front of the fountain. A hand came out of the fog and somehow grabbed the edge of a gaseous substance and pulled itself through. The man that stepped through had pale blue hair and a strange mask covering his face. It looked kind of like a hand, but that was probably because of the distance. Is this like the entrance exam, where the test has already begun? Kirishima asked. No, Mr. Aizawa said, those are real villains. 13 protect the students. Mr. Aizawa jumped into the horde of other villains that had come out of the mist. 13 started ushering the students out. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that. The fog appeared in front of the door. I am Kurogiri of the League of Villains. We have introduced into this bastion of heroism to end the symbol of peace. Like we'd let you. Bakugo shouted before exploding towards the villain with Kirishima hot on his heels. No, stay back. 13 shouted as she turned off her quirk that had just activated. Kurogiri moved to the side. Bakugo as well as Kirishima disappeared. Tisuch, you lot really are the golden eggs of the next generation. Disappear. The fog started spreading. Izuku suddenly fell through the fog. He was falling, and then, splash. He hit the water. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. It took Izuku a couple of seconds to realize he was underwater, and another couple of seconds for him to realize he can't breathe underwater. Izuku started swimming up, but a shark villain started chasing him. It's nothing personal, kid. The man said. How could Izuku hear him underwater? Izuku did the first thing that came to mind and launched a scarf snake at the man and bit down on his nose. Azui came out of nowhere and kicked the man away. Izuku was very glad that he had only bitten the tip of the man's nose because apparently his scarf snake's bite force was strong enough not to release when Azui kicked the man, causing a small part of his nose to be ripped off. Azui grabbed him and pulled him onto the boat. Excuse me while I go throw up, Izuku said before vomiting off the side of the boat. Izuku turned back to Azui. She was just staring at Mineta while he blubbered about how screwed they were. Izuku decided to knock some sense into him. "Ow, what the heck, man, are you trying to kill me?" Mineta said. "Shut up, Azui, I just thought of a plan." Azui and Izuku took a few steps away from Mineta. Suddenly a blast of water hit the boat and almost cut it in two. Mineta started freaking out more. Izuku quickly told Azui the plan. "Alright, here's the plan. I want you to hold Mineta over the edge of the boat like you're going to sacrifice him to the villains. While they're distracted with that, I will get in the water on the other side of the boat and electrify the water. Call me Tsukero. Is sacrificing Mineta really necessary? Call it a threat for if he ever tries something perverted again. Reasonable enough. Kero." Tsu walked to Mineta and picked him up. "I offer this diaper grape as a sacrifice for our lives." Tsu shouted in her usual blank tone. What are you doing? Let me go now." Izuku slinked to the other side of the boat. He clung to the railing with his scarf snakes and lowered himself into the water. He barely had enough scarf to dip his feet in, but it was enough. Izuku charged his body and waited. He could hear several shouts on the other side of the boat and several screams. Izuku did his best to keep the electricity going, but hearing those sounds was enough to make him want to stop, but he kept going. "We're good, Kero," Tsu called over the edge. Izuku sighed in relief and pulled himself back up. Mineta was rocking back and forth on the ground, muttering to himself. Did that really traumatize him that much? He made a perverted comment, so I dropped him before catching him with my tongue, Kero. Understandable. Have a nice day. Anyway, we should get to shore. Mr. Aizawa might need some help. Are you sure that's a good idea, Kero? He's a pro hero. He can handle himself. We can just pick off some of the guys on the side if he needs help, plus it's better to make sure he's okay. Tsu grabbed Mineta and jumped close to the shore. Izuku jumped off of the sinking boat and used his scarf snakes to push off the boat. He landed a few feet behind Tsu. He swam up to the edge of the lake zone to check how Mr. Aizawa was doing. Izuku arrived just in time to see Mr. Aizawa's face get slammed into the ground by a giant figure with a beak. Izuku was unable to move. He stood there petrified along with Tsu and Mineta. The mist villain appeared next to the guy that was wearing hands. "Please let those be fake, please." Tamura Shigaraki, one of the students, escaped. "The pros will be here soon." Kurogiri said. "If you weren't out Warp Gate, I would kill you right now. Let's go. The final boss isn't here. It'd be a waste of items to keep fighting." "We're saved," Mineta Whisper shouted as he hugged Tsu. He must have done something bad because Tsu decided that drowning him was a suitable punishment. But first, Shigaraki started. Izuku felt a pit form in his stomach. "Let's destroy the pride of the symbol of peace." Shigaraki was in front of Tsu in an instant, hands stretched out towards her face. Izuku hadn't seen his quirk, but judging from the look on Tsu's face, it was deadly. Shigaraki's hand landed on Tsu's face, but nothing happened. Shigaraki removed his hand from Tsu's face. "You really are cool, Eraserhead." Shigaraki turned his head to Mr. Aizawa. He had his head up and was glaring at Shigaraki with his quirk. Izuku took the chance given to him. "Nomu," Shigaraki said. The creature slammed Mr. Aizawa's face to the ground again. Shigaraki jumped back to avoid the bolt of electricity that went past him. Izuku jumped at him, a scarf snake reaching to grab his wrist so he couldn't use his quirk. The thing that had bashed Mr. Aizawa got in his way. Izuku's scarf snake latched onto the creature's arm and Izuku used the other scarf snake to flip over Nomu. Izuku had a gasp from someone behind him as well as a ripping noise. He saw Shigaraki looking at him with rage. Izuku pulled the snake holding Nomu over his head. Nomu was a lot lighter than he thought. Nomu's arm hit Shigaraki, but no other part of Nomu was in sight. Izuku turned around to see Nomu with only one arm. Then its flesh started bubbling and a new arm replaced the old one. A crash echoed from the front of the USJ. "Have no fear, because I am here," All Might shouted. All Might was not smiling. All Might had had a bad feeling since the bus for the USJ had left. He had ignored it at first. It probably had to do with the lecture Nizu was going to give him about not being able to fulfill his teaching duties, but the feeling kept growing. Eventually he managed to escape Nizu and ran towards the USJ only to be met by young Ida. Ida told him about the attack on the USJ. All Might thought it was unheroic to leave his allies behind, but he had more important things to attend to, such as smashing the door to the USJ. "Have no fear, because I am here," All Might shouted. All Might took a look around the USJ. He saw several villains around, but what really caught his attention was two villains as well as the obvious villain in Class 1A, Midoriya, facing young Azui and young Mineta. All Might quickly scooped up the two and carried them far away while knocking out any villains on the way. He charged at the villain with hands all over his body but was blocked by the hulking figure of the second villain. Meet the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. It's time for the symbol of peace to fall. The handman said, "Be careful, Nomu has a regeneration quirk." The traitor shouted, his advice obviously meant to get him killed. All Might started throwing punches at Nomu, but it tanked them and sent several punches at him. "This thing is strong. If punches aren't working, then I'll have to try something else." All Might got behind Nomu and suplexed it into the ground. A portal opened below Nomu. Nomu came through the portal and grabbed his sides, its claws piercing his weak point. When All Might started fighting Nomu, Izuku had snuck off to Mr. Aizawa while Shigaraki was distracted. He did his best to get the man on his back before he started walking to the entrance. Tsu and Mineta met up with him to help him carry the injured man. They were leaving the plaza when All Might suplexed Nomu. How did he make a suplex look like an explosion? Mineta, probably the sheer force he put behind it, Izuku said. The trio continued onwards, occasionally glancing back at the dust. Izuku was the first one to see the danger All Might was in. "I need to help him. But how will I?" Izuku though of how he had removed Nomu's arm. "I can't do that again. I can't just rip off someone's arm. Why am I even considering this?" Izuku saw All Might struggling to break free of Nomu's grip. He was unsuccessful. "Screw it, I'll deal with the mental consequences later." "Tsu, take Mr. Aizawa." Tsu took Mr. Aizawa off Izuku's back. Before Tsu or Mineta said anything, he was running towards Nomu. Izuku was close enough to attack Nomu. The left half of Nomu's body was frozen. Izuku skidded to a stop as All Might used the opening the ice gave him to free himself. "Nice shot, Todoroki," Izuku shouted. Kirishima attacked Shigaraki while Bakugo knocked Kurogiri down and held him in by the metal collar. Izuku just noticed. Kirishima tried to punch Shigaraki, but Izuku pulled him away from Shigaraki's outstretched hand. "Be careful. I don't know his quirk, but it's 5-point contact and definitely dangerous." Nomu broke out of the ice by ripping its frozen arm off. Izuku once again almost threw up as the arm regrew. Something like that doesn't get easier to see after the first time. "Nomu, free our warp gate," Shigaraki said. Nomu vanished. Bakugo appeared beside Kirishima. There was a dust cloud where Nomu was standing, fist outstretched in a punch. The dust cleared to reveal All Might standing with his arms blocking his chest. All Might glared at Nomu. "You can't beat Nomu. He was specifically made to beat you at 100%. His shock absorption prevents you from doing any damage." Shigaraki said. "I thought this thing had a regeneration quirk?" All Might asked. "I never said he only had one quirk. Nomu's using cheats." All Might's smile faltered for a second. "That's not possible, right? It's impossible for someone to have multiple quirks, right?" Izuku thought. If it's shock absorption and not shock nullification, then there must be a limit. All Might declared. All Might and Nomu started clashing again, blowing everyone away. The students and villains were captivated. Izuku was the first to snap out of it because of his lack of All Might fanaticism. Izuku poked Kirishima's shoulder. "We need to leave. The villains could snap out of it at any time and attack us. You get Bakugo, I'll get Todoroki." but it would be unmanly to leave the fight. Kirishima said, "It would also be unmanly for us to die because we didn't escape when we had the chance. If you feel bad about it, I'll have Todoroki keep an eye on things. His range is enough to attack and retreat." "That makes sense. I don't like it though." Kirishima went to get started whispering to Bakugo. Izuku tapped on Todoroki's shoulder. "We're moving out. Those villains could stop gawking at the fight any moment. Keep an eye out to see if you might need to interfere." Todoroki quietly nodded. Kirishima managed to get Bakugo to follow him. Izuku and Todoroki were behind them as they were walking towards the entrance. "Go beyond, plus ultra," All Might yelled. The deafening boom of Nomu being punched through the USJ echoed around the area. All Might was standing in a dust cloud, though it looked like steam was coming off of him. The buff man was staring down Shigaraki and Kurogyari. All Might was trying to intimidate them into leaving, however that didn't work. Shigaraki charged at All Mighty with all 5 fingers ready to make contact with him. "Todoroki now!" Izuku shouted urgency in his voice. Todoroki sent ice towards Shigaraki and stuck him to the floor. Shigaraki reached his hand down to the ice and disintegrated it. "Hey Midoriya, did I ever thank you for pulling me away from that guy?" Kirishima asked. The ice hadn't delayed Shigaraki long, but it was enough for the UA staff to arrive. Pro Hero Snipe shot Shigaraki's hand as Kurogyari warped him away. The teachers fanned out to find any students. Kirishima tried to check on All Might, but Cementos blocked him with a large wall. He must have deflated. Izuku got to the entrance and saw Mr. Aizawa and 13 being loaded into ambulances. Izuku was suddenly very tired. His adrenaline had probably run out. Izuku joined the group of students outside. He caught Tsu's eye. She glanced at him and then hurriedly looked away. Izuku remembered that he had ripped off Nomu's arm in front of her and Mineta. Izuku moved to a trash can by the entrance and threw up. He was going to be losing a lot of sleep over this. Toshinori was in the nurse's office alone. Recovery Girl had done what she could, but that fight had taken a lot out of him. Who knows how much time he had left as the symbol of peace. One good thing had come out of the USJ incident though. Toshinori had found someone worthy of one for all. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. UA had closed for 2 days after the USJ incident, as it was now being called. Izuku hadn't been able to sleep well since. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about how he ripped Nomu's arm off. The sight of the bloody arm still haunts him. Then there was the shark guy who had the tip of his nose removed by Izuku and Tsu. Izuku trudged to UA. UA had finally finished whatever modifications they were making to prevent another USJ incident. Izuku sat at his desk. A few of his classmates were wondering who the substitute teacher would, since there was no way that Mr. Aizawa could teach considering how injured he was. Izuku agreed with them. Uraraka, Ida, and Tsu approached him. "Are you all right, Midori?" Uraraka asked. "You do not seem to have been getting enough sleep," Ida said with arm-choppy movements. "You look sleep-deprived, Karo," Tsu said. "I'm fine, I just haven't been able to sleep well since the USJ." "Wait, since when did you call me Midori?" Izuku asked Uraraka. Uraraka felt a bit embarrassed about being called out. "You don't need to feel guilty about Nomu, Karo. That thing had even All Might struggling," Tsu said, realizing what was likely on his mind. "Thanks, Tsu." A mummy entered the classroom. It was actually Mr. Aizawa, but close enough. "Mr. Aizawa, you should be resting. Teaching in your condition is not good for your health," Ida said. "My condition is not important. What is important is that the fight is not over yet," Mr. Aizawa said. The class became worried at that statement, wondering if there was another villain attack. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. That's a completely normal school activity. Almost the entire class shouted. "You only have 2 weeks to prepare, so train as hard as you possibly can." "Are you sure it's a good idea to hold the sports festival right after a villain attack?" Swift. The sports festival has become an event that even outshines the Olympics. It can't just be stopped for something as small as a villain attack, or at least that's what the school board says. Plus, the sports festival is a good way to get your name out there as a hero. After the sports festival, you will be sent internship offers from pro hero agencies. These internships will teach you valuable skills as well as introduce you to the public. There is only one sports festival a year, so you will only have 3 chances, don't waste them. The announcement made class get fired up. Uraraka was the one most affected considering the terrifying determination radiating off of her. She proclaimed that she was going to do her best. The bell rang and class started. Ejiro Kirishima had thought that his day would be normal. Sure, the UA Sports Festival had been announced, but that just made him more pumped up for practical heroics later in the day. He was not, however, expecting All Might to ask to eat lunch with him. Ejiro was brought into a private room with the number 1 hero, and then he deflated. The hero calmed the panicking Ejiro down and explained his injury. Then All Might said something that would change his life forever. Young Kirishima, I want you to inherit my power. One for all, the combined power of 8 generations was just offered to him. The guy with the unflashy and uncool hardening quirk. The power that comes with potential injury to himself. That was all very interesting and all, but there was something that stood out to him even more. Izuku Midoriya was most likely working for the villains that had attacked the USJ. All Might had tried to get the principal to see reason, but the principal wouldn't kick the traitor out. What would the manly thing to do be in this situation? The final bell rang. Uraraka was the first to try to leave. The door opened to reveal a crowd of people blocking the exit. Hi. Why is there so many people outside our door? Isn't it obvious? Bakugo said, we survived a villain attack. Of course they'd come to check out the competition, bunch of extras. Bakugo! You cannot call people extras because you do not know them. Ida exclaimed. Shut up, Four Eyes. It's not like they matter anyway. What are a bunch of rejects gonna? Bakugo was cut off by Izuku grabbing him by the ear and yanking him back into the classroom. Bakugo tried to scream at Izuku, but he tossed him. Sorry about the Pomeranian. Our old school inflated his ego to the size of my tower and he's still adjusting to people not treating him like a king. I swear we're not all like him. Izuku said. A purple-haired boy approached the front of the crowd. I guess not all of Class A is horrible, but just remember, there are many people in Gen Ed who failed the hero exam due to unsuitable quirks. However, if we do well enough in the sports festival, we can be transferred to the hero course, and you can be transferred out. Consider this a declaration of war. Neat, Izuku said. If you could replace Mineta, that would be awesome. Hey, what was that for? Mineta shouted. Silence, pervert. Mina shouted. Can I get through? My mom gets worried if I get home too late. Izuku asked. Some of the crowd was nice enough to let him through. Some smug blonde tried to stop him, but Izuku dodged him. It only took a few minutes for Izuku to be out of the school and on his way home. Izuku passed a convenience store a few blocks away from his home. He was wondering if he should grab a snack. Something bumped into his leg. He looked to his left and saw an entrance to an alley and a little girl with red eyes and pale blue hair holding onto him. She was wearing a hospital gown and her arms were covered in bandages. Izuku crouched down to her level. Hey there, are you all right? Please, don't let him take me. Izuku's brain stopped functioning properly. What should I do? What should I do? Izuku remembered the police station a couple blocks in the direction he had come from. But his non-functioning brain dismissed it. Mom will know what to do. What's your name? He asked quietly. Eri. All right, Eri, follow me. I know someone who can help. Izuku offered his hand to the child and she grabbed it. Izuku quickly continued walking with Eri in tow. Despite his brain not working properly, he made a good decision. He turned into the alley 2 buildings down. A couple seconds after he disappeared into the alley, a man with a bird mask came from the same alley Eri appeared from. He turned the opposite direction that the two had gone and continued his search for Eri. Izuku opened his front door. Mom? Are you home? Izuku called. Yes, honey, how was... Oh my. Izuku's mom poked her head out of her room and noticed Eri. Izuku, sweetie, who is this? This is Eri, she needed help. Inko saw the bandages on Eri's arms and quickly approached. Eri flinched back and Inko slowed down. Eri, this is my mom, you can trust her. Eri looked at Izuku's mom with wide eyes. Inko slowly approached and knelt down to be eye level with Eri. Hello, Eri, My name is Inko Midoriya. I'm the mother of Izuku here. Izuku's mom gently held her hand out to Eri. Eri didn't grab her hand at first, but after a few seconds of Inko not moving, Eri slowly reached her hand out. Eri put her hand in Inko's. Inko smiled at Eri, then looked up at Izuku. Where did you find Eri? She bumped into me when running out of an alley. It seemed like she was running from someone. Why didn't you take her to the police? Izuku got embarrassed at this. I wasn't thinking anything? Of course, it makes sense, I guess. Anyway, we need to take her to the police. But what if they won't? Eri will be staying with us now. We just need to report this so whoever was following her can't claim we kidnapped her. Eri seemed scared and clung to Izuku tighter. Don't worry, Eri, we're going to go talk to someone so that you can stay with us. Inko said, but first let's get you changed into proper clothes, Eri. Inko reached out to Eri. Eri looked at Izuku, who nodded at her. She grabbed Inko's hand and let go of Izuku. Do we even have anything that will fit Eri? Izuku asked. Yes, we do. Inko took Eri to her room to get changed. Eri came out wearing one of Izuku's old All Might onesies. Mom, what? You used to love it so much that I got a spare in case you lost it. Don't worry though, I'm taking her shopping after we go to the police station. Inko brought the two children into the car and called someone on her phone. Tsukachi, get the paperwork ready, I'm adopting a child. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Izuku wasn't sure what he was expecting when his mom had called someone on their way to the police station, but he wasn't expecting to be met at the door by an officer who immediately brought them into the office of a plain-looking man with a tan hat and trench coat. You do know that I'm not the right person to call when you're adopting a child, right? The man said. He then looked at Izuku. Eri was hiding behind Izuku so she wasn't visible to the man. Is this the kid you're adopting? No, I did that a while ago. Inko replied. Wait, what? I'm not adopted. Izuku stated. Oh, did I never tell you? Izuku's mom looked at him with an evil grin. Where did this come from? She's never acted like this before. The person I'm adopting is the little girl behind him. Eri poked her head out from behind Izuku, then hid behind him again. Mrs. Midoriya, you know better than to call me for an adoption, especially since the police aren't the right people for that. What's going on? Izuku's mom got serious. What the heck? Since when could she get serious that fast? Izuku, I'd like you to tell Detective Tsukachi how you found Eri. Inko said in a way that had no room for argument, not that he would anyway. I was walking home when Eri bumped into me. She was terrified and needed help, so I brought her home. You're going to have to be more specific. Tsukachi said. The first words she said to me were, please don't let him take me, so decided to not let whoever was following her take her. Alright, we're going to have to ask Eri a few questions. Izuku and his mom glared at Tsukachi. The detective raised his hands in peace. Nothing specific yet, we just need to make sure we can legally remove her from her guardian and place her in your care. I'm watching you, Tsukachi. Inko said with narrowed eyes. You'll obviously be in the room, you can stop me if there is a question you don't like. Izuku, stay in the lobby while Eri and I talk to Detective Tsukachi. But, Izuku. Izuku went to the lobby and sat down. After about an hour, Izuku's mom and Eri walked into the lobby. Eri ran over to him and grabbed his arm. How are you doing, Eri? Izuku asked. Mrs. Inko said I get to stay with you. Eri seemed happy, but she wasn't smiling. Izuku decided not to pry. Izuku's mom ushered the two into the car and drove to the mall. Izuku followed his mom and Eri into a clothing store. His mom started grabbing clothes for Eri. His mom told him to grab a shirt for Eri. She definitely was testing him to see if he should be trusted to pick out clothes. Unfortunately, Izuku destroyed that trust when he came back with a t-shirt with the word hoodie on the front of it. Izuku's mom tried to make him put it back, but Eri wouldn't let her because Izuku picked it out. Eventually, Eri had all the clothes she needed and they left the store. Since it was pretty late, they got takeout for dinner. Eri seemed to be glowing at the taste of the food. Izuku's mom took Eri to bed. Eri got Izuku's bed and he got the couch until his mom turned his dad's old office into a bedroom, which might be a while considering that room had been untouched since his dad went to get milk. Izuku lay down on the couch. regretting that he had to go to school tomorrow instead of staying with Eri. The next few days were mostly boring, the same boring schedule. Wake up, go to school, train on the beach, play with Eri, go to bed, repeat. His range with his electricity had only increased a little bit, but progress was slow. He had been training his physical strength as well. Izuku wanted to be an underground hero, but he wanted to secure his spot in the hero course. Making it to the third round should be enough to do that. He'd lose his first one-on-one fight to exit the tournament without much attention, unless by some horrible slide of luck Mineta made it to the third round, then he'd take the chances to punt him into the stands. It was finally time for the UA Sports Festival. Izuku and his class was in the locker room. Todoroki approached Bakugo. "Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you," Todoroki said. "That's not going to go over well." "Huh? What did you say, you extra? I'm the strongest," Bakugo shouted while letting off a few explosions. Todoroki looked unimpressed. "Incorrect, but the point is that you're the only person here who could give me a challenge. I'm going to beat you." "What'd you say?" "I'm going to kill you out there." Todoroki is acting like a JRK. Normal, he's a lot quieter than this. "Woe declaring war on a fellow classmate?" Kirishima asked. The boy had been acting weird recently. "We're not here to make friends. We're here to be heroes. You don't seem enthusiastic about that." An announcement came over the intercom for Class 1A to come out to the stadium. The class started leaving the locker room. The class as a whole was walking down the massive hallway. They heard Present Mike announcing. "And first on the field we have the famous class that survived a villain attack mostly unharmed. It's Class 1A. Present Mike announced. Izuku stepped into the sunlight. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. "And first on the field we have the famous class that survived a villain attack mostly unharmed. It's Class 1A. Present Mike announced. Izuku stepped into the sunlight. Class 1A was met with loud cheering. The crowds were truly excited to see the famous Class 1A. Most of the class glowed in the attention, but a few, like Tokoyami and Koda, seemed very uncomfortable with the attention. Next up, these students haven't had a chance to shine, but don't count them out. It's Class 1B. The mentioned class came out of their tunnel. And we have the support corps students. What will these crazy inventors bring to the festival? And last but not least, we have the Gen Ed classes. Your lack of enthusiasm indicates that Gen Ed is in fact least. For our referee we have the R-rated heroine Midnight. Who allowed her to teach kids? Izuku asked. He managed to hear others wondering the same thing. Mineta was looking a bit too happy, so Izuku accidentally kneed his back. Midnight called the first place winner of the entrance exam up to give the athlete's oath. Bakugo walked up to the stage. Izuku leaned to the person next to him, who happened to be Kirishima. I bet $10 he insults every participant in the first 10 words. What? Bakubro would never. $10 he won't. Bakugo grabbed the mic. I'm gonna win, you bunch of extras. Kirishima sadly handed over his $10. Bakugo got off the stage despite the people booing him. After that rousing speech, it's time for the first event. Present Mike shouted. A giant wheel appeared on the screen behind Midnight. The wheel spun and landed on obstacle race. The obstacle race, Midnight said through the speakers. In this challenge, all of the students will go through a large track with 3 major obstacles. The first 42 to finish will advance to the next round. The students were guided to a tunnel at the beginning of the track. And begin. Present Mike shouted. Students started rushing towards the tunnel. Izuku was getting shoved around in the tunnel, so he jumped onto someone's shoulders and pushed off of them. Izuku was in the air when the ground froze. Izuku noticed that the purple boy that should replace Mineta was being held up by some members of Class 1C. Several of Izuku's classmates and some of Class 1B had passed through the tunnel despite Todoroki's attempts to freeze everyone in place. Izuku was out just in time to see a glorious sight. Mineta got punched in the face by a 3-point robot from the entrance exam. Izuku kept running, dodging robots. Izuku saw that Bakugo was about to pass Todoroki. Izuku, of course, decided to hinder Bakugo. Izuku passed Mineta and picked him up with his scarf snake and flung him at Bakugo's head. Izuku's human bullet hit its mark and Bakugo fell down. Whoa, what happened there? Present Mike shouted, my neta has somehow landed on Bakugo. Shoulda, how did that happen? Why would I tell you? Mr. Aizawa said with a small amount of smugness. Izuku was glad that no one pointed him out to the audience. He was also glad he got to see Mineta get thrown back at the people behind Bakugo. Just then Todoroki froze 2 0-pointers that Izuku hadn't noticed somehow. Todoroki passed between them. The ice broken and the 0-pointers fell on 2 students, killing them instantly. Oh wait, that was Kirishima killing one instantly. Apparently Kirishima had a clone that spray painted himself because neither of them died and they both dug their way out of the 0-pointer. Izuku climbed over the 0-pointer along with a few other contestants. After a bit more running, Izuku arrived at what was called the fall. A giant hole in the ground with some platforms to stand on and metal tight ropes connecting them. Izuku slowly shimmied his way across. He saw a pink-haired girl go swinging by with a grappling hook bag, laughing like a maniac. It took Izuku forever to fully cross. He got to the end in time to see Mineta stick himself to Yaoyorozu's back. Hey Yaoyorozu, you've got something on your back? Let me get it off. Izuku grabbed Mineta and tossed him over his shoulder and into the pit. Izuku saw the large amount of people who had an easy time with the fall moving on to the next obstacle. Izuku saw someone get blasted into the air by pink smoke. It's a minefield. At least it's obvious where the mines are, but there's only 20 people there. I'm going to have to slow my progress down to keep out of the spotlight, but I did throw Mineta into the pit, hopefully no one saw that. Izuku made his way through the minefield at an average pace. A couple people passed him, but it wasn't enough for him to be worried about making it through to the next round. Present Mike announced Todoroki as the winner and Bakugo a close second. He is not going to like that, Izuku thought. Nothing major happened after that. Izuku passed in 23rd place. Bakugo was yelling at Todoroki for succeeding. Kirishima and his twin were glaring at each other. Aoyama was trying to absorb the crowd's attention despite coming in 42nd place. All right everyone. Are you ready for the second event of the UA Sports Festival? Present Mike shouted. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. The second event of the UA Sports Festival is a cavalry battle. Midnight explained the event to the crowd because I'm too lazy to. Izuku was approached by the purple-haired boy that should replace Mineta. Do you want to join my team? Izuku thought about it for a couple seconds. Sure, I want you to repla. Izuku's words were cut off. Izuku's mind went blank. He was shocked out of his blank state of mind by a pain in the arm. He looked at his arm to see a scarf snake had bit his arm. It quickly retreated to his scarf. Well, that was rude. I didn't even know they could fully move on their own and I figure it out because it bit me? Forgot about it. Thanks for allowing me to join your team. I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? Purple Boy was startled for some reason but introduced himself anyway. Hitoshi Shinso. Do you have anyone else on your team yet? No, but I do have a couple ideas. Hey Midori. Can I join your group? Uraraka asked as she appeared behind him. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin. He landed beside Shinso and glared at Uraraka. Uraraka looked slightly sheepish. So, can I join your team? Uraraka asked. What do you think, Shinso? I'm alright with it. From what I saw in the first round, her quirk is useful. The group of 3 tried to find a 4th member. Uraraka tried asking Ida, but he didn't want to rely on Uraraka and Izuku for everything, so he declined. After searching for a while, Shinso was about to go get someone, whatever that meant. They were approached by a slightly dejected but still highly energetic pink-haired girl with strange goggles on her head. Hey Green, let me join your team. I saw you hit Explodo with the short purple kid. I know you would make good use of my throwable babies. Babies? Why do you want me to throw your child? Why did you bring your child into the sports festival? Izuku questioned with confusion and concern. This is my favorite baby I brought today. It's a super cool baby that lets me fly for short PRDS of time. The girl showed off her boots and used them to hover off the ground. Oh, you didn't mean literal children. Izuku sighed with relief. I made them so they are my babies. So you're the one who threw Mineta at Bakugo. Uraraka said. You heard nothing. What's your name? Shinso asked the pink-haired girl. I'm Mei Hatsum. future CEO of Hatsum Industries. Why do you want to join our team? I want to show off how amazing my babies are, and the first and second place participants didn't see the value of my amazing babies. We aren't going for attention though, Shinso said. But look at this baby, Hatsum said as she pulled something out from her bag. Hatsum, is that a grenade? Shinso asked. Welcome to the team, Izuku said. Shinso looked at him strangely. What? I get to throw a grenade at someone? Who wouldn't accept that offer? Are you okay, Midori? Yes, why wouldn't I be? Everyone get ready because the second round of the UA Sports Festival is about to begin, President Mike shouted. Shinso was quickly lifted onto the shoulders of the others. Izuku was at the front so he could have better visibility to throw grenades. Uraraka was on the right and Hatsum was on the left. Hatsum handed Izuku a grenade. Jo! Midnight shouted and cracked her whip. Almost every team launched themselves at Todoroki so they could steal the 10 million point headband. Izuku quickly picked Bakugo's team out and used one of his scarf snakes like a sling to launch the grenade at him. Unfortunately for Izuku, Power Loader didn't let first years bring explosives to the sports festival, so instead of giving Bakugo a taste of his own medicine, the blonde was covered in glitter, which was still pretty satisfying. Bakugo tried to see who threw the glitter bomb at him, but Izuku's team didn't stand out to him. Shinso directed them to stay away from the main crowd so they could stay out of sight. Their team watched Team Bakugo and Todoroki start fighting. A large amount of the other teams realized that it would be better to go after teams that didn't have the 10 million points. Izuku was having a great time launching grenades at anyone who tried to steal their points. Eventually Shinso let the team know that it was time to start getting points. There was a blonde nearby taunting Tsu's team. There seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking Tsu's tongue. Izuku sent a scarf snake to grab his headbands. Izuku was expecting to have to break a barrier and used too much force. The blonde was hit in the side of the head and almost fell off of his team. Izuku grabbed the headbands and launched a glitter bomb at them. 3 minutes left, President Mike shouted. How many glitter bombs are left? Shinso asked. 7, though we still have 15 flashbangs. We have flashbangs? Izuku shouted in surprise. Where are you storing all of these? Uraraka asked. Don't give Midoriya the flashbangs, Shinso commanded. Izuku was not given the flashbangs, much to his disappointment, but he was given more glitter bombs. Their team used Izuku's new strategy of throwing glitter bombs at a team and then running by them and stealing their headbands. Uraraka used her quirk to float Shinso up when someone tried to grab his headbands, and Izuku pulled him down from the sky. Izuku saw Bakugo reaching for the 10 million points headband. Hatsum, flashbang, Izuku stated. No, don't. Shinso was too late to stop anything as Izuku snacked the flashbang and launched it at Bakugo. There was a small flame on the left side of Todoroki's face, and then he was flashbanged. Time's up, everyone. Let's look at the results. In first place with over 10 million points, it's Team Todoroki. In second place with 970 points, it's Team Tetsu. Izuku glanced at the second-place team to see that Tokoyami and Aoyama had managed to convince 2 1B students to let them join their team. In third, it's Team B. Wait a second, it's Team Shinso. Where did they come from? And for last team to pass, we have Team Bakugo. Everyone take a break for now because it's time for the recreational games and lunch. Just remember that the next round is the most exciting event in the festival. President Mike shouted. All of the participants left the field. Izuku was surprised that Bakugo hadn't sought him out to yell at him. Izuku turned to Shinso. Shinso, your quirk is response-based, right? I saw you use it a couple of times. Yeah, so what? Shinso said, suddenly sounding hostile. I know a few things that could get a response. Izuku said. Izuku and Shinso started talking about ways to get people to respond to Shinso. The remaining participants were gathered in one of the rooms waiting to see the matchups for the final round. Izuku was standing next to Shinso. I wonder who I have to lose to? Izuku asked. What do you mean? Don't you want to win the sports festival? Shinso asked. I've done enough to secure my place in 1A. I plan on going underground, and any more attention would be bad for that. The matches finally appeared on screen. Now how do I make my loss look convincing and never mind? What? Izuku was set to fight against Bakugo. Izuku, being petty, decided that he wouldn't drop out in the first match. He couldn't have Bakugo thinking that Izuku couldn't kick his, but now could he? I'll drop out in my second fight. I have a Pomeranian to punt. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. The crowd was going wild with excitement over the one-on-one battles. This is the event you've all been waiting for. The one-on-one fights. In this event you get to live out every middle schooler's dream and watch students beat each other up. Present Mike shouted. First up we have the mad genius of 1H Mei Hatsum. Fighting her we have the living vehicle Tenya Ida. Wait, what is Ida wearing? Hatsum had somehow gotten Ida to put on some support gear that she made. There was some talking between Midnight and the two participants before Ida was allowed to wear the support gear. Begin! Midnight shouted as she cracked her whip. Izuku felt bad for Ida. He just got used as an advertisement for the whole round before Hatsum stepped out of bounds. It was safe to say that Ida wasn't very pleased with his fight. Ashido was up against Tokoyami next. Izuku had an idea of how this fight would go, but he could always be wrong. Entering from Gate 1 we have the best bird in 1A. Don't offer him a cracker please, it's Fumikage Tokoyami. From Gate 2 we have the Dance Revolution Queen, it's Mina Ishido. Present Mike said. Begin. Midnight said. Dark Shadow rushed at Ishido. She tried to hit Dark Shadows with acid, but she was unprepared for the basic tactic of zigzagging. She missed every single acid shot and was shoved out of bounds while Tokoyami led his quirk fight. The fight was over disappointingly quick. From the left we have the surprised Pikachu Denki Kaminari. From the right we have the ice-cold warrior Shoto Todoroki. What's with my introduction? Kaminari asks in disappointment. Begin. Kaminari was immediately encased by an iceberg. The giant iceberg was flooding out of the stadium and almost hit the crowd. Even people outside of the stadium could see it. Todoroki was announced as the winner. He unfroze Kaminari and left the iceberg for someone else to clean up. Said person happened to be Endeavor, who was not pleased about being on cleanup duty, which was rather funny. Izuku decided to head down to his prep room despite the extra time it would take to clean up Todoroki's mess. Izuku sat in the prep room drinking a soda he bought from a vending machine. Should I wait for Bakugo to attack me and flip him out of bounds, or should I attack him? Izuku thought, I should attack him. He wouldn't get his ego damaged as much if he lost on a technicality instead of a fair fight, Izuku concluded. After a few minutes of plotting, Endeavor finally finished cleaning up the stadium like the good little janitor he was. From the first gate we have the blonde bomber of Class 1A Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike announced. Izuku pulled his scarf over his nose to block out any dust. From the second gate we have the serpent of 1A Izuku Midoriya. Meanwhile at the Midoriya household. Inka, look. Izu's on the TV. Eri said. She sounded happy but she wasn't smiling. That was something Inko had noticed. Eri didn't smile. Inko really wanted to find something to make her smile. Unfortunately she didn't know what to do yet, so she sat down next to her. Yes Eri, he is. Fight. Midnight shouted. Bakugo and Izuku rushed at each other. Bakugo tried to hit him with a right hook explosion, but Izuku slid under it and kicked his ankles. Izuku quickly got out of the way of an explosion. What was that? Why aren't you using your quirk, huh? I've beaten you in a fight without it. If you want me to use it, make me. Is he really that upset that I didn't use my quirk on the first attack? You looking down on me, Bakugo once again rushed at him. Instead of an explosive right hook he went for a very telegraphed explosion to the face that allowed Izuku to duck and sweep Bakugo's legs out from under him. Izuku tried to pin Bakugo to the ground, but he was hit by an explosion to the chest. He quickly stood up and got into a fighting stance. Bakugo blasted towards him. Izuku sidestepped and grabbed Bakugo's arm to slam him into the ground. Bakugo managed to land an explosion to his arm. Bakugo kept attacking him and Izuku kept dodging or using Bakugo's attacks against him. Stop dodging, you coward! Izuku decided to respond in the best way possible, sarcasm. Yes, O King Bakugo, I shall intentionally allow myself to be exploded instead of fighting back. Izuku said this managed to anger Bakugo enough to use his special attack. Bakugo blasted himself into the air and used his explosions to start spinning. The smoke from the explosion started to spin around him, most likely blocking his vision. Izuku ran around Bakugo and covered his ears. Bakugo shouted his attack name in a way that someone sure of his victory would. Howitzer impact! Bakugo shouted as he released a massive explosion from his hands. Izuku was almost knocked off his feet by the blast, but he managed to stay standing. Bakugo was standing in front of a dust cloud trying to see what happened to Izuku. Izuku silently ran at him. Izuku kneed his back into the ground and put Bakugo's hands against the back of the blonde's head, effectively pinning him down. This seems familiar, doesn't it? Izuku asked. Bakugo did his best to get up, but he was unable to move enough to escape. Bakugo is immobilized. Midoriya is the winner. Midnight announced. Izuku hopped off of Bakugo and started walking away. Bakugo quietly slinked off, which was a first. Coming out from the left tunnel, we have the forever tired Gen Ed student with a head of messed up cotton candy. It's Hitoshi Shinso. And from the left tunnel, we have the boy who can fix anything with duct tape from his elbows. It's Hanta. Present Mike announced. Fight. Midnight said. Before Siro shot tape at Shinso, the purple boy asked a question. Isn't tradition just peer pressure from the dead? Siro, justifiably confused by the question, responded. Wah, and was immediately brainwashed by Shinso. Walk out of the arena. Siro walked out of the battlefield very slowly. Midnight stared a moment before announcing Shinso's victory. Izuku clapped loudly, proud that Shinso took his advice on getting people to talk. First on the field we have the bubbly brunette, it's Achiko Uraraka. Next we have the glitter bomb Yuga Aoyama. Fight! Mineta shouted something perverted. Luckily for everyone, Tsu used Siro to tape Mineta's mouth shut. Uraraka dodged Aoyama's first laser but was scraped by the second. Uraraka pushed through the pain and tried to get closer to him. Aoyama's thought process did not involve Uraraka getting close to him, so when he started floating he didn't give a thought to physics and tried to shoot her with his laser. This, of course, ended with him being blown out of the arena and into the wall. Aoyama is out of bounds. Uraraka is the winner. From Gate 1 we have the jungle of 1B Ibara Shiozaki. Present Mike announced. And from Gate 2 we have the living crafting table Momo Yaoyorozu. Start your fight. Shiozaki sent her vines to try and restrain Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu used her quirk to create. Is that a chainsaw? Yaoyorozu turned on the chainsaw and started tearing through Shiozaki's vines like a psycho. Anytime Shiozaki's vines got close there was a chainsaw in the way, though the large mass of vines meant that Yaoyorozu wasn't making much progress either. Yaoyorozu tossed the chainsaw aside and made a flamethrower. Yaoyorozu set fire to the vines near her. Shiozaki's tried to put the fire out, but it only ended with more fire. I yield, I yield. Shiozaki shouted, understandably panicked by her hair going up in flames. Yaoyorozu created a fire extinguisher and sprayed Shiozaki's hair down. Yaoyorozu won and Izuku now had a healthy fear of her. For the final fight of the first level of the one-on-one fights we have the Man of Steel Tetsu against the embodiment of We have Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson at home, Ejiro Kirishima. Let the battle begin. Kirishima and Tetsu ran at each other, matching each other blow for blow. It looked like they were just copying each other. It was pretty boring to be honest. Then something interesting happened. Kirishima's arm lit up as he punched Tetsu and the metallic boy went blasting into the wall. Izuku stared at Kirishima's mangled arm. What in the crusty Krabby Patty was that? Kirishima and Tetsu were taken to Recovery Girl to get any injuries healed. With that exciting end to the first round of matches, it's inner to begin the next section. Present Mike shouted, but Izuku couldn't stop thinking about Kirishima's little display. Kirishima's quirk is hardening, so how could he have done that? The equation for force: if force equals mass times acceleration, maybe his hardening affects his mass and it evolved to affect acceleration as well? That's a bit weird but not impossible. He broke his arm though. Maybe manifesting a new part of someone's quirk is like just getting your quirk. In that case I might be able to help him. I'll ask after the festival. Are you ready for the second round of the 1vs1 battles? Present Mike shouted, "In the first fight we have the former advertisement Tenya Ida against Hawk's secret love child Fumikage Tokoyami." Wait a minute, who wrote that in my notebook? Izuku managed to catch a small glimpse of something on Todoroki's face, but he didn't know what. With that interesting commentary over with, fight, Midnight spoke. Ida used his quirk to speed up to Tokoyami, attempting to kick him out of bounds. Dark Shadow redirected Ida's kick and grabbed his arm. Dark Shadow slammed Ida's arm to the ground, causing the boy to hit the ground full force. Ida returned to standing and once again charged at Tokoyami. He managed to avoid Dark Shadow and he landed a strong kick to Tokoyami's side. Unfortunately for Ida, Dark Shadow had turned around and crashed into Ida, tackling him to the ground just outside of the boundary. Ida is out of bounds, Tokoyami is the winner. Midnight shouted. Izuku made his way to the entrance tunnel of the arena. He was stopped by a large hand grabbing his shoulder. Izuku ducked out of the grip and spun around ready to fight whoever grabbed him, only to see the number 2 hero. Izuku quickly thought of everything he knew about the hero. Endeavor, real name, Enji Todoroki, quirk, Hellflame. A very strong fire quirk able to destroy villains easily. Estimated villain casualties around 700, estimated civilian casualties around 500. More property damage than every other Japanese hero combined. Had 4 children, 1 disappeared, most likely dead. Boy, I don't know what your quirk is, but you better put on a show for my Shoto. That seems suspicious. He doesn't seem to be a proud father expressing the care of his child, so why did he say, my Shoto? His childish rebellion has gone on for too long. Make him use my fire. My masterpiece is too good to be confined to his mother's power. Masterpiece? Endeavor's fire? His mother's power? I don't have a full scope on what's going on, but I can get the gist of it. Go eat a pufferfish or something and get out of my face, you sad excuse for a hero. Izuku said before he started walking away. What did you just say to me, you brat? I said that you need to get out of the restricted section before I tell someone that the number 2 hero was harassing a UA student. And one more thing, get a new set of eyes because something is clearly wrong with them if you see Todoroki as a masterpiece. Izuku turned the corner and entered the tunnel. For this fight we have the human popsicle Shoto Todoroki against the boy whose most defining feature is a scarf, Izuku Midoriya. Hey Todoroki, how often do you want to punch your dad in the face? I just met him and the more he spoke the more I realized he has a face that's just begging to be hit. Todoroki didn't have a large reaction, but the twitch of his lips seemed like a good sign. Fight! Midnight shouted. Todoroki tried to freeze Izuku, but he was able to dodge the oncoming ice. Todoroki sent another wave of ice. Izuku tried to jump out of the way, but his foot got caught in the ice. One of his scarf snakes bit the ice near his foot, breaking more of the ice than Izuku was expecting. At least Izuku's foot was freed. Todoroki kept sending wave after wave of ice that Izuku either dodged or broke out of. The volume of ice became less and less. Izuku saw that frost was appearing on Todoroki's right side. Is that the effect of only using one side of his quirk? He could easily fix that if he used his fire, even if he didn't attack with it. He's willing to hurt himself for something that petty. Upon this realization, Izuku decided that Todoroki was being an idiot and decided to knock some sense into him. You're hurting yourself, Todoroki. Your body is freezing. Todoroki's eyes slightly narrowed. Did my father put you up to this? Why would I do anything that Spitwad wants me to do just because he said so? So he did. Look, I was going to just leave it alone and ignore him, but I'm not going to let someone hurt themselves for any reason. I don't know what happened exactly, but at least use it enough to not freeze to death. I will never use my father's flames. Izuku face-bombed. Then don't use his flames, use yours. What does that mean? As much as you seem to hate Endeavor, you still have a similar thought process regarding your quirk. Endeavor's fire, this Endeavor's fire that, get your head on straight, it's your fire not his, and if he says otherwise put out his fire beard. Todoroki stared blankly at Izuku for a moment. His eyes seemed to be seeing something else. You there, Todoroki? Todoroki's left side burst into flames. What kind of crazy are you, helping your enemy? Don't you want to win? Izuku prepared to charge and Todoroki's hands moved forwards. A single thought crossed Izuku's mind. Didn't I plan on losing this round unremarkably? Concrete walls arose from the center of the arena, but Todoroki's attack broke through them. Izuku blacked out. Todoroki wins. Hello everyone. I'm here to announce that there will be a delay in the next fight while the arena is repaired. Don't worry about the competitors, we have Recovery Girl on standby to heal them. Izuku woke up in the infirmary. Recovery Girl was also in the infirmary and noticed that he was awake. She quickly waddled over and hit him on the head. What were you thinking, you idiot child? You could have gotten yourself killed. In my defense, I wasn't expecting an explosion. Because of this, you have to stay here for the rest of the festival to heal. Go back to sleep now. Recovery Girl used her quirk on him to heal him and make him pass out. The repairs are finally finished, so it's time for the next fight. We have the boy with eye bags the size of a car, Shinso Hitoshi, against the girl who floated into the ceiling multiple times, Ochako Uraraka. Begin. Shinso spoke before Uraraka moved to attack him. There is no physical evidence that today is Tuesday, we just have to trust that someone kept count since the first one ever. Huh? Uraraka asked with a pale face. Was that too much for you? You have single-handedly ruined my day. Shinso took control of Uraraka. Walk out of the arena. Uraraka slowly started walking out of the arena. Uraraka crossed the boundary line and Shinso was announced the winner. First up, we have the Rocky Boy Ejiro Kirishima against the most unhinged member of Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. Fight. Kirishima hardened his body and ran at Yaoyorozu, intending to take her out quickly. Yaoyorozu created a pickaxe. Anytime Kirishima got close to Yaoyorozu, she used her pickaxe to chip off a piece of his skin. Yaoyorozu realized that this fight and used her next tactic, a full-sized cannon. The cannon blasted a cannonball at Kirishima. Kirishima's great strategy was to take it head-on. He was able to tank the first cannonball but was knocked over by the second. Yaoyorozu took the chance to create a sledgehammer and repeatedly slam it into Kirishima's chest until his hardened skin started to crack. Kirishima grabbed the sledgehammer and ripped it out of Yaoyorozu's hands and threw it away. Kirishima stood back up, but he was unstable. Yaoyorozu shot the cannon again. This time Kirishima was knocked much further back than the first two times. He was right on the edge of the boundary line. Yaoyorozu ran up to him and slammed a new sledgehammer into his face, making him fall. Out of bounds. Yaoyorozu wins. Almost anyone who wasn't afraid of Yaoyorozu after her first fight was scared now. Are you all ready for the semi-finals? For the first fight, we have the emo bird Fumikage Tokoyami against the boy who decided that the arena didn't look good and had to be destroyed, Shoto Todoroki. Midnight was standing at the very back of her podium, probably trying to avoid any potential explosions without leaving her post. Fight. Todoroki performed his usual strategy of making an iceberg. Unfortunately, dark shadow broke through the ice. Todoroki didn't try freezing them again. He sent giant pillars of ice fly at them and crash into them, sending them out of bounds. Todoroki wins. A bit anticlimactic after his last fight, but not every fight can be epic. For the second fight of the semifinals, we have the boy who I'm losing descriptors for, Shinso Hitoshi. And his opponent is the most terrifying student of this year, Momo Yaoyorozu. Fight. The term dumpling implies the existence of a large dumple. What size do you think the large dumple would be? Maybe like the size of a human head. Yaoyorozu pulled out a bat and started running at him. I'd say it'd be around the size of... Yaoyorozu froze, almost falling down because of her momentum. Walk out of the arena, Shinso said. Yaoyorozu left the arena. What's with all of the anticlimactic fights? Shinso wins. Welcome to the final battle of the UA Sports Festival. We have the boy who won all of his fights without lifting a finger, Shinso Hitoshi. As his opponent, we have the student who gave the cold shoulder to almost all of his opponents, Shoto Todoroki. Will this fight be another easy victory for one of these competitors, or will it be a difficult fight? Let's find out. Fight. Todoroki froze Shinso inside an iceberg, but Shinso could still talk. Did you know that Lego people live in houses made of their own flesh? Unfortunately for Shinso, Todoroki barely ever talks, and he had a bad parent, so he didn't know what Legos were. No matter what Shinso said, Todoroki didn't talk even when Shinso asked important questions like, "Do crabs think fish are flying?" Or statement phrased as questions such as, "Did you know that your bones are wet?" The match ended with Todoroki as the winner of the sports festival. Izuku had finally been let out of the infirmary a few minutes after the final fight ended. He made his way to his class's seating area. Izuku arrived just as the podiums were being raised into the stadium. He was glad to see Shinso on the podium. Hopefully that meant the hero student who did the worst in the festival, Mineta, would be replaced. All Might landed next to Midnight. All Might moved to the podium to give medals. He gave the bronze medals to Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu and whispered something to them. He repeated the action with Shinso and Todoroki. "I think it's time we give a cheer for all of our brave competitors." All Might shouted, "Thank you for the hard work." Plus Ultra. The crowd shouted. There was an awkward moment of silence. Izuku took this time to look around the class section. He noticed Ida was not there. Sometime after the sports festival ended, Izuku made his way home. Breaking news: Turbo Hero Ingenium attacked by Hero Killer, possible career-ending English chapter text. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. The walk from the train to school was very wet, because that's how rain works. Izuku stopped at a crosswalk. Ida ran to the crosswalk and stopped next to him. "Ida, you alright?" "I am doing perfectly fine, Midoriya. Now we must hurry to school or we will be late." Ida rushed across the crosswalk. Izuku looked both ways and crossed to the other side. "He is not okay." Mr. Aizawa entered the classroom and started taking attendance. Then something incredible happened. "Mineta, you're in the wrong classroom." "What are you talking about? This is my class?" "If you bothered to read your email, you would know that this is not your classroom anymore. You're in class 1C. You can't kick me out. My parents are on the school board. It is school policy that if a general education student is on the podium, they immediately replace the hero student that did the worst in the sports festival, no exceptions." "But no exceptions, get out." Mineta left, complaining all the way. The class was quiet, surprised that one of their classmates was actually kicked out. "Party at my house," Mina shouted. "Discuss party plans on your own time." Mr. Aizawa said, as I implied when Mineta left, "He's being replaced. Come in, Shinso." Shinso opened the door and walked to Mineta's old seat. Mr. Aizawa nodded, appreciating that Shinso didn't waste any time. "Today we're going over your internship offers, but before that you will be choosing your hero names. Be careful, you might be able to change it later, but you may gain notoriety and be stuck with it. If that happens," Mr. Aizawa was cut off. "You'll die of cringe," Midnight said as she kicked the door in. "Did you have to interrupt me?" "Yes." "You disappoint me." Mr. Aizawa turned to the class. "I'm not qualified to judge hero names, so Midnight is here. Everyone has 10 minutes to make a hero name. Here's a board to write it on. Go." Izuku was not the best with names, so he had Googled a few things previously, so he had a name picked out. "All right, everyone, it has been 10 minutes. Who is the first volunteer?" Aoyama walked to the front. "My fabulous name is I Cannot Stop Twinkling." "Is he serious?" "That's too long. Get rid of the I and shorten it to Can't." "Yuga Aoyama, hero name, Can't Stop Twinkling." Is Midnight actually qualified to rate our names? Next. Sue walked up and showed her board. "I've had this name picked out since I was a child, Froppy. It's adorable." "Approved." Midnight said. With that upbeat note, the class started presenting their names. Izuku went after Bakugo because there was no way his hero name could be worse than King Explosion Murder or Lord Explosion Murder. "My hero name is Mamba. Snake-themed, it fits well enough." "Approved." With that, Izuku started analyzing the others' hero names. Only two stuck out to him. Shoto Todoroki, hero name, Shoto. And Tenya Ida, hero name, Tenya. Izuku was concerned that they just picked their own names. Todoroki seemed weird enough to do it normally, but not Ida. Mr. Aizawa kicked Midnight out of the room. "Now that you all have hero names with the exception of Bakugo." Bakugo growled that both his murdery hero names were denied. "You'll be given the list of your internship offers. Normally the number of offers per person is a lot closer, but there were a lot more eyes on the first years this time around. Mr. Aizawa put the results on the screen. Izuku was not very excited to see his name in second, just below Todoroki. Todoroki's had just below 3,000 while Izuku had offers in the low 2,000s. The next highest offer was Shinso with just above 1,000 offers. Tsu questioned why Izuku got more offers than Shinso despite doing worse. Because a marketable fight means that you are more likely to be a popular hero and the more recognition they get when you go pro with their help. So it's because your fight looked cooler than Shinso's? Basically, pretty dumb considering he could beat most of us in a fight. Take your offers. For people with over 1,000 they're on a little tablet instead of paper because something about the amount of papers. Look them over. I expect you to have your internships chosen by the end of the school day tomorrow. Izuku started looking through his list to see if there was any heroes that could be able to help him. He found a name he wasn't expecting in the E section, Edgeshot. Edgeshot's whole thing was being a ninja, and he often performed underground work, so having an offer from him was incredible for Izuku. I guess one good thing did come from showing off too much. The bell rang and they were dismissed to their morning classes. Izuku managed to pull Kirishima aside on the way to lunch. Hey Kirishima, can I talk to you about something? Sure dude. Kirishima said with less enthusiasm than expected. What was that thing that happened to your arm at the sports festival? Why were you able to produce that kind of force? When did your quirk mutate, and why did it mutate in a way that seems unrelated to your quirk? Why did you get super strong instead of being able to harden your body more or harden other objects? Izuku spoke, almost starting a full mumble spree. Whoa, too fast, slow down. Kirishima said, what happened to make your quirk mutate so drastically? What do you mean? You didn't have super strength you used at the sports festival at the beginning of the school year. Kirishima started to look nervous. I don't understand what happened much either. I just punched him and boom. Broken arm. Izuku face-bombed, then sighed with exasperation. Quirks don't just mutate randomly. You have to have mastered your quirk and be in a high-stress situation, or you were in a situation where you almost died. That's how quirk mutations work. And since the mutation has nothing to do with your quirk, the only reasonable option is the second. Kirishima was quiet. Izuku pat his shoulder. Whatever happened, you can talk to me. Life or death situations are no fun, I should know. Izuku left Kirishima to ponder his words. So where are you going for your internship? Uraraka asked their lunch table. The table had grown to include Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Tsu, and, surprisingly, Shinso. Yaoyorozu spoke up first. I was planning on interning with Iwabami. Are you sure that's the best idea? Izuku said. Iwabami is more of a celebrity than a hero. She really only does hero work in disasters. Yes, oh hidden hero nerd, shine your wisdom upon us. Uraraka said before bursting into a fit of giggles. You sound like a less edgy Tokoyami Karo. You want some hero knowledge? Endeavor's fire beard only exists to hide how ugly he is. Todoroki let out a small snort. Holy crap, Ida didn't lecture me about insulting a hero. Are you sure you should say that in front of Todoroki? Uraraka asked, glancing at Ida. I actually find it quite humorous. Todoroki said. I'm going with Selkie Karo, Tsu said, getting them back on topic. Izuku nodded, noting that Tsu wanted to be an aquatic hero. I'm going to join Gunhead. I may be planning on being a rescue hero, but I need to learn how to fight. Makes sense. Where are you going, Todoroki? I will be interning with Endeavor. Izuku winced. Are you sure about that? Endeavor is the best hero to learn about controlling my fire. Remember what I said, if starts being annoying, put out his beard. Izuku said. I will never forget it. Shinso, you had some offers, right? Uraraka asked. Shinso looked startled to be included. I did, but since I don't have as much training as you guys, I have to do an internship with Mr. Aizawa. You plan on going underground, right? Interning with Eraserhead will be great for you. Izuku said. Shinso's head snapped to Izuku. Mr. Aizawa is Eraserhead? Mr. Aizawa is who? Uraraka asked. Eraserhead, only the best underground hero ever. Shinso whisper shouted. I didn't know you had it in you to fanboy. Izuku said. It's Eraserhead. Midoriya, who are you interning with? Karo. I'm probably going to Edgeshot's agency. I thought you wanted to go underground too? Shinso said. Midoriya? Underground? Did you see the sports festival? I kind of forgot a bunch of people were watching and didn't immediately lose to Todoroki like I planned to. Plus Edgeshot does some underground work as well, he's a ninja after all. If you wanted to be hidden, why did you beat Bakugo? Todoroki asked. Pure spite, couldn't let him keep thinking he's the best. Shinso nodded, fair enough. Ida, where are you going for your internship? Izuku asked. I have not yet decided who I will be interning with. Really? You seem like the type who would have figured this out quickly. Uraraka said. I was originally planning on interning at my brother's agency, but he is unavailable. Ida said. After that comment, the table was quiet for the rest of the meal. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. The Muzutafu train station was full, but not as crowded as the early mornings when people go to work. All right, brats, you all have your tickets? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yes, sensei. The class chorused. Then go find your trains. Remember, no hero costumes in public unless you're doing work with your mentor. The class broke apart. Izuku managed to catch Ida going to a train bound for Hosu. Ida, don't do anything stupid. I do not know why you would think I would do something stupid. Let me rephrase that, don't do anything that could get you killed. Do not worry, Midoriya, I shall come back alive. You better, or I'm going to do something stupid and possibly very illegal. Izuku quickly ran to his train. The train ride was uneventful as expected. When the train stopped at the station, there was someone waiting for him. It was someone from Edgeshot's agency, not one of the sidekicks. Izuku would have recognized them. Izuku was taken to the Edgeshot agency. He was being taken to a training room where he would meet Edgeshot. The ninja hero was waiting for him. Midoriya, I assume? Shot said. Yes, sir. Good, we'll head out to another building I own. There's already a training exercise set up. We're getting started already? The sooner we start, the more you learn. Izuku was taken to a warehouse owned by Edgeshot. On the other side of the building there's an office. Get to it without being seen. If you are seen, keep going. I'll count how many times you were spotted. I've informed the staff that someone will be trying to sneak through, so they will be on guard. Begin. Izuku took a second to process before quickly moving to the end of the entryway. He made sure no one was in sight before using his scarf snakes to pull himself on top of the massive shelves holding whatever the warehouse was currently holding. You have 10 minutes. Edgeshot shouted, alerting the staff that Izuku was starting. Izuku made sure to stay low while moving as fast as he could. Hey, you up there? It only took 2 minutes for Izuku to be spotted. Despite being as quiet as he could, moving on a metal shelf can be noisy. He also cast a shadow when he had to move between shelves. Izuku quickly continued forwards. Izuku was seen a total of 8 times and finished in 17 minutes. Not horrible for a first time. Edgeshot said, you have a lot to learn, but at least you don't constantly draw attention to yourself like I was expecting. If you were expecting that, why did you send me an internship offer? You seem to be trying to hide in the first 2 rounds. I figured you might have a chance. Thank you, Edgeshot. Now the first step to stealth is learning how to move quietly. Kirishima was expecting Gran Torino to be someone incredible. He was expecting a big building where a hero good enough to train All Might would have retired to, not a decrepit building with an old man's corpse on the floor. Wait, what? Holy crap, he's dead. I'm not trained for this. What would the manly thing to do be? Call the police. They can find who killed this helpless old man in his pajamas. Kirishima was kicked in the side and as launched across the room. Who are you calling helpless, you Canadian flag? Didn't you learn to respect your elders? He's alive. And he's angry. I am so sorry for insulting you, sir. You better be. The grumpy old man said. Why'd you call me a Canadian flag? I don't resemble a horde of geese in military attire. Oh, I'm remembering the old flag again. The old man's attitude suddenly changed to that of a polite old man. Who are you, youngin? What are you doing in my house? I'm Ejiro Kirishima. I was given this address for my internship for Gran Torino. Do you know where he is? Oh, come in, come in. Kirishima was very confused. With his confusion, he did not realize that the old man was about to kick him again. I'm Gran Torino, you're here to learn about One for All. So you better give it all you've got. Kirishima stood straight. So manly, sir. He shouted. Who are you again? Ida would come back from his internship alive. He'd kill Stain, continue with his internship, then go to UA safely. Simple, right? Wrong. Manuel seemed to know exactly why he was here, and was determined to keep him from doing so. He was stuck inside learning paperwork for the first day. Ida would love to say that he knew what was going on and enjoyed it, but he was starting to understand why Mr. Aizawa was always tired. Ida would never be able to understand how someone could survive all this paperwork without an agency. Izuku had been learning tips for stealth in the last 2 days, so it was time for him to give the warehouse another shot. The first thing he did was climb onto the shelves, but instead of stopping there he climbed onto the metal rafters. Why are the lights hanging from the rafters? That's just bad design, but good for me. Izuku did his best to quietly move through the rafters, using his scarf snakes to make sure he didn't fall. What are you doing up there? Get down here now. He got spotted again, but at least it was later than last time. The rafters were a better choice, but he wasn't good enough at stealth to actually go unnoticed. You were only seen 3 times, much better than before. Thank you, sir. You've learned some basic stealth. Now there are a couple more things you need to learn, like parkour. Moving across rooftops is very important for an underground hero. That makes sense. In the few videos I've seen of underground heroes, they mostly use rooftop transportation. Edgeshot's work phone started ringing. I have to take this. Edgeshot pulled his phone out. Izuku listened to Edgeshot's side of the conversation. Hello. I can't do that right now. I have an intern from UA. What do you mean take them with me? Why would I bring a child on a trip to hunt down the hero killer? Are you out of your mind? I don't care if you dock my pay for this, I'm not going to take a kid to a fight with a serial killer. What do you mean you'll suspend my license? I'll go, but I'm leaving my intern here. That's complete bull crap. After several minutes of yelling, debating, and probably threats from whoever was onto the other end of the phone, Edgeshot finally agreed to take his intern to Hosu. Midoriya, when you become a hero, avoid the HPSC's attention as much as possible. Sometimes I wish I stayed underground so they wouldn't bother me. So we are going to Hosu? Yes, it's unfortunate, but at least the commission didn't specify where in Hosu, so we can just stay away from where Stain has been spotted. On the off chance we do encounter him, run and call for backup. Yes, sir. Pack your things, we leave in the morning. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Getting to Hosu wasn't a problem, neither was getting to an area where they could practice roof hopping without people seeing them. The problem came when someone decided to set off a massive explosion in the city. Izuku was mid-roof hop when it happened and messed up his landing, causing him to fall face first on the roof. Come with me. We need to go. Izuku and Edgeshot started crossing rooftops, Izuku using his quirk to pull himself across roofs quicker than he could jump. After 5 minutes or so they made it to the edge of the chaos. Izuku looked in the center of the danger zone. That thing looks like Nomo from the USJ. Izuku remembered what the anti-skincare villain from the USJ said. Meet the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. There's more Nomu? Edgeshot. That's a Nomu. It's a bioengineered creature built by the League of Villains. The one at the USJ had multiple quirks. Good to know. Help me search for civilians. Endeavor is here, he can handle that thing for now. Izuku, Edgeshot, and a few small-time heroes started escorting fleeing civilians away from the fires. When Izuku was going back for his 3rd round of escorting civilians, he heard something he really didn't want to. Ida? Ida, where are you? The normal hero, Manuel, put his finger up to his comm system. Ida has gone missing, keep an eye out for him, I can't search for him now. Edgeshot? Do I have permission to search for my missing classmate? Yes, if he is fighting one of these things or someone else, call for backup and don't engage unless absolutely necessary. Yes, Edgeshot, sir. Izuku sent his scarf to latch onto a nearby roof and pulled himself up. He started searching the nearby alleys. He found nothing at first, but then he got a message from Kirishima. It was in the class group chat. All it had was a nearby location. He heard the sound of metal hitting something solid. Izuku dashed to where he heard the sound multiple more times. He looked down into the alley just in time for Kirishima to be cut on his torso. Kirishima fell to the ground. "Why can't I move?" Kirishima shouted. Izuku sent his location to edge shot with a single word, stain. That was all Izuku planned to do until he saw both Ida and the pro-hero native on the ground. Even though he wanted to help, he knew that things would only be worse if he attacked Stain, especially since there were many nearby heroes who had experience in combat. That train of thought went out the window as soon as Stain was standing over Ida with a katana about to pin his skull to the ground. Izuku's scarf reacted. One snake tried to bite Stain's shoulder while the other went for the katana. Stain jumped away from Ida to avoid the bite to the shoulder, swinging his katana to hit the snake, but instead of cutting the snake's scarf, the katana shattered under the bite force. Stain pulled out a second katana while Izuku got off the roof and in front of Ida. "I told you not to do anything stupid, and what do? The exact thing that I told you not to. This is my fight. Stay out of it." Izuku managed to avoid a knife that was thrown at him. "If it's your fight, why aren't you fighting?" Stain decided to start speaking. "All fake heroes must be purged. You are just a kid, so move out of the way." "No, I don't think I will. Ida is also a kid, maybe you should let him go too. This kid attempted to kill me in revenge, and you sat back and watched me move to kill him. The only one here with hero potential is the red one. So you're blaming a hormonal teen for trying to kill the person who crippled his brother and idol? And you're blaming me, someone fresh out of middle school, for hesitating to jump in to attack a serial killer known for killing strong adults. You don't have a heroic spirit. And you don't have a nose." That made Stain mad. "I should not have said that." Stain adjusted his grip on his weapon. "I should not have said that." Izuku barely dodged the first two attacks. He managed to bite Stain's katana again, but Stain kicked him across the alley. Izuku saw a bright glow and latched onto a couple of windowsills with his scarf and pulled himself up in time to avoid a blast of fire. Izuku moved to the source of the fire and the wave of ice right after it. "Thanks for the save, Todoroki. When Kirishima sent me a location I wasn't expecting. Stain, give more context. It was more manly to keep Ida alive than spend time giving specifics." "It's about time, Eraserhead," Izuku said, looking over Stain's shoulder. Stain whirled around and threw a knife behind him, only for there to be no one there. Izuku sent a scarf snake after Stain and bit his shoulder, making sure to bite with less force than he bit the Nomu. This was the wrong move. Stain ripped his shoulder from the bite and charged at Izuku, dodging Todoroki's ice and fire. He cut Todoroki, then like the knife. Then Todoroki fell to the ground. Izuku tried and failed to keep his distance from Stain. Izuku was cut and paralyzed by Stain. Stain stood over Izuku. "All false heroes must be purged. You are a seed that will inevitably grow into one of these false heroes, so you must die." Stain continued his fanatical rant. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to find anything he could do. With his reasonable panic at the prospect of imminent death, Izuku let out a spark of electricity from his fingers. That single spark gave Izuku an idea, just in time too, because Stain was pulling out another blade. Izuku decided to steal Kaminari's fighting style, otherwise known as releasing a large amount of electricity from his body all at once. Stain was caught by surprise and was electrocuted. Izuku did his best to keep the electricity going, but Stain was still moving, if a lot slower than before. Stain slowly pulled out his knife. "Wonder how long it will take for that to penetrate my skull. That'll be a slow way to go." Stain was hit by a brick. Ida was able to move again, but due to the electricity he couldn't get close, so he started kicking things at Stain. Stain turned his attention to Ida. He slowly moved towards him. Kirishima managed to stand up and hardened his body. Izuku's electricity stuttered to a stop, freeing Stain to attack the two other students. Stain was moving much slower due to the large amount of electricity he just endured. It was a miracle he was still alive, or he was just that strong. Ida avoided the knife while Kirishima hardened his body and started sparking. Kirishima punched Stain, sending him across the alley, but that didn't stop him. The madman just ran back faster than he was before. Izuku's fingers twitched. He started trying to get up to continue fighting Stain, but then Stain jumped to the left to avoid something thin, only for another one to hit him and cut off the blood flow to Stain's brain. Stain passed out. Ed's shot landed on the ground of the alley. Why were 4 children fighting Stain? Hey Ed's shot, I can't speak for the others, but I was stopping these idiots from dying. Izuku said, pointing at Ida and Kirishima. Oh neat, I can move again. Izuku got off the ground. Hey man, this conversation is important and all, but we should call an ambulance for Native. It wouldn't be manly to let him die. I am calling all of your mentors after this. Shot called. An ambulance and the police. Izuku started rummaging through a nearby dumpster. Midoriya, what are you doing? I was looking for rope but I couldn't find any, so we can stuff Stain into a trash bag. Izuku cheered. Midoriya, you are not putting a high-level villain in something as fragile as a trash bag. Ed Shot said before pulling out some rope. I need to get more HNDCFFS. Ed Shot muttered. The ambulance arrived and immediately took Native away. The police cars arrived shortly after. As Stain was being carried to the police car, a bleeding Nomu swooped down from the sky and grabbed Kirishima. Before any of the heroes could react, Stain liked some of the Nomu's blood and somehow gained enough height to stab the Nomu's brain and grab Kirishima. Endeavor came from the same direction the Nomu did. The hero killer. Endeavor shouted. You false hero. You are the pinnacle of false heroes. Hero, I will reclaim that word, none of you are worthy. Only one man lives up to the word hero, all might is worthy. Izuku froze, it didn't seem like he was the only one, no one else was moving. His body wouldn't obey him. Then he saw Stain's eyes, that madman was going to kill everyone was going to die. And then Stain stopped moving. He passed out standing up? An officer asked. Izuku stumbled while trying to catch his balance. What was that? Why was I freaking out so much? Why do my legs feel like jelly? Several police officers moved towards Stain, putting him in quirk-suppressing cuffs. One of the officers helped Kirishima up and moved him over to the heroes. A grumpy old man in a costume kicked Kirishima's face. You idiot, what were you thinking? I told you to stay on the train. Sorry, Gran Torino-sensei. It would have been unmanly to sit still and do nothing. Kirishima's mentor kept lecturing him. Ed's shot came over to Izuku. Why were you fighting Stain? I called for backup as soon as I saw the situation. Before you got here, Stain was about to stab his katana through Ida's skull, so I stepped in. At least you only stepped in when it was necessary. If you stepped in earlier or later, someone would have died. You all are being taken to the hospital to check your injuries. Yes, Ed Shot sensei. Surprisingly, the 4 of them got the same hospital room. Kirishima was the most injured. He had injuries on his arm where Stain broke through his hardening and punctures on his torso where the Nomu grabbed him. Ida had been stabbed in the arm. Todoroki and Izuku were injured the least, only having bruises and the cuts Stain used to paralyze them. A man with a dog head entered the room along with Gran Torino, Manuel, and Ed Shot. This is the police chief of Hosu Kenji Surigami. Izuku started to stand up. He was only still here to watch the others after all. No, please stay seated. Woof, Chief Surigami said. Woof. Stain has some serious injuries. As a police officer, I must say that you should be arrested for illegally harming another with your quirk. However, this is a special case. Woof. How is this a special case? It asked. You managed to stall Stain, the man who killed many pro-heroes, long enough for him to be taken down, and at least one of you had permission to engage. Woof, I hope you understand that we cannot give you credit for the takedown or else you will be charged with vigilantism. Who will be given credit? It asked. I vote Ed Shot. Izuku shouted. I agree, Ed Shot is super manly. Kirishima said. He did save us. Todoroki said, glad Endeavor wasn't getting credit. It's settled then. Ed Shot saved Native and defeated Stain. Woof, I will leave your mentors to scold you. Chief Surigami left the teens to their scolding. All might listen to the story Kirishima was telling him. Apparently Midoriya had stepped in to stop Ida from being killed by Stain. Not only that, but Stain, who was supposedly working with the League, started targeting him before switching back to Ida in the last moments of the fight. Midoriya's actions were, In all meaning of the word, heroic. He could be trying to fool us, but my gut is telling me otherwise, despite it not existing. I don't think Midoriya is a villain. Kirishima said. I'd have to agree. It seems I have made an error in my judgment. It is very unlikely that Midoriya is a villain. All Might had a small amount of lingering doubt, so he chose to ask Nizu to compare the boy's medical file to young Todoroki, who had a dual quirk, and the first Nomu they captured, who had multiple quirks. Apparently Nizu had already done this and could confidently say that Midoriya had a dual quirk like Todoroki. Good, I'll have to apologize to young Midoriya and congratulate him on awakening his quirk. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. The internships were cancelled for the 4 students involved in the stain incident. On one hand, he wasn't able to learn any more from Edgeshot. On the other hand, he got to spend the rest of the internship PRD with his mom and Eri. His mom was, as expected, worried about him. Eri was happy to see him early because he was somehow very good at drawing. Go fish. Eri said to Inko. Inko drew a card. Eri held up her last remaining card to Izuku, who was playing as her teammate. Do you have any jacks? Izuku asked. Go fish. Eri nudged Izuku and he grabbed the card from the top of the deck. It was a jack. I win again. Eri shouted happily. Izuku, are you cheating? That's the 5th time in a row that you've drawn the exact card Eri needed. I guess I'm just lucky. Izu is great at Go Fish. Eri shouted. You're right about that. It's a bit suspicious how good he is at luck-based games. I have no idea what you mean, Mom. Izuku replied. Hey Eri, do you want to watch TV? Dragons? Izuku had introduced her to the How to Train Your Dragon series, a gem that survived from the pre-Quirk era. Their mom was concerned that Eri seemed to have taken a liking to the pranksters of the cast, the twins. As they were watching TV, there was a knock on the door. Inko opened the door and was shoved out of the way by a man wearing a purple coat and a red and gold plague mask. Eri, you've got some nerve running away and thinking I wouldn't find you. Izuku's scarf flared up and the scarf snakes hovered around him and Eri. Who do you think you are? Izuku demanded. I'm this child's guardian, now get out of my way. Eri was shaking, especially when the man held out his hand. Izuku picked Eri up and took a step back. Stop, or you know what happens to this woman, don't you, Eri? The man asked, pointing at Izuku's mom. The man removed his glove and started reaching towards his mom. Eri started struggling against Izuku's grip. Izuku acted. From Eri's fear this man's quirk was dangerous, or she was just afraid of him in general, but Izuku wasn't risking it. Izuku's scarf grabbed the man's arm and used it to get the man out of the door. Inko shut and locked the door. To the fire escape now. Inko commanded. Izuku ran to the window and opened it, removing the screen as the door was destroyed. The man put his hand on the ground and suddenly the window was blocked by a wall. Izuku's snakes got to work ripping apart the wall blocking their escape. The window was cleared, and then Izuku heard his mom scream. Eri, if you don't come back right now, this woman dies. The man said. Izuku looked at his mom. There was a spike impaling one of her legs. Izuku quickly hid Eri's face so she wouldn't see the blood. The man put his hand on the floor again. Another spike pierced his mom's leg. Izuku stood frozen, absolute fear stopping his movements. Inko raised her arms, and Izuku was suddenly very glad Eri wasn't looking, because apparently the human eye counted as a small object. The man started screaming. Izuku snapped back to reality. Izuku's scarf bit through the part of the spikes connected to the ground and helped his mother to the window. He used his scarf to set her on the alley floor before using his scarf to slow his and Eri's fall. The small family did their best to get to a safe place before calling the police. Inko was taken to the hospital. Izuku wasn't sure how she was doing. Despite the remainder of the spikes not having been removed, she had bled a lot. He wasn't sure how much blood loss was lethal, but he was really hoping his mom hadn't lost that much blood. After less than an hour at the hospital, Mitsuki burst into the building, Masaru and Katsuki behind her. Mitsuki went straight to the front desk to demand information on how Inko was doing. Masaru approached Izuku and Eri, Katsuki following a bit behind him. How's Inko doing? I don't know, her leg was injured so I'm sure she'll be fine. Izuku said, putting on a brave face for Eri. It didn't seem to work because she didn't calm down. The heck happened to Auntie? What were you doing that you let her get hurt? Bakugo said at his normal volume. Eri started to shrink into herself. Villain attack, I was busy keeping Eri safe. Izuku said, sounding slightly angry. Eri heard Izuku's tone and started silently crying. Izuku quickly focused all her attention on her. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have run away, I should have. It is not your fault, Eri, it's mine, I should have gotten Mom out sooner, I should have. Who's the brat? Katsuki asked. Izuku didn't think Katsuki meant to scare Eri, but he wasn't the kindest sounding person. Don't scare Eri, Izuku said. Masaru cast a disappointed look at his so. What I'm sure he meant to ask was, who is this adorable child and how do you know her? You don't know already? I was sure Mom would have told Auntie. Eri is my little sister. When the heck did you get a sibling? Bakugo asked at a normal human volume, a first for his life. Since we got back after USJ. How's she been holding up? It's my fault, he was after me, Eri whispered to herself. Listen, idiot. Katsuki started. Katsuki, Masaru said, trying to stop him. The only one at fault here is the rat-faced, pelican-breathed, son of a troll who hurt Auntie. Be mad at the person who actually deserves it. Izuku just stared at Katsuki, because that was the closest thing to comforting that had come out of his mouth since before his quirk came in. But that might have just made things much worse, but it didn't. Katsuki's angry but not actually angry rant somehow got through to Eri. Eri rubbed at her eyes and put on a brave face. Yeah. Aizu will beat him up. Eri shouted. Izuku looked at Katsuki, who nodded at Eri with his usual scowl. You're darn right he will, and if he doesn't I'll do it myself. Did he just acknowledge my ability? Mitsuki apparently got the answer she wanted because she ran over, grabbed Katsuki and Masaru and dragged them off. Come on, we can see her now. Izuku and Eri stood up and quickly followed her. His mom was sitting up on a hospital bed. Mitsuri burst through the door dragging Katsuki and Masaru, Izuku and Eri close behind. Eri ran up to the bed and reached for a hug. Inko quickly accepted. I trust you didn't cause the staff any trouble, did you, Mitsuki? Mitsuki averted her gaze. Inko was the only person who could make Mitsuki feel ashamed. Why are you like this? Well, you were hurt and they were taking too long to let me see you. You got here 7 minutes ago. Izuku said in a deadpan voice. And I think the receptionist was already tired of me asking if I could see Mom every 10 minutes. Not you too. The heck happened, Auntie? Katsuki asked. I already told you what happened. Izuku said. I want to hear it from Auntie. Everything. Everything, Mitsuki said. Inko gave her perspective on what happened. Some random guy knocked at the door. When Inko opened it, he knocked her aside and tried to steal Eri. Izuku threw the man out and Inko locked him out, then they tried to leave through the window. The man blocked the window and stabbed her leg. Inko covered Eri's ears and said that she ripped his eyes out, then they escaped. Katsuki was clearly shocked and somewhat terrified that his sweet aunt had ripped someone's eyes out. Mitsuki was proud for some reason. Congratulations, Inko, you took out a villain. I don't think that now is the right time for that, Masaru said. Thanks, but I don't think it was worth it. Inko said, How are you doing, Mom? Yes. Inko started crying the Midoriya tears. Izuku really hoped there weren't any on the floor. Eri started panicking, thinking that Inko wasn't okay. I'm okay, I'm okay. Inko said, calming Eri down. I just won't be able to walk without help for a while. But you will be able to, right? Izuku asked. Yes, I will. Hello. A nurse asked. Yes. Visiting hours are over, you all will need to leave soon. But, Mitsuki started. Mitsuki. Inko said. Mitsuki grumbled to herself before motioning to Masaru and the kids to follow her. Izuku, Eri, you'll be staying with the Bakugos for the next couple on nights. Inko said. But Mom, what about you? Yes. As much as I would love for you to stay here, visiting hours are over, and their house is the safest option. Okay, Mom, Izuku said, not quite sure about this arrangement. As Izuku turned around to leave, he heard his mom say something. I wonder how much I can sue the landlord for letting a villain on the property? Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Spending the next few nights at the Bakugos was more civil than expected. There was a lot less yelling than Izuku thought there would be. Deku, get off the fridge. That didn't mean there was none. Let me eat my mac and cheese in peace. I don't care about your mac and cheese, just get off the dang fridge. Katsuki screamed. No! I can't believe you're making me do this, Deku. Katsuki walked to the living room and came back holding Eri up to the fridge. Eri, tell Deku to get off the fridge. Join me, Eri. I have a second bowl of mac and cheese. Eri reached for the top of the fridge. Izuku grabbed her and pulled her up. Here's your mac and cheese. I regret my decision. You can feel regret? That's some character development. Izuku said. Shut up, Deku. Izuku, would you and Eri please get off the fridge and eat at the table? Yes. All right, Uncle Masaru. Izuku said before hopping off the fridge. Eri jumped down into his arms, then ran to the fruit bowl to get an apple. It was a foam apple. Eri wasn't happy to find that out. Anyway, Masaru was teaching Eri how to tell the difference between real and fake fruits while Katsuki and Izuku were politely debating whether sushi or tempura was better. Mitsuki came downstairs and slapped Izuku and Katsuki on the back of their heads. Knock it off, brats. Katsuki, are you planning on skipping the last day of your internship? Izuku hadn't even considered that Katsuki was missing his internship by staying here, mainly because Izuku's internship privileges were revoked. Whatever, there's not enough time for me to make it to that crappy place. I'm not wasting my time on that bull crap. Where did you go that you hate it that much? Why would I tell you, nerd? I want to know too. Eri shouted. Fine. I went to the Best Jeanist agency. Is that because he has best in his name? Shut up, Deku. No, I don't think I will. Stop fighting, please. Masaru said. Ah, but that was funny. Eri went. Eri, no. Masaru responded. But it was. Please don't encourage them. But encouraging people is good, isn't it? It's good, just not in every situation. Oh. Eri looked at Izuku and Katsuki. You can't do anything because you're ugly. Izuku felt large amounts emotional damage and dramatically fell down. Katsuki just froze. Eri, why did you say that? You said it was bad to encourage them, so I did the opposite. Well, she's not wrong. Izuku said. Katsuki knelt down in front of Eri. I'm proud of you. Oh great, I'm hallucinating. Izuku said. Katsuki is proud of someone other than himself. Everybody run. Shut up, I'll kill you. Try me, Chihuahua. I can beat you any day of the week. Fight. Fight. Eri started chanting. Katsuki lunged at Izuku. Izuku ducked the right hook and swept Katsuki's legs out from under him. Katsuki recovered quickly and kicked Izuku in the side. Masaru just sighed and opened the back door. Mitsuki grabbed them by their shirts and threw them into the backyard. Eri ran to the window to watch the fight. What is with those kids? Masaru asked. Katsuki's barely spoken about Izuku in years, then in the course of a day they suddenly start acting somewhat friendly, then they start beating each other up? Beating each other up is a great way to relieve stress. Mitsuki said, Inko and I used to beat each other up all the time. What? I can't see Inko trying to fight anyone, let alone actually hitting them. Masaru responded. I know, right? But she could wipe the floor with me. Yeah. Beat him up, Izu. Eri shouted. Masaru checked the window. The two were still fighting, both seemed to still be going strong. Masaru closed the blinds. Eri started pouting. You don't need to watch them fight, it probably won't be very interesting anyway. Masaru said. Good. Masaru sighed and Mitsuki ran to the back door. You better not tear up the yard, brats. Shut up, hag. Katsuki screamed. Sorry, auntie. Izuku replied. Izuku and Katsuki were fighting for way longer than necessary, or maybe not. Izuku really needed to work off a lot of stress. He couldn't wait to visit his mom after dinner. He'd already called her that morning, but that wasn't enough. The only reason he hadn't been there all day was because his mom convinced him to stay with the Bakugos until after dinner. Apparently Eri was just as energetic to go because she was eating so fast Izuku was worried about her choking. Slow down Eri, everyone has to finish eating before we can leave, Izuku said. But I want to go see Mom. Eri replied sadly. Me too, but I can't drive and the hospital is too far away to walk to, Izuku said. Then hurry up and eat, Katsuki said. The Bakugos were eating as fast as Eri just was. Fair enough. Izuku also started eating fast. After around 2 minutes everyone was somehow ready to go. The door to Inko's room basically flew open. Eri ran in and Izuku barely stopped her from jumping onto her. Well, someone is excited, Inko said. Well, what did you expect? Mitsuki asked. They've been worried sick. Eri had already glued herself to Inko's side, and Izuku was right next to her. So, how long until you can come home? Izuku asked. It should only be another day or so. They managed to find a time when Recovery Girl wasn't busy, so she should be here later. Inko replied, though there is something I need to tell you. What is it? Are you still going to be able to walk? Izuku asked. Yes, it's just that, well, we're moving. Well, it makes sense, but do we have enough money to move? A UA representative came and offered to pay for an apartment closer to campus. I guess they want to keep their students safe. That's surprisingly generous. No more boring talk, Mitsuki said. I've been quiet for way too long. I've been waiting for you to interject for a while. I'm surprised it took so long. Inko said. Did the cops identify the slop from your house? Mitsuki asked. Don't call my house sloppy, Inko replied. I was talking about the cranky failure that tried to kill you. Oh, that. Inko suddenly looked glum. What's wrong, Mom? Izuku asked. He wasn't there, someone got him out before the police arrived. Inko said. What? Mitsuki and Katsuki shouted. Izuku started muttering, probably thinking of ways that he could disarm the villain if he ever saw him again, figuratively this time. Even Masaru was starting to show visible signs of panic. Calm down a bit, he doesn't have eyes, remember? It'll take years for him to get used to being blind, and hopefully he won't have anyone willing to risk the loss of eyes. Inko's statement managed to calm everyone except Eri, the only person who knew better. She really hoped that Overhaul wouldn't find her again. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Izuku's mom was finally out of the hospital, and the Midoriyas had just finished unloading everything to their new apartment. Unfortunately, Izuku had school today, so he hugged his mom and Eri goodbye before running out of the door. When Izuku got to the classroom, the only person inside was Ida. Midoriya, it is great to see you well and on time. Ida shouted at him. Great to see you well too, but I'm 16 minutes early. Izuku said. On time is always 15 minutes before the scheduled time, and I prefer to be early, Ida said. When did you get here, Ida? Early. Ida, how long ago did you arrive here? An hour and a half ago. I thought UA didn't open until an hour before classes started? I do not know what you are talking about, the door always opens for me. I think that someone is manually opening the door for you. I do not know what you are talking about, the door has always been open early since the media attack, I no longer have to wait outside for a long time. Huh. Surprisingly, Kaminari was the next person to enter the classroom. I think the world is ending. Izuku said. What? Why? Kaminari asked. Kaminari, it is quite unusual for you to arrive early, I believe that is what Midoriya is referring to. That's mean Midori bro. Kaminari said. Who are you? Kirishima? Izuku responded. Kaminari noticed that Izuku was holding something. What's that? A breakfast burrito. What's it for? Kaminari, it is obvious that Midoriya has skipped breakfast and is Ida began. Ammunition. Izuku interrupted. Midoriya, what do you mean by ammunition? Ida said, trying to break an imaginary board by chopping it. Katsuki walked into the room followed by Kirishima. Izuku lobbed the burrito at Katsuki, who saw it coming and ducked under it. This unfortunately left Kirishima in the line of fire. Sorry, Kirishima. That wasn't meant for you. The hell was that for Katsuki shouted. Yes. Midoriya, It is not heroic to throw food at classmates. Ida said. Shut up, glasses. Katsuki screamed. Get to your seats, you should know better by now. Mr. Aizawa said, Kirishima, go wash your face. Midoriya, write a 3-page essay on why you shouldn't throw food in class. Time skip brought to you by Inko teaching Eri how to sue a landlord. As you all know, final exams are coming up next week. If you bothered to check your email, you should know that there will be a training camp to improve your skills. Mr. Aizawa paused, seemingly waiting for someone to mention the word fun. Then he continued when no one spoke. Anyone who fails their final will be unable to attend the camp. That got the class talking. Shiro had to stop Kaminari from saying anything about unfairness. Who knows what horrors that would bring upon the class. Aizawa shut everyone up and started class like normal. Izuku was enjoying his lunch with his friends, and then it hit him. Sorry, my tray couldn't get around that big head of yours. A very smug blonde said, What a great way to introduce yourself. Let me guess, you want my lunch money? Izuku asked. The smug blonde unskillfully ignored him. It was clear he was irritated. I heard you lot encountered the hero killer. The amount you've been chasing the spotlight has only increased since the sports. Are you stupid or something? Izuku asked, why would a student go after the person who has killed multiple pro heroes just to get a little fame? And what kind of idiot would assume that almost dying is equivalent to trying to get attention? Then why do you keep doing it, you? The blonde was cut off by a karate chop to the neck. Not funny, Monoma, said the girl whom Ida identified as Kendo. Sorry about him, he's just like that. Understandable, I also have to control an antagonistic classmate. Izuku said with a dramatic sigh. I heard that you guys were talking about the finals. I heard from an upperclassman that it's just like the entrance exam. Kendo, you can't spill class secrets to our sworn enemies. Monoma said, they're not our enemies. Kendo said as she dragged Monoma away. Robots. Kaminari shouted. Piece of cake. Ashido joined in. We've got the practical in the bag. Kaminari said. You still have to worry about the written exam. Shinso pointed out. Why'd you have to go and point that out, man? Kaminari asked. If you need help with studying, might be able to help. Yaoyorozu said. And just like that, Yaoyorozu was swarmed by the class idiots and several normal classmates. Yaoyorozu seemed happy to babysit the class. Why are there so many teachers here? Jiro. I assume you all gathered information on what the practical exam is? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yeah. Those robots are going down. Mina shouted. At least you have some sense in you, however. The exam has been changed from now on. Niza said, popping out of Aizawa's scarf. Izuku looked in his own scarf. There was a small mouse in it. Begone, rodent. Izuku said as he grabbed the mouse and flung it at Koda. Dude, you can't say that about Nizu. Kirishima said as he elbowed Izuku. I wasn't talking about Nizu. Kirishima, Midoriya, please silence yourself before I reveal your browsing history to your classmates. Nizu said, now, due to a rise in villain activity, the robots have been deemed insufficient in giving real combat experience. As such, you will be fighting the UA staff. The teams have already been decided. Good luck. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. I feel like we got scammed, Izuku said. The heck you mean, Deku? We get to frickin' fight All Might. Katsuki shouted. Izuku and Katsuki were in a bus being driven by All Might. The matchups for the finals were revealed. Katsuki and Izuku were unlucky enough to be against the #1 hero himself. Izuku was lucky that we're on goodish terms again, otherwise there wouldn't be a single usable plan. Despite this, Izuku was having trouble thinking of how they could fight All Might. How are we going to beat him? I'll blast him sky high. This is All Might we're talking about. He won't be beaten by a couple firecrackers. Can't you taser him so I can kick his teeth in? Please do answer, how much would a taser affect? The guy who can change the weather with nothing but pure muscle. You have a better idea, nerd. We could try dropping a building on him. Oh hell yeah. We have arrived. All Might shouted from the front. Here we go, Izuku said to Katsuki. Hello everyone. The big screen at the test area said. This is an explanation of how to pass your finals. You have two options. Heroes have two options when fighting villains, either capture them or escape and call for backup. This exam is a test of your judgment and skill. We're not running like cowards, Deku. Katsuki said. Of course, where's the fun in that? Izuku said in a flat voice. In order to defeat your opponent, you need to attach the cuffs you were given to either one of their arms or legs. The screen showed Nizu holding up a pair of cuffs. Of course, this would be almost impossible, so that is why each teacher is wearing weights that are way half of their body weight. Great, at least they were nice enough to do that, but this is All Might that will barely do anything. Izuku said. Shut up, Deku. Your exams begin now. The screen said. Are your gauntlets full? Izuku asked. Obviously, of course I'd be prepared for All Might. Go hide behind that building until I jump out of the window. What the heck, no, that's stupid, I'm gonna fight All Might. You can fight him after you collapse the building, I just don't want to be inside of a falling building, just blow it up when I get out. Fine, but you better make it quick or I'm demolishing it anyway. Katsuki walked out of sight. Izuku stood in front of the building, muttering about some random things in an angry tone. Suddenly a huge gust of wind blew down the road. Ha ha ha, you heroes cannot stop me, because I am here to cause property damage. Izuku grabbed the door to the building, but it was locked. Let me in, let me three in. Izuku grabbed the handle on the door with his scarf and ripped the door out of the wall. You cannot hide from me indoors, you must show me your teamwork. Izuku ran into the building, using his scarf to go up the stairs faster. He opened a window on the second floor. For some reason, All Might had chosen to walk into the building slowly, probably for the dramatics. You cannot hide in here, young hero. Izuku jumped out of the window and used his scarf to grab the neighbor ING building's fire escape. Katsuki was below him. Izuku dropped down. Have fun. Katsuki aimed his gauntlet at the building and pulled the pin. A massive explosion rocked the building, causing it to collapse on itself. Izuku grabbed Katsuki and used his scarf to slingshot them out of the way of the collapsing building. Let go of me, Deku. You're welcome. Haha. Your feeble attempt at defeating me is futile. All Might leaped out of the wreckage, cracking the road where he landed. Katsuki rushed at the hero, trying to send him blasting off into space. Izuku also charged in, using his scarf to pick up and launch any rubble he ran past. All Might ignored the rubble that hit him, grabbed Katsuki's arm and threw him down the street. Izuku got close to All Might and decided to try Katsuki's taser plan. He charged himself with as much electricity as possible and tried to kick All Might. Unfortunately, All Might caught Izuku and threw him to Katsuki. Izuku used his scarf to cushion the fall. You foolish heroes, you cannot stop me. All Might appeared in front of Izuku and backhanded him into a wall before grabbing Katsuki by the face and holding him off the ground. You've lost. Izuku hadn't thought that a quiet All Might would be particularly intimidating, but boy, he was wrong. Izuku stood up on shaking legs. He knew that the test would be difficult, but he wasn't expecting to be thrown into building. Then again, All Might was definitely capable of breaking buildings, so he was holding back a lot. I'll destroy myself before I fall at your hands. Katsuki shouted before biting All Might's hand. Izuku snuck up behind All Might and tried to cuff him. However, right as the cuffs were about to connect, All Might turned around and punched him with his free hand. Izuku's scarves latched onto All Might in order to prevent crashing into another building. All Might winced before pulling Izuku's scarf out of his left side. Izuku realized that he had just hit All Might's injury. He was about to saw something, but Katsuki had also noticed All Might wince. He exploded his hand on All Might's injury, causing the hero to drop him. Izuku snapped out of it and used his scarf to pull Katsuki out of reach of All Might's oncoming fist. Give me the grenade. Izuku said. What? No, if anyone's going to blast him, it's me. Katsuki said. Then fly. Izuku grabbed Katsuki with his scarf and flung him at All Might. Katsuki, being the maniac he was smiling like a madman and pulled the pin on his second gauntlet. Izuku pulled himself on top of a light pole, almost falling off as soon as the gauntlet exploded. Izuku jumped into the smoke behind where he remembered All Might being. All Might waved his hand with enough force to blow the smoke away. Katsuki rushed at All Might. All Might pulled his fist back to take out Katsuki. Izuku hooked the cuff on All Might's arm and proceeded to get flung into Katsuki because All Might didn't stop his punch in time. Bakugo and Midoriya have passed. The speaker system announced. All Might looked at his arm and saw the cuff. Young Midoriya. Young Bakugo. I am impressed with your teamwork. Not only were you able to work together to win, but you also managed to win without fleeing. Congratulations. Please exit the testing grounds, the speaker said. All Might looked to the two students and saw that they both were lying on the ground. Oh, how did that happen? All Might picked the students up and took them to Recover Girl, where he was promptly whacked with her cane. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Tokoyami and Aoyama versus 13. Tokoyami and Aoyama were standing inside the exam zone, doing the best they could to plan. You sparkle bright while I live in the shadow. Any attempts to vanquish our foe must be tactical, as to not inhibit the demon within. Tokoyami said, My dazzling sparkle will defeat any foe we have. Aoyama sparkled. No, our enemy is a void that esseges in all light. We must not underestimate their power. My light will shine so bright that the rest will look dark. An interesting proposal. I believe this tactic will succeed, Lightbringer. Why can't you just be normal? Dark Shadow shouted. 13 quickly found the two students. Started following the students and was led to the interior of a building. Tokoyami and Aoyama entered a room in the middle of the building. 13 activated their quirk, starting to pull everything in the room to their fingertips. Aoyama shot a beam of light at 13, but it was Essigi into their quirk. It is time, become the light that beckons to the darkness. Tokoyami declared. My light will outshine any other. Aoyama shouted. Before 13 had a chance to decipher the made-up language being spoken, Aoyama blasted the light bulbs, darkening the room drastically. 13, who had been blinded by Aoyama's quirk, deactivated Black Hole so they didn't accidentally kill the students. Dark Shadow, empowered by the decrease in light, charged at 13, grabbing them by the arms and pointing their hands away from the students. Even dark can create a truce with the light for a greater cause. Tokoyami said. Aoyama approached 13th and put the cuffs on them. My dazzling beam has earned victory. Aoyama said. Shinso and Kirishima versus Ectoplasm. Shinso and Kirishima looked at the entrance of their training ground, which appeared to be a giant mall. So, what's your plan? Shinso asked. We take the manly path. We fight Ectoplasm head-on. Kirishima said. Do you know Ectoplasm's quirk? He can make a bunch of clones. It's best to either escape or find the real one before attacking. It makes sense, Shinbro, but I'm not good at sneaking around. Shinbro? You know what, I'm going to ignore that. Shinso said, how long do you think you can cause a diversion? Long enough for us to win. Kirishima replied. Kirishima burst into the mall, shouting about manliness. Shinso, on the other hand, managed to climb to a second-story window and get in from there. Dozens of Ectoplasm clones started swarming Kirishima. Kirishima was able to hold them off with his quirk, which apparently made him stronger. Shinso made his way to the exit, only to find that it was blocked off by a horde of Ectoplasm clones, way too many for him to get through and many times more than he could control. Shinso continued sneaking around until he found an ectoplasm that looked to be giving out orders. Shinso decided to use his quirk on that one. Hey Fongface, do you brush your teeth with a broom or a fork? A toothbrush dash Shinso's quirk ensnared ectoplasm. Deactivate Yo dash. Shinso got cut off as a swarm of ectoplasms rushed at him, one jostling the real ectoplasm enough to break his hold. Shinso tried to escape, but he was surrounded and caught. Kirishima had been fighting clones for a while but couldn't make any significant progress due to the amount of them. In the end, they were unable to win. Failure. Ida and Sato versus Cementos. The best plan Ida and Sato could make for Cementos was to begin with both of them performing a full frontal assault. Then, when Ida got the chance, he would slip away and attack Cementos from a different direction. It started out well. Ida and Sato charged at Cementos. The living concrete used the street to send a constant barrage of walls at the two of them. Sato started breaking down the walls, making a lot of noise in the process. Ida ran down an alley that he used to get around Cementos. He charged up his engine and ran at Cementos. The hero heard engines behind him and quickly made a wall. Ida kicked the wall down and kept running. Cementos raised a small pill of concrete under Ida's foot, causing him to stumble and run past Cementos, ultimately ending up with a face full of road. "Ouch," Cementos said, really hoping that Ida didn't lose a tooth or something. Ida got back up to attack Cementos, however he was stopped by Sato, who punched Cementos full force, sending him flying. Cementos stood back up, dusted himself off, and once again started sending walls of concrete at the students. Unfortunately for the students, Cementos was actually taking them seriously. While still sending walls of concrete at the kids, Cementos moved the concrete he was standing on to follow right behind one of his walls. When Sato broke the wall, Cementos hit him with a haymaker to the gut before moving out of range. Cementos manipulated the concrete so that there was no even footing. Cementos restarted his barrage of walls, constantly changing their thickness and the distance between them so that Ida and Sato would both have to focus all of their focus on breaking the walls so that they didn't get knocked out. This is how the last few minutes of the exam went. Failure. Shiro and Ojiro versus Power Loader. Shiro and Ojiro's exam field was a dirt excavation site littered with large holes and heavy machinery. "Let's go," Shiro said. "No, we're fighting Power Loader, this is his element." Ojiro said, "Chill out, we can totally outrun a mole man if we split up." The ground underneath them started to rumble. The two students jumped away from their position as another hole opened up under them. Power Loader launched himself out of the hole and at Ojiro, who smacked Power Loader with his tail. Shiro tried to bind Power Loader with his tape, but the teacher cut through it and went back underground. "Run!" Ojiro shouted. Shiro and Ojiro booked it to the exit. Power Loader got there first. He stood between them and the door, preventing their escape. "So what now?" Shiro asked. "I could probably get you over him with my tail, but he could outrun you." "What if I attach tape to your tail? Would that have more momentum or something?" "That might work," Ojiro said. Shiro attached some tape around Ojiro's tail. Power Loader realized what they were doing and started running at them. Ojiro started spinning. Shiro detached his tape and went flying towards the exit, right over the rapidly approaching teacher and towards the exit. Shiro saw that he was going to hit the ground in front of the exit, so he shot tape at the exit arch and barely managed to not hit the ground as he passed through. Uraraka and Shoji versus Snipe. Uraraka and Shoji didn't find Snipe, Snipe found them. The teacher, taking the American approach to conflict, started blasting. With rubber bullets, UA isn't the type to let their students get shot by real bullets during a test. The first thing the students did was hide behind one of the many pillars. Shoji made several ears in order to hear Snipe move. "We need to take his gun from him," Uraraka whispered. "Yes, but we need to be close to do that." Shoji and Uraraka started making a plan, however they only had a rough idea of a plan before Shoji heard Snipe approaching. Uraraka used her quirk on Shoji and lightly pushed him up towards the top of the pillar. Shoji grabbed the edge and held himself on the pillar. Snipe spotted Uraraka. She ran as fast as she could, trying to avoid getting shot. She still got hit several times. One of the bullets hit her in the leg and she fell down. Snipe stepped away from the pillars and approached Uraraka, finally giving Shoji a clear path to him. Uraraka turned onto her back and Shoji shoved himself off the pillar toward Snipe. Snipe pouted his gun at Uraraka. "Where's your partner at?" Snipe asked. Uraraka put her fingertips together. "Release." Shoji, who was flying towards Snipe, suddenly regained his weight, causing his collision with Snipe to be much harder than expected. Snipe lost his grip on his gun as he and Shoji crashed to the ground. Uraraka barely avoided being crushed by them. Shoji secured the cuffs onto Snipe's wrists, winning the match. Azui and Hagakure versus Midnight. Midnight had decided to not play fair. She was standing right in front of the exit door, created enormous clouds of sleeping gas, causing anyone that got within 20 feet of the exit to pass out. The students were going to have to come up with an extremely creative plan too. Hagakure and Azui have passed. The speaker system announced. "What?" Midnight shouted, "Ah, what the heck, Tsu?" Hagakure shouted, "Why did you throw me?" Midnight turned around just in time to see a pair of gloves and boots collapse on the ground. It worked. Karo, Azui said before also falling asleep because of Midnight's quirk. "Oh come on. I was looking forward to seeing creativity. Not this." Midnight complained. Past chapter text. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Class 1A was a lot more silent than usual. Probably because 4 of the students who failed were sad they didn't get to go to the camp. One was chopping the air with his hands while saying he would work harder, and the last one was brooding in the corner questioning if he was going to be kicked out of the hero course. "I'll be looking forward to all of your stories," Mina shouted, hiding the pain. "We must strive to do better, that way we will be able to participate in next year's training camp," Ida said, chopping the air. "Wait a second," Shinso started. "Wouldn't we need the training camp more if we failed?" "Man, I kinda gave up questioning Mr. Aizawa's teaching methods after we survived the USJ," Siro said. The bell rang and Mr. Aizawa opened the door. "You're supposed to be in your seats." The students scurried to their seats. "Now about your final exams, some of you failed, and because of that," Aizawa started. "Everyone's going to the training camp," Aizawa said with as much enthusiasm as he could muster. Most of the students who failed cried out in shock. "This is a boot camp. The people who failed need it the most." Shinso smirked at Siro. Ida raised his hand. "Sir, if you keep doing this, how will we know that we can trust what you say?" "You're not wrong, but I wasn't completely lying. Everyone with failing grades will have remedial classes at the camp. And they'll be much more difficult than if you stayed. At least we'll all get to go." Dojiro said, "A week-long camp, I must be prepared." Ida said, "Yeah, I need some camp stuff." Kaminari said, "I have an idea. We should all go shopping together." Hagakure shouted, "Great idea." Mina said, "You should come Bakubro." Kirishima shouted, "I already have what I need, Spikehead." Katsuki said, "Do you want to come Todoroki?" Izuku asked. "I'm busy." "Fair enough." Izuku said. "No one said when though?" Siro questioned. Todoroki looked him dead in the eyes. "I'm busy every day." "We're finally here," Mina shouted. "The mall." "Oh, aren't those the UA kids from the sports festival?" A random stranger said. "Absolutely not," Izuku said before scurrying off behind a nearby pillar. The rest of the class went to wherever they were going. Izuku needed to get some stuff, so he started to check stores to see if they had what he needed. "Whoa, a UA student? Sick." A man in a black hoodie walked up behind Izuku and put his arm over his shoulder. "Aren't you the one who beat the crap out of that angry blonde?" Izuku was very uncomfortable. He wasn't particularly enjoying this conversation. "Didn't you also fight Stain, man? You're just so cool." "That was not good. In fact, it was terrible because no one should know that." "What do you mean?" Izuku questioned. The man ignored him. "I can't believe I'd see you again in a place like this." The man put his hand around Izuku's neck, with one finger lifted. "Must be my lucky day. I haven't seen you since the UA invasion, right, Midoriya?" Izuku tensed up as a normal person would. He was about to say something but, "Act natural, we're just old friends, and I just want to have a little chat. If you make a ruckus my finger goes down and you die, as well as anyone else I can get my hands on." Izuku was thinking about how to get out of this situation. Shigaraki's hand was right above his scarf. He potentially could bite his finger off, but Izuku would prefer to not do that. "What do you want to talk about?" Izuku asked. "Let's sit down." Shigaraki dragged him to a bench. "I hate almost everything, but the thing I hate the most right now? That's the hero killer." Shigaraki said. "But did he stab you or something?" Shigaraki glared at him. Because he had, in fact, been stabbed. That and everyone seems to go crazy over him. The UA invasion, the Nomus in Hosu, no one remembers because of the hero killer. Why? In the end we were doing the same thing, just destroying what we hate. So what's so different between the two of us, Midoriya? My guess is no one understands you. Even though Stain was insane, some people could still see his point. Not all heroes are as good as All Might. You, however, no one knows why you do anything. They see you as a basic villain with no motive except to cause destruction, so they don't see you as unique. I see, it makes sense why I hate Stain, why I hate you, it all comes down to All Might. That's not the point I was dash. Shigaraki's hand tightened around Izuku's neck. Shigaraki continued speaking to himself about how people relied on All Might. Izuku's neck sparked, causing Shigaraki to snatch his hand away and shake it out. If I didn't have somewhere I need to be, I'd kill you for that. Don't follow me, you know what'll happen if you do. As soon as Shigaraki was out of sight, Izuku called the police, informing them that there was a villain in the mall. The shopping mall was temporarily closed and Izuku was interrogated. He was later released to his concerned classmates. Izuku went home to his family. As soon as he opened the door, he was almost stabbed by Eri's horn. Luckily, he managed to pick her up before she got close enough to hug him. Izuku gave Eri a hug and put her back on the ground. Inko ran up to Izuku, giving him a hug, then scolding him about being in danger so much. Time skip brought to you by Eri drawing apples. It was the last day of school before the training camp. Of course, everyone was talking about how much fun it would be. Mr. Aizawa opened the door and everyone ran to their seats. Do you all have your paper with the camp location on it? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Ida said. Mine's at home. Kirishima responded. I lost mine, Kaminari said. Kaminari, how did you manage to lose the location of the camp? Jiro asked. Well, I took it home and it was gone. Mr. Aizawa ripped the paper he was holding. Mr. Aizawa, it is very improper to destroy school forms. Ida stated. Get rid of your papers, the camp location has been moved to a location that you won't know until we get there. What? The class said. With the incident at the mall, there is a high chance they'll target us, so we've changed locations to prevent any attacks. Mr. Aizawa said. Makes sense, I guess. Shinso said. Good, get to school early tomorrow, the buses won't wait for you. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Class 1A and 1B were waiting for the buses to the training camp. That unfortunately meant that Monoma was doing Monoma things. Class A needs extra lessons. That means that someone got a failing mark. Isn't that weird? I thought Class A was supposed to be better than Class B, huh? That's a lot of energy you're using to trash talk. Maybe if you put that much energy into training you wouldn't feel the need to compare yourself to others. Shinso said. Shut up, you failed to pass the entrance exam. Speaking of which, it's so interesting that one of Class A's students was the one replaced instead of ours, but why would a Class A student be replaced instead of a Class B student? Oh, that's because at least half the class went to Mr. Aizawa in private and begged him to replace the Grape Kid. I have no idea how he got into our class, but I do know that someone like that shouldn't be within 50 years of a hero's license. Izuku said. You're saying that this guy needed help to dash? No, I'm saying we all agreed that the runner-up in the sports festival was better than a weirdo. But you dash? Monoma was chopped on the neck. Sorry, I didn't see him until a few seconds ago. Kendo said. No worries, we're just lucky this class's loud blonde is with Kirishima. What did you say, Deku? Katsuki shouted. We're talking about how Class A and B have a loud blonde. Are you insulting me? Mayhaps. Midoriya, stop antagonizing Bakugo. Yaoyorozu said. Stay out of it, Ponytail. Bakugo shouted. Yaoyorozu made a fire extinguisher. Both of you need to stop fighting. Izuku raised his hands in surrender. Bakugo stopped shouting and started grumbling to himself. Yaoyorozu handed the fire extinguisher to Mr. Aizawa. What do you expect me to do with this? I don't know. 2 buses pulled up to the students. Class 1A, you're on the first bus. Mr. Aizawa said. Class 1A was loaded onto the bus. They didn't stop until they got to an area overlooking a cliff. Everyone got off the bus, but Aizawa stayed right outside the door. Another car pulled up to the bus. 2 people got out of the car and approached them. Izuku recognized them as members of the Wild Wild Pussycats. The 2 had a whole team introduction catchphrase and pose. There was also a small child around Eri's age standing several feet to the left of them. These are the Pussycats, they'll help with your training. Mr. Aizawa said. Yep, And this whole place is basically our domain, and you're staying at the base of that mountain. One of the pussycats said. Izuku believed she was Mandalay, said while pointing at a mountain. Why did we stop so far away? Yurarkast. Hey, let's get back to the bus. Zoro said. It's 9:30, if you go fast you'll make it there by noon. Mandalay said kittens who don't make it by 12:30 don't eat. Your training has already begun. Mr. Aizawa said before the earth itself through the students of the cliff. Feel free to use your quirks as you see fit. You have 3 hours to get through the beast's forest. Mandalay shouted. Mandalay turned to erase her head. I can't believe you're putting first years through this. They'll need it sooner than my previous classes. Mr. Aizawa said. Mandalay turned to her car. Pixie Bob, where's my car? What do you mean? It's Dash. Pixie Bob stopped when she turned around and saw the car was gone. So stupid. Koda said, pointing at a hole in the wooden fence. You didn't put it in park? Pixie Bob asked. You drove. Mandalay shouted. Izuku was falling off a cliff. He tried to grab onto the side of it with his scarf, but this only succeeded in making him hit the wall on his way down. Izuku was not the only person to land face first on the ground. Kaminari and Kirishima also face planted. Ow, what was that for? Kaminari said, I almost broke my nose. At least you landed on dirt. Without my quirk I'd have more problems than a broken nose. Kirishima said, looking at the cracked rock under his head. Izuku looked around at the trees. Something Mandalay had said bothered him. What did she mean by the beast's forest? Joeth. Her question was soon answered as a giant creature stepped out of the trees and tried to attack Shinso. Koda tried to calm it down but it didn't work. The reason became clear when Bakugo blasted its face and it crumbled into chunks of earth. Of course whoever made these wasn't nice enough to only send one. 3 more appeared in the next 4 minutes. Todoroki impaled 2 of them and Izuku tore into one with his scarf. As the class traversed the forest, they constantly ran into dirt beasts. Only a few of them were able to take them out without help. Those being Todoroki, Katsuki, Izuku, Kirishima, Ida, and surprisingly Jiro. As the class made their way through the forest, they realized something. Mandalay was a dirty liar, because there was no way they would get through this forest before 12:30. The students made it to the campsite at 5. They were greeted by Pixie Bob, the second member of the wild pussycats they had met. Finally you're here, Pixie Bob said. I thought Huff it was supposed to be doable in 3 hours. Zoro said. That was by our standards. Mandalay said. Why though? Shinso asked. Misdirection, and to show you how far you have to go. Mr. Aizawa said. I thought you would take longer. Pixie Bob said. Mandalay stopped Pixie Bob before she said something. Izuku had no clue what that was about. Why is there a kid here? Shinso asked, referring to the small child with a cool hat. That's my nephew, Koda. Mandalay said. Kirishima approached the kid. Hey little dude. I'm Kirishima, what's Dash? The kid hit Kirishima in the family jewels. Dang, kid's got guts. Katsuki said. I'd give it a 7 out of 10, the form could have been better. Izuku said. The nephew. That was a low blow. Ida shouted. I'm not going to mess around with some losers who want to be corny heroes. The kid said before walking away. Once everyone gets settled in their rooms you can eat. Mr. Aizawa said. The starving children scrambled off to find their rooms. The students ate like they had never had good food before. Then the first day of training camp was over. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Everyone wake up. Mr. Aizawa said quietly. When only Shinso woke up he started banging a pair of pots together. What are you doing? Bakugo shouted. I still have 30 minutes to sleep you homeless bag. Bakubro, it's 5:30 in the morning, why do you get up at 6? Kirishima asked, looking extra tired. Villains attack at any time, so I have to be up early to pummel them rocks for brains. Get up, we start early today. Mr. Aizawa said. The entirety of Class 1A seemed to be extremely tired, except Shinso, who seemed to be his normal level of tired. How are you still functioning, Shinbro? Kirishima asked. Coffee. Where'd you get coffee? Izuku asked. Coffee machine. Where's the coffee machine? In my backpack. Why didn't you share? Not my fault you weren't prepared. Oh. Mr. Aizawa led the class to the edge of a cliff. Bakugo, throw this. Use your quirk. Bakugo caught the ball. He used his quirk to send it flying. However, the distance recorded was barely a further than it was at the beginning of the year. What? I thought it would be further? Kaminari stated. You all have grown stronger, but that has just been in mind and technique. We're here to train your quirks. About time. Katsuki shouted. Mr. Aizawa glared at him. I said this was a boot camp. That was an understatement. You are going to push yourself to your limits and beyond, plus ultra and all that. Mr. Aizawa didn't lie. What they went through that day made their trek through the forest feel like child's play. Bakugo was forced to constantly make bigger and bigger explosions. Todoroki was sitting in a bucket, constantly switching between making large amounts of fire and ice. Ojiro was constantly slamming his tail against a rock. Kirishima was alternating between carrying massive rocks to a cliff and jumping off a cliff onto said rocks. Sato was getting diabetes from the amount of sugar he had to consume to keep his quirk going, and Izuku was 80% sure that Uraraka was currently spinning across the sky to get used to nausea. The students took turns fighting Tiger and Ragdoll, the last two members of the Wild Pussycats, and it was Izuku's turn. Tiger was already extremely strong and hard to hit, but adding Ragdoll into the fray was plain bullying. This was especially prevalent when Ragdoll instructed Tiger to grab the head of the scarf rushing towards him. Izuku got flung into a tree and was ordered to return to his training. Izuku's training consisted of constantly outputting large amounts of electricity while rapidly using his scarf to bite a giant rock in front of him. Izuku just kept attacking. Mr. Aizawa, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob were walking around the students, threatening anyone who took a break with starvation and increasing their training difficulty. Izuku was so exhausted that his electricity flow somehow ended up in his scarf multiple times before he quickly corrected it. At some point Class 1B joined in the training. Lunchtime, get to the building. Mr. Aizawa ordered. Each student was given a cheap store-bought ramen cup and 20 minutes, and then they were back to training. Izuku was basically dead on his feet when he was called to fight Tiger and Ragdoll. Izuku tried to shock Tiger when he got too close, but Izuku was too tired to direct it properly and the electricity went to his scarf. Izuku tried to use his scarf to defend himself, but he knew his scarf wouldn't be able to stop Tiger. Izuku felt his scarf tighten around his neck. He thought that Tiger had started pulling his scarf. Izuku couldn't breathe. He needed to get Tiger to let go. Izuku turned to where Tiger was and sent his scarf to make him to let go. Tiger! Watch out! Ragdoll shouted. Izuku's snakes kept attacking the area in front of him. Wait, snakes, plural. Izuku stopped using his quirk, and the constricting feeling on his neck was gone. Izuku gasped and flopped on the floor, trying to catch his breath. That's what I'm talking about, kid! Tiger shouted. Izuku sat up and looked in front of him. Several large trees had massive chunks missing from them, even a small boulder like it had a couple chunks missing. Stop gawking and get up! Tiger shouted, go back to your training and send Bakugo over here. Izuku shakily stood up and told Katsuki to go get pummeled by Tiger. Izuku dragged himself to his rock and went back to biting it while using electricity. One time his electricity went into his scarf again. He didn't notice until his scarf started strangling him and the rock was broken apart. Izuku deactivated his quirk so he could breathe. At least he knew for sure Tiger hadn't tried to kill him now. Izuku decided to try to use that attack intentionally. Izuku tried to make another scarf snake appear and almost strangled himself instantly. Izuku pushed electricity into his scarf and tried to attack what was left of the rock. Izuku almost fell over. He felt sick. There was apparently a limit on time between doing whatever it was he was doing. No slacking. Mandalay said, only kittens who work hard get food. Izuku stopped trying to find out how to use whatever that attack was and went back to biting the rock normally. Izuku was dead. He couldn't move and could barely feel anything. Get up, Shinso said. No, I'm dead. We just got called to dinner. Give me a minute. No. Shinso dragged Izuku across the ground and towards Class 1A and 1B, who almost looked as exhausted as Mr. Aizawa did every day. Yaoyorozu made a staves to keep all of the people with physical quirks standing. Izuku gratefully took one and stood with the class. The students were told that they would have to make dinner by themselves. When the food was done, Izuku noticed Koda leaving without getting any food. Izuku grabbed a plate and followed him. Izuku ended up at a cliff with a cave on it. "How'd you find my secret hideout?" Koda shouted. "I followed you." "Get out." "Relax, I come bearing gifts," Izuku said, holding out the plate of food. "I don't need food from a wannabe hero." "Sheesh, I just came to give you food and I'm not a wannabe hero." "Wait, is there a difference between a wannabe and someone who is working towards being something?" "It doesn't matter. Heroes or villains, all it is a stupid excuse to kill each other." "I guess in some cases that's true, Endeavor. Hopefully I don't have to make that choice though." "Are you done? Will you leave now?" Koda shouted. "Sure, I'll get out of your hair, I'm still giving you food though." Izuku shoved the plate into Koda's hands before running back to his class for dinner. What a loser. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. The third day of the training camp was, putting in lightly, a horrific experience. Izuku was forced to fight Tiger 5 more times than the previous day. Anyone who had made any form of progress yesterday had to push themselves so much harder than before. Izuku had it the worst in this regard, because he had to almost strangle himself every 5 minutes to try and make more snakes than 2. By lunch, Izuku had almost passed out 3 times and only managed to create more snakes every hour, and even then he couldn't use them for long before he ran out of breath from the extremely tight scarf around his neck. Izuku and several others were barely able to help with lunch. Only Katsuki had enough energy to try and care about how the food was supposed to taste. The only thing keeping everyone going was the hope that the fun activity that the Pussycats had planned was actually fun, and fear of whatever Mr. Aizawa would make them do if they stopped. After what can best be described as torture, the students had to make their own dinner again. "Everyone get up and get ready," Pixie Bob shouted, "because it's time for your test of courage." "What?" Denki shouted. "Yes, tonight you will be testing each other's courage. Class 1B. You will be headed to the forest. You will plan anything you can think of to scare the other class. Class 1A. You will wait at the edge of the forest and enter in groups of 2. What is allowed?" One of the Class B students asked. "No physical violence, no more time for questions, go to the woods. All students who failed the exam are with me and Vlad King, you aren't participating in this event." The students who failed in Class 1A fled. They were tracked down and captured by Mr. Aizawa. Izuku opened his notebook and took notes on how Mr. Aizawa used his scarf to capture and restrain Izuku's classmates. Mr. Aizawa started dragging the students away to the lodge. "Free me, let me do the test of courage at least once." Mina was shouting. "Now that that's taken care of, Class B, go get ready to scare people." Mandalay said. "Save me," Mina screamed. "I can almost still hear her voice," Hagakure said solemnly, wiping at her eyes. The effect was dulled by her invisibility, but it was still recognizable. Class 1B was sent into the dark, cold, and silent forest with no supervision. Class 1A was allowed the luxury of sitting on the ground to wait. The students took this privilege extremely seriously and flopped onto the ground. After 30 minutes, one of the Class B students came out of the woods and informed Mandalay that they were ready. Several of Izuku's classmates had to be woken up because they fell asleep on the dirt. Class 1A was sorted into pairs. Izuku was paired with Shiro. Katsuki and Todoroki were sent in first. Another group was sent in, and then another, and then... "Midoriya, do you know Class B's quirks?" Shiro asked, staring at the forest. "I've gotten a glance at them." Izuku saw blue light from the corner of his eye and turned to the forest. "And none of them could do that." The edge of the forest was on fire. The fire was blue, meaning that it couldn't have been Todoroki or Katsuki. Izuku heard a crack. He whirled around to see 2 villains standing over Pixie Bob. One of them was tall and holding a metal pole on Pixie Bob's head. The other had a lizard mutation quirk and a giant sword on his back. "Everyone, this is Mandalay. At least 2 villains have infiltrated the camp. Return to the lodge immediately." Avoid combat by any means necessary. Greeting UA, we are the League of Villains elite team. The lizard villain shouted. The League of Villains? Here, throw us. It would really be a shame if I just killed this nice lady in front of you, wouldn't it? The tall villain asked. Over my dead body. Tiger shouted. Hold it. The lizard villain said, the right over life and death is held by Stain's word alone. Stain? These guys follow Stain. Izuku said. You, with the green hair, you're the one who fought Stain, right? The lizard villain stated, I'm Spinner, the one who carries out Stain's dream. Spinner pulled a giant sword made of swords and knives held together by a few belts. I don't care. Tiger said. Everyone go back to the lodge. Mandalay said, but she seemed worried. Izuku realized that Koda was most likely not at the lodge. Mandalay. I know where Koda might be. I'm going to get him. Izuku then took off in the direction of Koda's hideout. I'm not letting you go alone. Zero shouted before he used his tape to swing from the trees like an off-brand comic hero. Izuku got to the bottom of the short cliff and used his scarf to pull himself up it in seconds. Izuku peeked over the edge. A massive villain with a scar on his left eye was in front of Koda. Izuku looked down and saw Zero trying to climb up. Izuku grabbed Zero with his scarf and dragged him up before motioning for him to be quiet. Use your tape to grab Koda. Izuku whispered. Koda turned around to run, but the villain jumped over him. Zero's tape hit Koda's shirt and pulled him back and away from the villain's fist. The impact of the villain's fist kicked up a bunch of dust. Zero kept pulling Koda until he was in reach on Izuku's scarves. Izuku grabbed Koda and pulled him over the ledge before using his scarves to go down the cliff while Zero lowered himself with tape. I heard that. The villain shouted, Get back here and let me kill you, kid. Izuku held on to Koda and made a break for the lodge. Zero kept pace with Izuku. Something huge crashed down in front of them. You can't just run from me. The villain who was attacking Koda was blocking their way. Izuku knew that they couldn't outrun him, so they had to fight. But Koda was with them, so they couldn't get close to fight. There were two options: send Koda to get help, where he could potentially get killed by another villain, or keep Koda here, where they could keep an eye on him but he would be guaranteed to die in the very likely chance that Izuku and Zero died. Izuku set Koda down. Go to the lodge, send any hero you can this way, and especially send Mr. Aizawa if you find him. Koda started to move. The villain tried to attack him, but Izuku's scarves bit the villain's arms and lifted him into the air where Zero taped him up. Koda started running. Koda quickly disappeared from sight because of the darkness and trees. The villain started moving and Zero's tape broke. The villain moved his arms together and grabbed the snakes, biting his arms before ripping them off his arms and falling to the ground and landing on his feet. That was pathetic, but at least you've got some fight in you. Now let me see you bleed. Zero used his tape to pull himself towards a tree on the right to avoid the villain's fist. Midoriya, watch out. Zero shouted. Izuku used his scarves to launch himself off of the ground and out of reach of the villain. That reminds me, I still have a job to do. Where is the Bakugo kid? Why would we tell you? Zero shouted. I guess I can kill you quickly then. The villain shouted. Muscle fibers started growing from his skin and covered his arms and legs. The villain charged at Zero through a single punch. Zero shot tape at a tree and tried to dodge to the left. The villain was too fast. His punch hit Zero and sent him flying. Zero's tape broke and his moment sent him into a tree. The villain was about to go after him, but Izuku landed on his back, scarves ripping into the muscle fibers covering the villain's skin. Izuku grabbed the villain's muscle fibers with his bare hands and started channeling electricity into the villain. The villain couldn't reach him, but that didn't stop him. The villain jumped backwards and Izuku was slammed into a tree. Izuku fell off of the villain. That actually hurt, and I unfortunately don't have any more time to play. It's time I show you my serious face. The villain pulled out his left eye, which was apparently fake, and put a different one in. Just because they want you alive doesn't mean I can't break you a little. Izuku sent his scarves out to tear the villain's quirk apart. But the villain kept growing more muscle fibers. You're too slow. The villain charged at Izuku. Izuku needed to attack faster, and he only knew of one way how. Izuku directed his electricity into his scarf. What the dash? Izuku attacked the villain constantly and rapidly. The speed of the villain's muscle growth increased as well. Izuku kept attacking for as long as he could, but he was running out of air. He would have to stop eventually. It was less than 2 minutes before Izuku's attacks slowed down to their normal pace. The villain was damaged but still alive, and still able to move even if his body had some chunks missing. "I'm gonna break you even more for that," the villain said, voice not as loud as before. Izuku tried to move out of the way but he couldn't. The villain picked him up and crushed his arm. Izuku screamed. The villain reached for his other arm but a strip of tape stuck to the top of the villain's head and was ripped off, pulling out a bunch of the villain's hair. The villain threw Izuku aside. Izuku screamed as he landed on his broken arm. The villain grew more muscle fibers, filling the holes in his body. The villain moved towards Zero. Izuku used his scarf to get up. He had to do something, right? If he did nothing, Zero would die. But he couldn't beat this villain. The villain left his head exposed. The villain had proven that he wouldn't give up, even with several chunks of his body missing. Izuku was behind the villain, out of his sight. Izuku had to make a choice: kill a villain with his own hands or be responsible for a friend's death. The villain was making more muscle fibers, some started growing around his neck. He had to act now. Izuku sent a snake at the villain's head. Right before the snake bit down on back of the villain's head, it was caught. "Didn't think you had that in you," the villain shouted. Izuku was yanked forwards into the villain's fist. Izuku was sent flying to the top of one of the trees. Izuku grabbed onto the tree with his scarf and lowered himself down. The villain turned to him and jumped after him. Zero tried to hold him back with his tape, but he was yanked up with the villain. Izuku had to release the tree to avoid the villain's attack. He wasn't able to grab the tree again and landed on the ground, probably breaking something. Izuku grabbed a different tree and pulled himself out of the way of the villain, who landed right where Izuku just was. Zero landed on top of the villain, who quickly grabbed him with one hand. "You're dead, kid." The villain dropped Zero and punched him full force. Zero only flew a few feet. "What? You should be splattered across the forest, brat." A gray scarf wrapped around the villain's neck. The villain was tangled up in a matter of seconds. The villain tried to break free but couldn't. Mr. Aizawa quickly knocked the villain unconscious. "What were you thinking? Going off on your own?" Mr. Aizawa asked. "I just followed him," Zero said. "Knew where Koda was," Izuku managed to say. Mr. Aizawa walked over to Izuku to examine his leg. "And why did you fight Muscular, one of the most dangerous villains in Japan?" "He was faster." Izuku wasn't feeling great. In fact, he felt terrible. "I am in constant pain," Izuku said before using his scarf to start dragging himself across the ground and towards the lodge. "Absolutely not." "Zero, can you stand?" Mr. Aizawa asked. Zero slowly got up, wincing in pain. "Yes, sir." "Good, help me get Midoriya to the lodge, then stay there." Mr. Aizawa dragged Izuku to his feet and Zero helped Izuku onto Mr. Aizawa's back. They quickly made their way to the lodge. When they got inside the building, Mr. Aizawa entered the building. He turned to a hall and dropped Izuku in a classroom with the students who failed the exam and a few others. Izuku saw Koda there as well and gave him a thumbs up. "Midobro, are you good?" Kirishima. "Well, yes, but actually no, my arm's broken." Koda walked over to him. "Thanks for getting Mr. Aizawa," Izuku said. Koda looked like he was struggling to say something. And then Koda spoke. "Why'd you do that? You could have died." "And you would have died," Izuku responded. "But why risk yourself?" "Honestly, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I watched someone get killed, especially if I could do something about it." Koda was quiet, and then sat in the desk next to Izuku's to either contemplate what was said or go back to his normal brooding. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. "Bakugo, this isn't the time to be reckless," Todoroki said. "You think I don't know that icy hot?" Katsuki shouted. Katsuki jumped back as another blade almost cut him in half. "We have to kill this toothy psycho. If we weren't in a forest, we would have won by now. We're gonna win anyway." Katsuki and Icy Hot were fighting an annoying villain. The creep was constantly yammering about flesh or some crap. The worst part? Katsuki couldn't get close enough to make him shut the heck up. Anytime he tried, he almost got stabbed. Katsuki couldn't even let out a full force explosion because it would obscure his vision long enough for him to be caught off guard. Katsuki despised admitting it, but he was at a standstill. Just set him on fire, then freeze everything else. Katsuki shouted, "It's dark out now. If I make a big burst of fire, we'll be blinded for a second, and if the fire doesn't take out the villain immediately, they'll take us out." Unfortunately, Icy Hot was right. Even a split second of an opening could kill them. Katsuki was extremely angry. Even more so when something was crashing through the woods towards them. The six-armed student came into view, shouted how he needed light because Bird Brain went crazy. Katsuki saw the massive figure of Bird Brain's pet Darkness and came up with a plan. He stopped Icy Hot from making fire. The villain tried to attack the living Darkness but got one shot. Katsuki started up explosions to weaken the bird's quirk. "Get up, this piece of crap could wake up soon." Katsuki said, "Sorry to cause you trouble." Bird Brain apologized. That dentist's nightmare was annoying anyway. Katsuki said, "Let's get moving." Icy Hot said, "If all of the villains are of this caliber, it'd be best to get to the pros." "Shut up, Icy Hot, that loser just got lucky." The group of potentially not extras and Katsuki started making their way to the lodge. They encountered Gravity G. Uraraka and Tsu were in front of the group along with a girl in a villain outfit, who retreated when she spotted the other students. "Are you all right?" "Should yes." "We're fine, Karo," Azui said. "Good, we should get going." Shoto said, "You're right, it's getting darker." Shoji said, "We'll give away our position if Bakugo or Todoroki have to weaken Dark Shadow." "Wouldn't that give away their position and not ours?" Karo, Azui asked. Shoto expected Bakugo to shout, so he quickly turned around when he didn't. "But they're with us. Are you suggesting we sply dash?" "They're gone." Todoroki said. "What?" Shoji questioned in shock. "It's quite rude to be ignorant of a magician's show for so long." A masked villain said from the top of a tree. "Unfortunately, I spent so long waiting that I must end my show here. Until my next show, I must vanish." The villain jumped across the treetops. Shoto tried to freeze him, but the villain dodged the glacier. The group of students tried to chase after the villain, but they were too slow to keep up, and the villain was constantly changing directions, so after he left their line of sight, they had no idea where he went. They kept looking for the villain, but they never found him. Time skip brought to you by Eri and Koda taking turns using the bat of disapproval on Endeavor. The training camp was a complete disaster. Multiple students, obviously including Izuku, were injured and several ended up in the hospital. And the worst part? Katsuki and Tokoyami were kidnapped, and Kirishima was trying to get Izuku to rescue them, despite not having a clue where they were. "For the last time, Kirishima, we can't save them without knowing where they are." "Midoriya, I learned that Yaoyorozu placed a tracker on a Nomu that was there. Maybe he did know where they were. Let's put that aside for now, Dash." "No, we can save them easily." "How do you expect us to even be able to get to Katsuki when there is a villain who was able to instantly kidnap him without people noticing? What is stopping the villain from doing the exact same thing to you that he did to Katsuki?" And that, according to Todoroki, was only one villain. One villain kidnapped Katsuki. Another villain almost killed me and Zero. The League of Villains had people like that with them. If they could recruit people like that, who else do they have on their side? "We can't just do nothing," Kirishima shouted. "Yes, we can." Izuku paused. "I trust the hero who took down Muscular single-handedly and all might much more than I trust couple of high schoolers, especially when one of them is injured." "What if there were a few more high schoolers?" "Judging by the position of the chance of Mr. Aizawa killing us and the League of Villains locations, I'd say you're an idiot." Izuku said. "What does that even mean?" Kirishima asked. "Yes. Sorry to interrupt, but Midoriya has a checkup before he gets his cast off," a doctor said. Kirishima left the room, leaving Izuku to his checkup. To say Katsuki was angry would be an understatement, because not only had he been kidnapped by a villain, he couldn't even fight back because he was tied up in a chair. And the most annoying thing was how the stupid con artist kept trying to get him to join the magic show. At least he wasn't alone. As much as he hated to admit it, the fact that Birdbrain was also here was a small comfort. At least he wasn't the only one glaring at people. That slight comfort was immediately removed when Birdbrain started talking in riddles. Some crap about how there was some dark even he wouldn't go to, and he would fight in his own darkness to destroy theirs. Katsuki would have preferred anyone else. Even the irritating blonde from Class B, at least he could speak clearly. Why did you grab an NPC compress? The crusty extra said, I've never met someone this annoying, even in that week I played League of Legends. Birdbrain was flabbergasted, absolutely stunned, and finally shut up. Tape his mouth shut. Birdbrain's beak was taped shut. Now that the NPC's dialogue has been cut off, I'm finally able to give you my offer. I want you to join the League of Villains. Like I'd join a bunch of losers like you. Shut up, I haven't finished my offer. Kurogyri, play the clips. The TV in the corner of the room started playing clips from the sports festival, including Katsuki being hit by the annoying grape in the race, only for the video to go back and zoom in on Deku throwing the grape creep at him. Then it switched to the second round where it showed Deku throwing a glitter bomb and a flashbang at Katsuki. Finally, it showed Deku defeating him in the third stage of the sports festival. Look at this annoying creature. He's put you down in every step of your life. He's been a hindrance to you, someone who seeks to make you waste your potential. So the final part of my offer is this. We grab him and let you kill him. Katsuki wasn't an idiot. He knew that these idiots thought that Katsuki still hated Deku. He also knew better than to correct them, but he wasn't about to make them think he was even considering their offer. I don't need your help to beat Deku in anything, and I'm not turning into a D-list villain to do something I can do as the best hero. Kurogyri, I'm tired of him being loud, send him to the box. Tie the other one to the ceiling, he's a bird, he should like it. As you wish, Tamura. Katsuki fell through the floor and into the darkness. He tried to struggle out of the chair, but he only succeeded in falling over and hitting his head on the floor, which was made of cardboard. Those nitwits actually put him in a cardboard box in the dark. He was gonna kill them when he got out. Because if someone couldn't find him, he'd just find a way out himself. Speech. Telepathy. Izuku was finally freed from his hospital bed. Now that he didn't have to stay in the hospital, he could visit the others injured in the attack. Jiro and Hagakure were still unconscious, but Siro was up and about. He was still being examined because hitting your head against a tree so hard you pass out for a minute or two is very bad. Izuku saw a few Class B kids, but he didn't stay long. The last person he saw was Yaoyorozu. Is this a drag deal or something? Izuku asked. Kirishima and Yaoyorozu were wearing dark sunglasses, and Yaoyorozu had just handed Kirishima something. No. Kirishima said. Then what were you doing? I was giving Kirishima the receiver for the tracker that leads to Bakugo. Yaoyorozu said. Kirishima looked a bit nervous, but then he steeled his nerves. I am going to save Bakubro. If you want to come with us, we're leaving tonight. Kirishima said. Time skip brought to you by Koda and Eri flooding the Shai Hasaikai complex. Izuku was many things, an idiot was not one of them, which is exactly why he was standing in front of the hospital with Kirishima and Todoroki. I'm glad you joined us, Midobro. I still think that this is stupid, but if I can do something to stop you from dying, I might as well. Yaoyorozu exited the hospital. Let's hurry, we don't want to get stopped. Yaoyorozu said. Wait. Ida was standing at the door. Out of anyone doing something this stupid, why is it you three? Ida asked. I'm gonna be honest, those two were going to look for Katsuki and Tokoyami anyway, Izuku said, gesturing at Kirishima and Todoroki. I'm just here to make sure they don't do anything more stupid in the process. I am here to make sure that combat is avoided at all costs. Yaoyorozu said. Oh, I guess that makes it easier for me. Izuku said. This is a stealth mission. Kirishima said, we aren't breaking rules if we don't engage with anyone. You have convinced me that you do not plan on entering combat, but I must make sure of that, so take me with you. Ida said. That's so manly, Ida. Kirishima said. How come he doesn't get bro on the end of his name? Izuku asked. Kirishima looked at him. Bro. Understandable. Have a nice day. Time skip brought to you by Eri and Koda helping Inko make cookies. This is the place. Yaoyorozu said. Alright, Yaoyorozu, can you make binoculars so we can see in the windows? Izuku asked. Yaoyorozu made binoculars and handed them to Izuku. Why did I think this would work? Izuku asked. Of course the villain base has curtains up, they don't want people seeing the student that was just kidnapped. What should we do? Kirishima asked. Look for another window. Izuku said. Maybe only this one is BL. Izuku was interrupted by Mount Lady crushing the building next to them. It was pure luck that the wall they were behind didn't fall. Alright, let's go, the pros are here now. Izuku whispered. The group of 4 started to leave. But they didn't even move from the wall before almost everything around them was destroyed. They could barely move, because they feared what they would see beyond the wall that was only standing by a miracle. They couldn't hear much, but they could hear angry shouting, which was enough for Izuku to peek around the wall and see that Katsuki and Tokoyami were here now. Izuku kept peeking over the wall, only ducking back under when All Might crashed into the villain that destroyed a whole area. Izuku was trying to think of a way to get them out when he thought of something. Kirishima can turn into a rock and is fast, Ida is fast as well. Katsuki can blast himself up and Dark Shadow would be able to reach Izuku's scarf if they stretched. Izuku quickly told the others his plan. Izuku was standing on a bit of ice behind Ida, who was behind Kirishima, all of them connected by one of Izuku's scarf snakes. Go! Both aspects of Kirishima's quirk activated and he burst through the wall. Ida quickly sped past him using his quirk. Todoroki made an extremely large ramp that was used to send the 3 of them into the air. Izuku called to Dark Shadow and sent his second scarf down. Dark Shadow flew up and caught the scarf. Tokoyami shouted to Katsuki. Tokoyami was yanked off the ground and Katsuki blasted himself into the air, causing Tokoyami to get even closer to Izuku's scarf because Dark Shadow shrank. Izuku yanked Tokoyami up to himself, Kirishima, and Ida before grabbing him with his hands and sending his scarf to get Katsuki, who was about to start falling. Izuku caught Katsuki's arm and pulled him to the main group. Izuku used his second snake to securely attach Katsuki and Tokoyami. Took you long enough. Katsuki shouted. They traumatized Bird Brain. They compared me to a League of Legends player and then tied me to the ceiling. Tokoyami said. Incoming. Ida shouted. Izuku snapped his head to the area they were flying away from, and sure enough, a villain with a top hat was flying at them. Katsuki was ready to blast the villain, but it was unnecessary. Mount Lady got in the way of the villain and fell to the ground. Then the villains got knocked out by an old man. Izuku turned his attention to the ground which was rapidly approaching. He had not thought about this part of the plan. They were going to land on the ground in a road, and probably die. Fortunately the road was narrow and the buildings on either side were tall. Izuku forced electricity into his scarf and made 6 more scarf snakes that he used to grab onto the buildings on either side of the road and stop them from hitting the ground too hard. Nice save Midobro! Kirishima shouted. Izuku flopped on the ground. I have a great idea. Tokoyami said, let's never get kidnapped again. Tokoyami also flopped on the ground. The idiot, of course that's the dang plan. Katsuki shouted. You didn't have a floodlight constantly on you, preventing you from sleeping, shut up. Tokoyami said, before promptly falling asleep on the floor. I'm gonna kick his beak in when he wakes up. Katsuki said. Is it just me or did he speak normally? Izuku asked. He started doing that after the 3rd day with the floodlight. Katsuki said Bird Brain was probably too tired to speak in riddles. A loud crash came from the distance. Helicopters are going to the fight. Kirishima said. It's probably the news or something. Izuku said. Then let's go watch All Might pummel that weirdo. Katsuki shouted. Izuku and Ida picked Tokoyami up and put him on Kirishima's back before they headed out. The small group found a crowd of people in the street looking at a television. All Might was fighting the villain who had destroyed almost half of Kamino Ward. It is essentially the same thing that happened in canon. I would rather write what actually changes. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. A world without the symbol of peace. Things got hectic fast. Normal heroes suddenly found themselves with extremely high workloads. After all, the symbol of peace was what kept crime in check. Without that symbol, villains thought they were free to act. Of course, a lot of the major crimes were shut down by heroes, but there were a lot more purse snatchers going free. While police and heroes were busy catching villains and criminals, UA was making sure their students are going to be safe. UA announced a new dorms system for the students. UA was requiring all Hero Corps students to move into the new dorms. All other classes were recommended to move to the dorms but not required to. Inko, who was currently living in an apartment funded by UA, had been given an offer to stay in a teacher apartment because we have more apartments than we have teachers. And wouldn't it be nice to not have to live so far from your son? But considering the letter specifically said not to tell Izuku, it was probably because the well-known rat menace that UA calls a principal was planning some form of mischief. Inko decided that the pros, Eri not being sad that Izuku was moving out anymore, outweighed the cons and chose to accept the offer. The day her son left for the dorms, she started packing everything in the apartment. When Eri asked what she was doing, she explained what was happening. Eri immediately started putting all of her stuff in a box, and Izuku's remaining stuff as well. By the end of the week, UA sent a moving truck as well as a loud blonde and a homeless man to help them move their stuff out of their apartment and into the one on UA campus. The two men who were sent with the moving truck offered to come back and pick them up in their car, but Inko refused. She hadn't shown Eri around that much and thought it would be a good idea to show her how trains work. Inko walked with Eri, explaining what certain stores that they passed were until they got to the train station. Inko brought Eri onto the train and sat down at the far end of the cart. There was someone sitting opposite them, but Inko didn't pay them much attention, especially since Eri started talking to her. She didn't notice when the man did a double take when he saw Eri. She didn't notice when he started texting someone. She didn't notice that he got off at the same stop she did. After all, a lot of people got off the train there. She didn't realize that at some point she started holding Eri a bit closer. Inko never let go of Eri for even a second. She didn't feel like it. Not even when they arrived at UA's staff gate. Only when she entered the apartment building did she feel like letting go of Eri's hand. I spotted the kid, she's inside UA's boundaries. What are your orders? Said the voice of one of his lackeys. It's about time someone spotted the brat. Stay out of sight and watch the exits until I send someone else there. We need constant surveillance. If she leaves, we need to know about it. Overhaul commanded. Overhaul hung up. He had a meeting with the self-proclaimed League of Villains. It had originally been to try and get extra hands to find the cursed child, but now he'd be willing to offer them a little more for the extra assistance. Not a time skip, but a position change. Brought by Koda and Eri watching How to Train Your Dragon. Izuku finally finished putting up the last, and most important, picture on his dorm's wall. He had officially moved in 5 days ago, but he hadn't unpacked yet. He'd had to do schoolwork after all. Plus, he'd had to call Eri on the first few days to talk to her so she wouldn't be upset. His mom told him that they were going to go to Auntie's house today, so he used the normal call time to set up his room. After he was done, he went to the common room. Apparently Mina and Hagakure were trying to get people to show off their rooms. Izuku decided to back to his room. He hid in his room, sparking electricity between his fingers because why not? Izuku looked at his phone. He could totally charge it with his quirk. He remembered the first time he tried that and decided to not risk frying his phone again. Katsuki kicked the door open. My poor door. You've killed it. You've killed my door. Think of all the hopes and dreams that my poor door had. Shut up, Deku, if I had to deal with this you do too. What? Half of the class was outside his door. We're holding a competition for best dorm room. Mina shouted. Izuku tried to close the door. Mina and Hagakure were not happy with this attempt to escape, so they also kicked the door in. No escape for you. Hagakure shouted. Izuku opened his window, only for Katsuki to grab him. I had to suffer, you do too. Izuku was forced to watch as Mina and Hagakure searched through his room. Eventually they found the picture he hung up last. Who drew this? It's adorable. Mina shouted. My little sister. Mina's head snapped to him. You have a little sister? Yes. Why didn't you tell me? Never came up. Ui, Toru. Mina shouted, Interrogation Protocol 42. Katsuki set Izuku free and both of them jumped out of the window. Izuku using his scarf to slow the fall and Katsuki using his explosions. What the heck is Interrogation Protocol 42? Izuku shouted to Katsuki, as the blonde hadn't stopped running when he hit the ground. They'll ruin your favorite frickin' song. Izuku started running. How? They'll put it on loop while doing Fortnite dances. And you can't even leave, because they tied you to the ceiling. How do you know? I wouldn't tell them why or how Kirishima's quirk mutated, because I didn't frickin' know. Izuku and Katsuki ended up at another building on the UA campus. They finally felt like they had escaped Mina and Hagakure's wrath. Izuku's mom walked out of the building. Mom? Izuku asked. Izuku, it's good to see you. Inko said before giving Izuku a bear hug. Auntie, why are you here? Katsuki questioned. What do you mean? Inko asked, I live here. Izuku's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Katsuki fared no better. Eri opened the door. Izuku was almost stabbed but picked Eri up in self-defense. Izuku was immediately hugged by the innocent child who quickly gave Katsuki a hug as well. Surprise! Eri shouted. How did you get permission to live on UA grounds? Izuku asked. I was sent a very polite letter that essentially said I could move here since they were already paying for my apartment. That's amazing! I get to see you too even though I live on campus. Izuku said with large amounts of enthusiasm. Mom, can we show Aizu and Katsuki around the apartment? Yes. Of course honey, let's go. Inko said as she opened the door. As the door closed behind them, something crashed into it. They all turned around to look at what it was, and Mina was banging on the door, trying to get in. Is that your friend? What? Nope. Izuku lied. Never seen her. Katsuki agreed. Let me in. I need answers. Mina shouted. Izuku and Katsuki quickly ushered Inko and Eri away from the crazy stranger that had resorted to pouring acid on the door. Eri showed Izuku and Katsuki around the apartment. It was slightly smaller than the old one, but there was one less person living there than previously, so it was fine. Izuku and Katsuki spent a couple hours with Eri and Inko before they had to be back in their dorms for curfew. The two students were planning on going through the front door, but that plan was ruined when they found Mina still outside the door. She'd given up melting the door and was sitting in front of the door, staring inside. Izuku and Katsuki chose to go back to Inko's apartment to be let out of a window. The two made it back to the dorms before Mina. Izuku climbed in through his still-open window and Katsuki walked through the front door like an idiot and was ambushed by Hagakure. Luckily the blonde was able to escape and lock his door. Time skip brought by Inko and Eri watching a movie in a blanket fort. Listen up, gremlins. Mr. Aizawa commanded. Class 1 was stuck in a large room with Mr. Aizawa, Cementos, and Ectoplasm. Training camp was cut short for obvious reasons, so we'll finish it here. The point of the training camp was to improve your quirks and ability to use them. You will all have to take the Provisional Hero License exam next week, so you need to bring something special in order to make it. We weren't able to get to making super moves at camp, so we're doing it now. Sir, Ida shouted, isn't it too early for us to take the license exam? Normally UA only allows second-year students to take it, but there has been much more villain activity recently, so it's less work for us if UA doesn't have to take care of the legal mess that comes from our students using their quirks to defend themselves. Mr. Aizawa said. I see. Thank you for your explanation. If you also wouldn't mind, what qualifies as a super move? Super moves are specific uses of your quirk that can completely change the tide of a battle or other situation. Mr. Aizawa said, Ida, your reciproburst attack is a good example. That speed, even in a short burst, can take out a villain or allow you to rescue a hostage. I see, so a special move must allow for either a win or a rescue. Ida shouted. That's enough with the super moves. You are also allowed to make costume changes and add support gear. For any changes, go to Power Loader. Cementos, Ectoplasm, take it from here. Cementos made a concrete construction with several platforms for the students. Each platform had an Ectoplasm clone. Get to work, Mr. Izawa said. Most of the class went onto the concrete to start making special moves. A few went to Mr. Izawa for suggestions. Izuku was also with Mr. Izawa, but for a different reason. Can I have a knife? Izuku asked. Why do you need a knife? Mr. Izawa questioned. For extra attacking options. Izuku stated. This time is for making super moves. Go to Power Loader after class to ask. Izuku started to walk away, then he had an idea. Can I have 50 knives? Why would you need 50 knives? For a super move. Once again, go to Power Loader after class and get to work. Izuku scurried off to the concrete cliffs and found a free ectoplasm clone to bully. He sent electricity into his scarf and multiple snakes came out of his scarf. He counted the max amount of snakes he could make with his little trick. 8. Izuku retracted his electricity so he could breathe properly, and then he sent the electricity to his scarf and completely annihilated the ectoplasm clone in front of him. There were only 8 snakes, but they moved so fast he wouldn't have been able to tell if he hadn't known beforehand. 8 snakes, serpents of 8? Terrible name. They ate serpents? Sounds cool, but also something Tokoyami might come up with on one of his less edgy days. Octosnake? Midoriya, the new ectoplasm clone said, back to work. Octosnake it was. Since Izuku had that move made and functional, it was time to try the next move he thought of. One of Izuku's 2 normal scarves ripped a chunk out of the concrete while the other grabbed the clone's arm. The scarf with ectoplasm's clone retracted, while the one with a chunk of concrete went forwards, smashing into the clone's head. Izuku proceeded to try several other forms of attack, such as using his scarf to throw rocks, trip the clone, and bring it within electrocution range. The class was dismissed to consider support gear opportunities and costume alterations. Izuku was one of the first to end up at the support labs, but not the first. Katsuki was also there. What are you here for? Izuku asked. I'm gonna get a few throwable versions of my gauntlets. You're asking support to make grenades? Duh, no villain would expect an actual grenade, just my quirk. What are you here for? Knives. Katsuki decided to not question that and turned to the support door. The door exploded before Katsuki could get to it. Hatsum, you cannot keep blowing up the lab whenever you want. Power Loader said through the smoking door. Explosions are a part of the path to success. Hatsum said. Izuku decided to speak up. Hey Hatsum, do you want to make a bomb? Speech. Thought. Telepathy. No, and absolutely no. Power Loader said. You are not allowed to have a bomb. Katsuki held up his hand and exploded it. I'm a bomb, idiot. Then why do you need one? Villains would expect me to only use my quirk, so I'll blast them for underestimating me. It makes some sense. Power Loader started. I'll get it done in 2 days. Hatsum shouted. Absolutely not. Power Loader shouted, you blow things up on accident. I don't want to see you do it on purpose. Work on whatever Midoriya wants, as long as it is also not a bomb. Hatsum's head snapped to Izuku. Katsuki, help. Izuku was dragged into the lab by Hatsum. What kind of babies do you want? Wait, I know. Hatsum went to one of the lab closets and pulled out a full suit of mechanical armor. My combat suit, baby. Perfect for all hero situations. Izuku had to stop her before she pulled out some crazy stuff. I just wanted to ask Power Loader for a bunch of knives. That was the wrong thing to say, because Hatsum started interrogating him about how exactly his quirk worked. She seemed particularly interested in his electricity, and then Izuku was shoved into Power Loader's office so Hatsum could start making things. Hatsum didn't overwhelm you, did she? Power Loader asked. I have no idea what just happened. Izuku confessed. Well, she may be enthusiastic, but she's got at making things, but enough of that. I assume you wanted something that Hatsum either didn't want to make or wanted to improve on before she made it, so what did you want? I wanted a bunch of throwing knives for a super move I thought of today. And that would be? I could use my scarves to throw a bunch of them at once. If you're throwing a bunch of them, shuriken would be more effective. Power Loader said. True, but it would be more difficult to grab them in a rush without stabbing myself. Plus, Izuku brought his scarf snakes out. It'd be easier for my scarf to hold them if there was a handle. Alright, I'll let Mr. Aizawa know when I have them ready for you, but if you change your mind be sure to come back. I will power loader, sir. Izuku left the support labs and went back to the dorms. Izuku entered the building and started to go to his room, but someone put a sack over his head and started to drag him away. Izuku used his quick thinking to rip the bag with his scarf and escape. Get back here, Mina shouted. We need to learn about your sister. Hagakure agreed. Then why didn't you just ask? Izuku questioned. Mina had a "why didn't I do that?" look on her face. Hagakure stopped moving, so Izuku could only assume she did too. Those idiots give their brain cells to Denki when they decide to interrogate someone. Katsuki said from the couch. Shut up, boom boy, Mina shouted. Izuku took this time to slink into his room. Time skip brought by Eri and Kota climbing trees. The next day was more special move training, but halfway through the day Mr. Aizawa told Izuku to go pick up his stuff from the support lab. Izuku tried to sneak to Power Loader's room but was ambushed by Hatsum, who dragged him to her desk and measured the size and angle his scarf snake's mouth could open, before making him charge a couple batteries and shoving him towards Power Loader's office. You got kidnapped, didn't you? Power Loader asked. Yes. Power Loader picked a bucket off the ground. 20 throwing knives. Until you know for sure you want to use them, it isn't worth making a lot more. Izuku took the knives and went back to the training grounds. Izuku placed a knife in each of his snakes and tried to throw them. They completely missed the center of the concrete wall he was aiming at, barely hitting the edges. The rest of Izuku's day was spent trying to aim well. Time skip brought by Inko cooking for Eri and Kota. Once again Izuku was throwing knives. Midoriya, your support order is ready, Mr. Aizawa shouted. Izuku hadn't ordered anything other than the knives. Are you sure it's mine? Izuku asked from his concrete tower. Is there anyone else named Izuku Midoriya? Izuku slid down his pillar of concrete and headed towards the support labs. Izuku was ambushed by Hatsum again, only this time there was a bucket of unique-looking knives there. I made these knife babies. I used the batteries you charged as part of the handle to hold it together, and now they are electrified and you can recharge them by yourself. Izuku was actually surprised. He hadn't expected Hatsum to make something so fast. And if she did, he would have expected it to be something that would be useful but not specifically for him. Izuku remembered how Ida had told him about the arm jets Hatsum had made him try on. Most of the knives were throwing knives, but 4 of them were combat knives. What are these for? Izuku said, pointing to the combat knives. Who doesn't want extra knives? Hatsum exclaimed. That's a good point, extra close-range weapons could always be useful, especially since, Izuku continued talking, he was focused on the knives, and not trying them out. Use them, Hatsum said. Izuku picked up a combat knife. The base is where you charge it, and the button on the side electrifies it. It stays electric until you press the button again. Izuku charged the knife and pressed the button. The knife sparked, it sounded like a taser. Izuku poked the blade and felt his electricity going to his finger. It wasn't painful at all, but he pulled his finger back anyway. Hatsum seemed dissatisfied, until she poked the knife and got tossed. Izuku moved the knife away from her. Alright, good to know. Hatsum said, you're immune to your own electricity. This is very useful information. Why didn't you tell me? Izuku tried to answer but Hatsum kept talking. How far do your scarves stretch? Izuku answered with the max distance they could currently stretch. Can you use your scarf to electrocute people from a distance? Izuku could not. He tried, but he only succeeded in making more scarves. After answering Hatsum's questions, she shoved the knife bucket into his hands and pushed him out of the door. Izuku spent the time walking to the training ground charging his new knives. When Izuku got back to the training ground, he got back to trying to figure out how he was supposed to throw a bunch of knives with his scarf. By the end of the day, he was able to grow one of them somewhat consistent, but only one knife. A lot of practice was needed. Time skip brought by Eri somehow driving a motorcycle through Mizudafu. Izuku had apparently submitted a costume edit form 2 days before the provisional license exam, which was strange since he would have remembered that. Izuku rushed to the support lab to ask about what was going on. Hatsum was waiting for him, proudly holding his costume. What did you do? Izuku asked, not at all happy that she messed with his costume. Your overcoat was pointless, so I added a bunch of knife holders for quick access while keeping them hidden. I also made a belt that has a few long metal cords hidden on the inside. They go through the costume to attach to my other baby. What, other baby? Hatsum's grabbed the metal piece on one of the shoulders of his costume. The metal piece consisted of a metal bar attached to two pieces that had points on the bottom and top of each piece respectively. It had a small tube that was keeping the two pointed pieces apart. It was also attached to the suit by the previously mentioned cords. Make your snake scarf, Hatsum commanded. Izuku did as told. Hatsum grabbed the scarf and put the metal bar in its mouth. Hatsum pressed a button on his costume's glove. The two metal pieces were pushed apart. They fit over his scarf's snake's mouth. My scarf doesn't really need metal teeth, but thanks, I think. No. My wonderful baby isn't just metal teeth. You said you can't electrocute people with your scarf. It's made of a highly conducive, durable, and flexible material so you can electrocute people without having to get really close to them. Hatsum pointed to a mechanism at the location where the metal cords were coming out. This baby makes sure the cords stay near your scarf instead of going straight to the end of it. Now go test it, Hatsum shouted, pushing him towards the door. Never alter my costume without my permission again. Izuku said, it was fine this time, but it's important that I know of and approve changes. Got it, now go test my baby, Hatsum shouted before shoving him out the door. Izuku hurried to the training area. He put on his costume in the locker room and decided to test out his unwanted addition to his suit. He had to admit, the throwing knife holders were very useful. He was able to grab them much faster, even if his aim was mediocre at best. The weird metal teeth attachments were interesting. Izuku was able to use them well, and when he grabbed with his hands he could use it to shock people. At least according to the ectoplasm clone, who was the expert in that regard. Izuku was working on swapping between using his new mouth guard and throwing his knives. After all, it was almost time for the provisional license exam. Speech, thought, telepathy. It was the day of the provisional hero exam. The whole class was worked up. Get off the bus, Mr. Aizawa said. The more time you spend waiting here, the less time you have to get prepared. Class 1A left the bus. Mr. Aizawa followed them. This is the provisional license exam. You have been through a lot and have some experience with hero work, but now it's time to move on to the next step. When you get your provisional license, you will be able to work at actual hero agencies during school hours, but you will not be exempt from classwork. The point is that after this exam, your hero career will start in earnest. So go beyond. Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra. Class 1A shouted. Plus Ultra. The random guy who snuck up behind Kirishima shouted. Yarashi, it's rude to break into other people's gatherings. Person behind the random guy said. Sorry. Please accept my humble apology. Yarashi shouted, bashing his head on the ground. This guy is really pumped up. Kaminari shouted. Are you okay? Izuku asked, seeing the blood on Yarashi's forehead. I'm perfectly fine. Yarashi shouted. Yarashi moved back to his school, which a few people in 1A recognized as Shiketsu, the only hero school in Japan that was on par with UA. Mr. Aizawa was approached by another hero. Ms. Joke, if Izuku remembered correctly. Ms. Joke was asking Mr. Aizawa to marry her. Once Ms. Joke was thoroughly rejected. All of the participants were called into the main room, and all the teachers and spectators were asked to move to the stands. Izuku thought he caught sight of his mom heading up to the stands. But he was too far away to be sure. All of the participants were herded into changing rooms and told to change into their hero outfits. Once everyone was in their costumes, they were sent to a large room. There was a stand with a microphone at the back of the room. A very tired man in a business suit walked on stage. Hello, let's get this exam started. My name is Mara. The tired man said. I work for the HPSC and my favorite activity is sleep, which I haven't been able to do much of recently. Now let me explain how this works. There are around 1,500 people here. With the rise of villain activity and an increase of public scrutiny, we can only let the best pass. The best heroes are the ones who can save people the fastest, and because the window of time that heroes can save lives is incredibly small, your speed will be tested in the first part of this exam. Mara held up a target and a ball. Each student will get 3 targets and 6 balls. If all 3 of your targets are hit, then you're out. In order to pass, you have to take out 2 people. It doesn't matter who hits the first 2 targets. Only the person who hits the final target gets the point. Only the first 100 people to get 2 points will go to the second half of the exam. The examinees were shocked at how few people were going to move to the second part of the exam. The arena will be revealed and then you will be passed targets and ball. When everyone receives these, they will have 20 minutes to spread out across the arena, then your targets will flash green. That means the exam has started. Once you pass, your targets will turn green and stay green. When you're out, they rapidly flash red. The room they were in unfolded and revealed a giant arena with a fake mountain and several buildings as well as an industrial area. Everything was passed out in Class 1A group together. We should stick together, Sue said. Absolutely not. I'm gonna pass by myself. Katsuki shouted. Wait up, Baku bro. Kirishima shouted, following him along with Kaminari. I can't do my best with this many people in my way. I might cause trouble with footing, Todoroki said. The rest of Class 1A stood around until the test started, then they began to move as a unit. Within 3 seconds the sky was covered by a large volley of ball. Zero used hit tape to catch a bunch of them. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow caught a majority of them. Izuku caught or destroyed the remaining ones with Octo Snake. The ball that Izuku caught were quickly returned to where they came from, hitting a few targets but not taking anyone out. Someone launched some ball underground and towards the class. However, Jiro and Mino were able to take care of them. One of the kids from Ms. Joke's class showed himself and chose to split the class up by causing an earthquake. Izuku wasn't quite sure where he ended up, but he was alone. 120 participants have been eliminated. 1 person has passed. The loudspeakers announced. Sheesh, who needed to take out that many people? Izuku asked to himself. Izuku got hit in the face and felt something stab his shoulder. Izuku ripped what appeared to be a spike with a tube attached to it out of his shoulder and spun around to face his attacker. Got ya! The Shiketsu student said, you shouldn't let your guard down in a fight. Izuku had no idea where she came from, but one of his targets had been hit. You know, in an exam like this dash. Izuku threw one of his ball at her, she easily blocked it. Izuku put one of his scarves into the taser teeth, just made that name up that Hatsum had put on his costume. Threw another ball at the girl and then sent both of his scarves after her. She dodged the first one but grazed the taser teeth on the second one, which shocked her. Izuku was able to hit 2 of her targets before she dodged the third hit. Izuku lost sight of her for a split second and she disappeared. Izuku spun around trying to catch sight of her, but she wasn't there. Izuku spun around again, and a ball hit right next to his target mid-turn. Izuku jumped back to avoid another ball. Izuku was about to strike back when a group of students attacked them. Izuku started dodging as much as he could. Izuku had to use Octo Snake to deflect several of the ball that would have hit one of his targets. He managed to catch and return a few of them, getting his first knockout in the process. Are you okay? Uraraka shouted from nearby. Izuku used his scarves to launch himself off the ground and towards her. Here! She shouted. Something wasn't right, but he didn't have time to worry about it because she started falling backwards, off a small cliff. Izuku managed to catch her arm with his scarf before she hit the ground. 2 of Uraraka's targets were red, and they were in the exact same place someone else's targets were, someone he wasn't fond of at the moment. Izuku grabbed the last ball he still had in his possession and threw it at hopefully not Uraraka's last target. Izuku's targets flashed green. Izuku set the girl down. You aren't Uraraka, right? Nope. I am curious about something. What gave my perfect disguise? Uraraka can float. She wouldn't have fallen without trying to float. Izuku scurried off to the waiting room so he wouldn't be attacked by other students. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. All of UA ended up passing the first test. The class was all hanging out in the same general area. A couple Shiketsu students came over and started talking to Katsuki's group. Izuku wasn't really paying attention. Shinso had come to exist near him, Same with Shoji, and Uraraka was animatedly explaining how she, Shinso, and Siro captured a bunch of people. It was only a few minutes before the speaker turned on. Everyone has evacuated the arena. All participants who failed, please vacate the premises or go to the stands. All participants who passed, please turn your attention to the nearest TV. The TVs displayed an image of the entire arena. And then the arena blew up. Several large explosions went off, making part of the mountain crumble and collapsing most of the buildings. The most important part of hero work is rescue. This city has been destroyed by villains, and you have to save as many civilians as you can. All of the people who need rescuing have had professional training and will mimic the behavior of disaster victims. They will also grade your performance and offer advice on how to improve. If you lose to many points, you will fail. There is 20 minutes to prepare. Heroes never know when a disaster will happen, but only an idiot wouldn't use travel time to strategize, so get to it. Yaoyorozu called a class huddle to strategize. Yaoyorozu and Shinso would make a medical area. Todoroki would spend a little bit of time making ice for ice packs and then move off to help with rescue. Koda, Jiro, and Shoji would use their quirks to locate civilians. Everyone without a dedicated role was to either free and/or transport civilians to the medical bay. The assignment discussion lasted for most of the 20 minutes. Katsuki tried to argue because he didn't like being told what to do, but Yaoyorozu had a chainsaw. All civilians are in place. Save everyone you can. Everyone rushed out to the arena. Yaoyorozu got to work making medical supplies, Shinso sorted them, Todoroki started making small slabs of ice. Izuku, Shoji, and Uraraka were moving as a group. Izuku saw a few other groups of his classmates, but he couldn't see all of them. Help me! Izuku swerved to the direction of the voice. There was a man with his legs trapped under a block of concrete. Izuku's group quickly approached the man. Izuku crouched down. I'm here to help. Can you feel anything stabbing into your legs? What kind of question is that? Sir, I need to know if we can safely remove the concrete without risking further injury to you. I don't think I've been impaled, but my wife. She was in the building too. I need to help my wife. The man started struggling under the concrete. Tentacle, try to locate anyone in the rubble. Sir, stop struggling, we need to get you out from the concrete. Izuku said. Izuku moved his scarves underneath the concrete and nodded to Uraraka. Uraraka removed the concrete's gravity and Izuku grabbed it and moved it out of the way, using his scarves to stop another piece of concrete from falling. Uraraka moved the floating concrete out of the way before using hit quirk on the man and quickly moving him out from the concrete. Izuku dropped the concrete he was holding up. Uraraka tried to calm the man down, explaining that Shoji had great hearing and should find her soon. And only 3 seconds later Shoji found her, but she was bleeding from the head. Shoji started talking about different types of birds. The group quickly escorted them back to the medical station and didn't lose any points. Apparently that was because they had people that were relatively easy to please. The next people docked points for not being inspiring enough. Then the one after for being too happy for a disaster. It was frankly ridiculous how many random things points were docked for. Eventually they got into a rhythm and stopped losing points, and then the wall of the stadium exploded. The number 10 hero, Gam Orca, as well as a bunch of armored people ran through the hole in the wall. They started causing chaos wherever they went. A lot of examinees went to fight, but Izuku's team stuck to rescue. There were already a lot of powerhouses taking care of combat, and the number of people working on rescue dropped significantly. With all the noise and vibrations going on, it was more difficult to find people, but they still managed. Things got more complicated when the smaller thugs started showing up everywhere, and they had to fight through them to get to people. Eventually it got to the point where Shoji was constantly using his quirk to keep an ear out for villains. When his group was about to look for more people, they saw just how close Gang Orca had gotten to the medical area. He was so close that Yaoyorozu had made an actual freaking cannon and had Shinso next to it as a precaution. A bunch of other students were helping with the medical area, so Shinso was only needed to stop people from panicking. The biggest issue was that there were too many of the smaller villains getting close to the camp, and a cannon would probably kill them. It also didn't help that the people that were trying to stop Gang Orca couldn't be bothered to try not to get in each other's way. Izuku got to work mopping the floor with the people trying to get close to the medbay. The group of Jiro, Tokoyami and Mina was headed over with a civilian. They were being followed, but the villains kept slipping on the weak acid Mina was purposely leaving behind. Uraraka used her quirk on Shoji and flung him at a villain that was about to attack the rescue group from the side. Izuku continued taking out any villain that got too close to the medbay that was being evacuated. Izuku's attention was caught by a giant spire of fire, spinning and twisting to the sky. Some of the villains turned back but were blocked by ice. Izuku and a bunch of other students used the brief time most of the villains had their back turned to take out a bunch of them. Gang Orca used his quirk to get rid of the swirling flames and shatter the ice. The hero picked up Todoroki, the source of the fire, from off of the ground. And then the announcement came that the exam was over. Gang Orca set Todoroki on his feet and went to help up the other kid on the ground. Please go to the lobby to see your results. The intercom said. The injured civilians all stood up and walked away. The students all went to the lobby to see their results. The screen above you will turn on in a second. If your name is on it, you passed. If not, I advise you to take the remedial exam in a few weeks. It is no less difficult and it gives you time to improve. All of you will be handed packets that have your name, number of points, and what you did wrong. The screen turned on. Izuku looked for his name and was relieved to find it on the list. Izuku received his packet and saw that he got a 65. Izuku's points losses were mostly about how he acted, not about the actual rescue, so he was happy with that. Izuku was going to text his mom to see where they should meet up, but for some reason his text didn't go through. Out in the arena, Gang Orca and his crew of masked heroes were looking for any stray belongings or people. One of the masked men came up to Gang Orca. Sheesh, those kids were really something, huh? The masked hero said. You can say that again. Gang Orca laughed. If that fire tornado had kept up much longer, I might have lost. The masked hero put his hand on Gang Orca's shoulder. Good. Gang Orca burst into blue flames. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Shutters slammed down across all of the windows and doors. Lights started flickering and a scream rang throughout the facility. And then the walls shifted, closing all ways out of the giant room they were in. Everyone in the room started panicking. The members of the HPSC were trying to contact anyone, but they couldn't. Mr. Aizawa used a mix of acrobatics and his capture scarf to get to the vents that were hanging on the ceiling. Izuku followed him. Siro, Tokoyami and Tsu also managed to get up. No, go back in the room. Mr. Aizawa commanded. My mom and sister are out there. Izuku said. Can't we use the vents to leave the building and get signal? Tsu asked. No, the HPSC is very cautious. If there is anywhere in the vents that would lead outside, it would likely be very small. Izuku heard several explosions and then Katsuki got into the vent. Like I'd let you leave without me. Katsuki shouted. Come on. The longer we wait, the more time there is for Mom and Eri to get hurt. Izuku shouted before taking off. He sees the darkness and dives in to save others from the void. It is admirable. Tokoyami said. Shut up, bird brain. Hurry up, if you die I'll kill you. Protect yourselves above all else. Mr. Aizawa said. Inko was quick to cover Eri's eyes. She was expecting a lot from this exam. She wasn't expecting to see a screaming pro-hero turn into a pile of ash. Inko picked her daughter up and ran to the nearest exit from the stands. Izuku exited the nearest one and ran towards her. Hurry, we need to go. He shouted before taking Eri from her and running down to the exit. Izuku was faster than her. Wait for me. Inko said. Izuku didn't slow down. Even when Eri told him to wait for her, Izuku didn't seem to care. Instead, he turned into the exit. Inko knew her son. He would never leave someone in danger, especially when he could safely help them. When she turned into the exit and saw Izuku halfway down the hall, Inko used her quirk on Izuku's hand. Izuku tried to keep running, but he couldn't. Eri managed to struggle out of his grip and run back to Inko. What are you doing? We need to go. Izuku snapped. Inko knew for sure now that that was not her son. Who are you? Mom, we don't have time, we need to go. You're not my son. Inko shouted. The false Izuku looked annoyed. Mom, not Dash. Don't call me Mom. What did you do to Izuku? Ooh, you're good at this. Fake Izuku said before he pulled out a knife. Inko pulled the knife out of fake Izuku's hand with her quirk. The knife fell to the ground as Inko stopped using her quirk to pick Eri up and run. Inko made sure to keep a hand free, especially since she was running directly at fake Izuku. Fake Izuku tried to stab her with a second knife, but Inko used her quirk on fake Izuku's knee, making him stumble to the side and allowing Inko to run past. Come back. I want to see how pretty you look covered in blood. Not Izuku shouted. Inko decided that no, she would not come back. Inko turned left at a cross in the hall, doing her best to navigate to the main entrance. If she turned right, she should see the stairs and the main entrance. She saw the stairs, but they led directly into a wall, which should not have been the case. There was a person in a familiar outfit with his hand on the wall at the top of the stairs. Can't believe I have to get my hands dirty for this stupid kid, the villain said. Inko heard some shuffling above her, but she didn't notice. All she could feel was Aries trembling. She couldn't hear the footsteps behind her until something stabbed her in the back. Inko screamed, and everything happened at once. Screws gave way as a vent grate was blasted out by an explosion, a bird-masked villain spun around and found his target, and a crazy blonde got hit in the head by the previously mentioned vent grate. The real Izuku jumped out of the vent and managed to throw a taser knife at the creepy villain's arm. Katsuki jumped out right after him and right before the vent got covered in concrete. The knife hit the villain's arm, giving enough time for Katsuki to pick up Izuku's mom and Izuku to pick up Eri. Izuku knew he should get back into the vents, but Katsuki couldn't fly while holding someone, and Izuku couldn't go to the vents without leaving Katsuki alone, which Aizawa had previously taught them to never leave a teammate exposed to attack. They kept running, trying to find another entrance to the main room. They found another set of stairs leading to nothing. Are you good to go down the stairs, Auntie? Yes, I'll be fine. How is he active? How does he have his eyes back? Izuku asked, somewhat panicking. I don't know. Inko said. Katsuki set Izuku's mom on her feet before jumping down the stairs. Izuku helped his mom down the stairs while Katsuki blasted a hole in the wall. Katsuki came back to help Inko through the hole in the wall. Why didn't you do that when everyone was trapped in there? Izuku asked. If they can't maneuver out of the room, they get shredded by any villain worth pummeling. Katsuki shouted. Izuku was considering whether he should go back to help Eraserhead or stay with the rest of the students. The choice was taken from him when the floor rose in front of him, trapping him and Eri between a wall and the hall he just left. Izuku turned around to see the villain who had tried to kidnap Eri. Eri, you shouldn't have left, now this boy has to die. Eri shivered. I'll come back. Jay, just leave him alone, Chisaki. Izuku was not letting that fly. He was about to say something, but Chisaki spoke first. It's too late for that, Eri, you've already dragged him into this. Chisaki said, moving his hand to the wall. Izuku darted forward, barely avoiding the spikes that would have impaled him. Izuku used his scarf to grab knives and throw them at Chisaki. Concrete rose from the ground to block the knives, and spikes shot out from the shield. Izuku used Octosnake to destroy the spikes and shield. One of Izuku's snakes had a knife and went to stab Chisaki. Chisaki's hand was outstretched towards him. The electrified knife stabbed his hand, and then it exploded. Pieces of metal went flying. Izuku thought he knew this guy's quirk, but the fact that he just disassembled his knife instantly meant he was more dangerous than he thought. The wall behind Izuku got blasted to rubble as Katsuki came barreling through. Before Katsuki could get killed, Izuku grabbed him out of the way of Chisaki's hand and dragged him past the villain. Izuku flung Katsuki up the stairs before following. Izuku wasn't sure if the villain would follow, but the fact that Izuku had to use his scarf to maneuver around spikes meant that they were being chased. Run, Katsuki! He has an advantage inside. We need to move outside so he can't attack us from all directions. Screw finding a way out, I'll make my own. Katsuki shouted, before blasting a giant hole in the wall. Surprisingly, the hall they were in was right next to the arena's entrance, so they were able to cut a lot of travel time. The arena wasn't as much of a good idea as they had hoped, if the blue fire spewing from the distance was anything to go by. Izuku and Katsuki kept moving, hoping to get out of range of their pursuer's quirk. That hope was short-lived. Izuku's neck was grazed by a spike and Katsuki had to blast himself into the air so he wouldn't become a pincushion. The ground started shaking and Izuku and Katsuki were forced to constantly dodge spikes from all directions. Izuku had an easier time, since his quirk was more suitable for maneuvering around the spikes, and the villain didn't want Eri dead. Katsuki had almost been impaled several times though. It was all they could do to keep themselves alive, so they couldn't escape. Izuku's best plan was to hope that the villain couldn't use his quirk for longer than they could. Kirishima wanted to help with whatever was going on outside, but he had no way to do that, until he saw Bakubro blast the wall that kept them trapped here. Sure, the wall had reformed both times, but couldn't he break down a wall as well? The HPSC representatives couldn't get a signal out to heroes, but that was how it was like at the USJ as well. So if they could get outside, they should be able to get signal. Kirishima ran up to the door and activated One for All. When the first hit only dented the metal covering the door, he hit it again and again. Sure, his knuckles were hurting, so he activated his quirk as well. The door collapsed under the force of his fists. The students saw the opportunity to flee through the open door and several of them did. Kirishima wasn't one of them. One of the HPSC representatives ran outside and was able to get signal, so Kirishima was right about it being like the USJ. Kirishima broke down the wall Bakubro had and went to help them. To say their fight with Chisaki was going great would be a complete lie. It wasn't even a fight, it was just them doing their best to avoid being impaled, and only partially succeeding. Izuku had several large cuts where he wasn't able to avoid few spikes in time. Izuku saw a flat pillar rising below him. Someone was on the pillar. The spikes around Izuku all started retracting into the ground. His only way to move was to grab onto the pillar and try to shove himself out of the way before it hit him. Izuku sent a scarf to push himself away from the oncoming pillar. Something came out of the head of the man on the platform. Izuku froze, not completely, but he was barely moving. It was not something he liked, especially since the villain who did it was wearing a plague mask. A spike came up from the concrete and impaled him through the side. Izuku didn't scream, his mouth was closed. He wanted to scream. His mouth had barely moved from when he'd been impaled to now. The spike retracted into the pillar, leaving a gaping hole through Izuku's body. Izuku thinks Eri wasn't hit, but he couldn't think very well. Izuku should be falling, but he's not doing that very fast. Maybe he could take a nap before he had to save himself from the ground, or maybe the ground was nice and didn't want him dead. Eri moved in his arms, she was trying to look at him. Wow, she was so fast, maybe she had a speed quirk. She'd never told him what her quirk was, so it was possible. Why did she look terrified? Things were nice, sure his body hurt, but they were flying. Wasn't flying great? Wait, Eri was crying. Mission acquired. Hug Eri even more, so she was happy. Why was Eri's horn sparking? Did that happen when she used super speed? Izuku started falling faster. He snapped back into reality. His scarves clamped onto the platform and Izuku managed to stand on top of it. Izuku used his scarf to throw electric knives at the villain on the platform. The villain was grazed by one of the knives, which gave Izuku enough time to try and hit him again. Try because his scarf suddenly felt stiff, it barely moved. Izuku wasn't feeling good. Eri was still glowing, but she was terrified and trying to get out of his arms. The villain watched silently, not trying to attack, just watching, waiting for something Izuku probably didn't want to find out about. The villain was so interested he didn't see and somehow didn't hear Katsuki flying at him. Katsuki blasted the villain off the pillar before running to Izuku. "Let go!" Eri shouted. "Do it now, Izuku!" Katsuki shouted. Izuku finally let go of Eri. The child ran from Izuku but not close to Katsuki. Eri was still glowing. She looked like she was in pain, but she refused to let him come near her. Katsuki was also given the same treatment. "Get up now," Katsuki said to Izuku. "One of those medieval nuisances will be up here soon, so get your scarf back out and get ready to fight." Izuku stood up and tried to prepare his scarf to fight. Nothing happened. Izuku looked at himself. His scarf was gone. Izuku tried to shock Katsuki just to test it. It failed. Izuku's quirk was gone. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. Kirishima broke the wall and ran into the facility halfway. He bolted down the hall until he found a large hole in the wall. It led to the entrance to the exam ground. A villain was with his hand on the ground. A giant pillar was in front of him. Kirishima was about to charge in head-on, because fighting this villain now would be the manly thing to do, but he was stopped by a scarf around his mouth. Mr. Aizawa had prevented him from going in. There was a large explosion from above. That must be where Bakubro was. Someone went flying off of the pillar. Another pillar shot up from the ground to catch the falling person. Stop playing around and kill the brats already, the first villain said before the pillar rose up to meet the first. Only an idiot runs in without backup. Wait until I can erase his quirk without messing with yours. Mr. Aizawa quietly ran around to the side of the villain before giving Kirishima a signal to engage. Kirishima finally acted. This villain was trying to kill somebody, and it was Kirishima's job to stop him, and with Mr. Aizawa as support this would be a piece of cake. Kirishima charged at the villain with his quirk and won for all. The villain was kneeling on the ground, so Kirishima chose to kick him. The villain turned towards him, but kept his hand on the ground, but looked shocked when nothing happened. Kirishima's kick sent him flying. When the villain landed, he put his hand up to his ear. "Get over here. The brat your old master wanted you to kill is here." The villain put his hand back on the ground. Kirishima's charged at him. Once again the villain couldn't do anything due to his quirk being erased, so he was easily punted into a building. A massive wall rose from the ground behind Kirishima's. The villain had his hand on the ground again. "No more interference," the villain said. Kirishima rushed in again. This time when he charged at the villain's spikes came out of the ground to try and impale him. Unfortunately for the spikes his skin was harder than they were, and they shattered against him. The ground below him shot into the sky, pushing him up making him lose his footing. Kirishima fell down onto the rising pillar. He chose to take a part of his training at the camp very literally and jumped off the pillar, but instead of hitting the ground full force he dug his hardened fingers into the pillar to break his fall. The villain started making another pillar, but this time only the edges of the pillar went up, and then it filled itself in, trapping Kirishima in a solid block of concrete. Izuku was one thing, he would say. He was level-headed. Of course this isn't entirely true, but no one is really prepared for their quirk to disappear in the middle of an attack. Especially when their teacher is the only person they know who can erase quirks. Izuku was now without a quirk, on top of a pillar, and only had several extremely sharp and painful objects to defend himself with. Katsuki was also here, which was nice, but they both had to protect Eri without touching her, which almost cancelled the advantage of having two people. Not to mention that both of them were close to mid-range fighters and one villain was long-range and the other made it almost impossible to fight in close range, maybe. Izuku wasn't quite sure what the villain that Katsuki blasted off the pillar could do, but it sure wasn't fun. The worst part was that Eri was in the middle of the platform, glowing and crying, and he couldn't do anything about it. Katsuki looked over the edge of the pillar. "He's coming up, stop moping and get ready to fight." Izuku pulled some throwing knives out. He silently thanked Hatsum for giving them a built-in battery. Katsuki was the first one to act. As soon as the villain was on the same level as them, Katsuki tried to blast him off again. The villain rolled out of the way and pulled a gun on Katsuki, who blasted himself away from the barrel. The villain tracked Katsuki's movement. Izuku took the chance though throw a knife at the villain. A piece of hair came out of the villain's head and towards Katsuki, but the hair retracted when the villain got hit by the charged knife. The villain tried to shoot Izuku as soon as the charge wore off, but Katsuki was behind him and blasted the villain's hand, knocking the gun towards Eri. Izuku ran up to the gun and kicked it off the pillar. The villain was also trying to get the gun. When the villain saw the gun was gone, he stopped moving. A piece of hair came out of his head and tried to stab Izuku. Izuku dodged it at first but was hit with a second swipe. Izuku's movements slowed to a crawl. The villain ran up to him and took the several knives out of his hands, stabbed him with one of them, and threw another one at Katsuki, shocking him and making him unbalanced midair. While Katsuki was trying to get the knife out of his body so he could move, the villain kicked Izuku off of the pillar like Izuku had just spoiled the ending to his favorite show. Izuku was once again falling very slowly. He wondered if he would splatter on the ground or just hit it lightly. Izuku decided to focus on the knife he had sticking out of him. He was expecting it to be more painful. It definitely was painful. Don't get him wrong, it felt like he'd been stabbed, which was very painful. He just thought that the fact that the knife was electrically charged meant it would hurt more. Maybe he still had tolerance to his own electricity? If that was the case, then his quirk wasn't gone, just inactive. Izuku tried to summon his scarf, but nothing happened. Maybe he could try electricity? Izuku tried to draw out his electricity, but nothing happened. Izuku tried using electricity from the knife, and it worked. He could still control his electricity, but he couldn't make it? Izuku decided he was going to try and take all the electricity from the knife. He wasn't sure what he would do with it, considering he was slowly falling, but it couldn't hurt. Apparently it could hurt a little. He felt like he was burning, but then it stopped, so it was fine, hopefully. Man, his neck hurts. It felt like it did when he used Octo Snake. But he didn't have his scarf, or did he? Izuku tried to summon his scarf. Instead he got a burst of his own electricity, apparently jump-started by the electricity from the knife. A few seconds later Izuku's scarf formed. Izuku moved it as fast as he could to grab onto the pillar. It still took around 30 seconds. Izuku heard an explosion, and then he face-planted into the side of the pillar. Izuku used his scarf to pull himself up the pillar. Surprisingly, he did so in a matter of seconds instead of minutes. Katsuki had blasted the villain over the edge of the pillar, and it looked like Izuku would get the answer to his question about hitting the ground at slow motion in a few minutes. The villain had used his quirk on himself and was slowly falling to the ground. Mr. Aizawa was also on the ground. He had heard the explosion and was looking at Izuku. Izuku gave him a thumbs up, but he wasn't sure if Mr. Aizawa could see it. In the meantime, Izuku was recovering from losing his quirk, getting stabbed, and getting his quirk back in a matter of minutes. He definitely needed to deal with the whole being stabbed thing soon. Eri had stopped glowing, but she had also passed out. Izuku picked up Eri, carefully avoiding the knife that was still lodged into him. Katsuki jumped off the edge and used explosions to break his fall. Izuku slowly made his way down with his scarf. Izuku finally made it to the ground, and Mr. Aizawa immediately spoke to him. "Go back to the entrance, you're injured." "Bakugo, break that wall down." Mr. Aizawa pointed at a giant wall spanning across the entire stadium. Katsuki blasted off towards the wall. Izuku decided that he would leave the fighting to other people, this time, because he was carrying Eri. Izuku slowly made his way to the stadium exit. He turned around just in time to see that falling in slow motion did in fact cushion your fall, barely. Izuku quickly turned around and walked towards the entrance. He definitely heard something crack. At least the villain couldn't follow them. Kirishima didn't like the feeling of being trapped in concrete. But he couldn't break out with the small percent of one for all he could use, but he also couldn't breathe. Solution: break a couple of bones so he could survive. He kind of needed to walk, so he had to disable one of his arms. It had only been about 20 seconds since he was trapped here, but he had been mid-exhale, so he was already not feeling great. Kirishima put way too much power into his left arm and shattered the concrete holding him in place. The villain had his back turned but spun around at the sound of concrete shattering. The villain tried to trap Kirishima again, but he started using one for all to increase his movement speed and avoid being caught off guard again. The villain realized that his attacks were doing nothing helpful and switched back to spikes. Kirishima hardened his body, but the impact of the spike hitting his broken arm still hurt. Kirishima was able to avoid most of the spikes, and the ones that did hit him missed his injured arm. With the rapidly appearing spikes, he was getting pushed away from the villain. If he wanted to defeat him, he needed to quickly change the direction he was moving in. One of the buildings was near Kirishima. If he could get out of sight for a few seconds, he could think of a way to get to the villain without any more injuries. Kirishima jumped through the window of one of the buildings and used his quirks to steamroll through the building and come out of the back of the building. Most of the building collapsed behind him, probably because the villain tried to drop it on him. Kirishima tried to take a bit of time to think of a plan, but he was not given that time. Kirishima heard someone running towards him and jumped away from them. The hand that was aimed at his head hit his good arm for a split second, which was enough to make some of his skin turn to dust, but not enough to damage his muscles. still felt terrible. When Kirishima saw his injuries, he knew exactly who this villain was. How could he forget someone who would do something as unmanly as attacking a group of students out of the blue? Kirishima dodged the crusty wreck known as Shigaraki and saw a glimpse of his crazy eyes under the crusty hand on his face. The wreckage of the building was split apart by its foundation. Kirishima could tell by the sudden increase of spikes trying to impale him that the first villain had jumped back into the fight. Kirishima honestly didn't think he could keep track of both of them. His worries were proven unnecessary when the two seemed incapable of staying out of each other's way. The bird mask villain would make spikes in the way of Shigaraki, and Shigaraki disintegrated spikes that got in his way. Multiple times one of those spikes would have been at least close to hitting him. A massive blast came from the direction of the wall that the villain had put between him and Mr. Aizawa. Kirishima definitely needed backup here, and Bakubro was definitely someone who he could count on. A spike almost hit Kirishima, but he dodged and bounced off of it to get some distance. Kirishima bolted towards the part of the wall that was now smoking. Bakubro and Mr. Aizawa were running towards him. "Give a report. Now." Mr. Aizawa said. "What happened to you, Rockface?" Bakubro asked. "Shigaraki's here with the villain who we were fighting earlier," Kirishima said, taking the current time to catch his breath. "Why are we standing here then? Let's get over there and blast them sky high." Bakubro said. "Go back, you're injured." Mr. Aizawa said to Kirishima. "It would be unmanly if I gave up fighting now. I can break down anything that is blocking your vision." Kirishima said in defiance of Mr. Aizawa's command. "Hurry up already. I've been itching to blast Krusty sky high since he put me in a box." Bakubro shouted. Mr. Aizawa finally let them get moving. Shigaraki was rapidly approaching, but the other villain was staying back, which was a big issue. If they went after Shigaraki, the other villain could impale them, but Shigaraki was as fast or faster than Mr. Aizawa, so they couldn't ignore him. Bakubro, being Bakubro, decided that having two targets so far apart was a nuisance and went straight for Shigaraki. Mr. Aizawa erased the crusty man's quirk. Bakubro got to Shigaraki and made a huge explosion. Shigaraki was sent flying towards the other villain. The bird mask villain kicked Shigaraki, but when he didn't get up, the villain put his hand on Shigaraki. Within a second the villain backed away and Shigaraki stood up. "Guess I have to blast Toucan-Sam first," Bakubro shouted. Spikes came from the ground to try to impale Bakubro, but he dodged some and blasted the others. Kirishima charged in and started destroying spikes to keep Bakubro from slowing down and to try and give Mr. Aizawa a clear line of sight. The ground started shifting and Kirishima was barely able to jump away as a hole started to form beneath him. The villain had stopped making spikes come out of the ground, which finally allowed Mr. Aizawa to get a clear view. The ground stopped moving, which gave Bakubro time to get to the villain and blast him into the air. He exploded the ground around him to fly up and avoid the hand trying to grab him. Kirishima sped over and kicked Shigaraki to the ground. Kirishima backed away, looked up, and saw the other villain falling towards him. Kirishima backed up and then darted forward, punting the villain out of midair and towards Mr. Aizawa. The villain hit the ground in front of him. Mr. Aizawa wasted no time knocking the villain out and placing a pair of quirk suppressing cuffs on him. He only kept one pair with him, so he'd have to do something else for Shigaraki. With the biggest threat out of the way, Bakubro felt free to pummel the crusty villain into the ground. Unfortunately, that was difficult due to his quirk, but that was what Mr. Aizawa was here for. "Throw him to the sky," Bakubro shouted before he blasted himself into the air. Kirishima saw Mr. Aizawa activate his quirk on Shigaraki, so he charged at the villain. The villain was able to dodge the first hit, but then Kirishima kicked his left knee, which caused him to fall. Kirishima grabbed one of Shigaraki's legs with his non-broken arm and started spinning, using one for all to speed up the spin. Shigaraki tried to get his hand to Kirishima, but he didn't move fast enough. Kirishima aimed towards the area of the sky where he saw Bakubro's explosions and flung Shigaraki at him. Shigaraki was flying to Bakubro, and Bakubro really hated Shigaraki. Bakubro started spinning midair. Kirishima recognized that attack. It was the same one he used at the sports festival. "Take this, you crusty toenail." "Howitzer impact," Bakuburo's explosion blasted Shigaraki into the ground. Mr. Aizawa ran to where Shigaraki had crashed, activating his quirk just in case the villain was somehow able to fight. That wasn't an issue. It barely looked like Shigaraki was alive, much less able to move. Bakuburo descended from the sky next to Shigaraki. "That's what you get for putting me in a box, you dusty raisin," Bakuburo shouted. "Bakugo, take Kirishima and leave, he needs medical attention." Also, Mr. Aizawa dragged the bird mask villain to them. "Take him outside the main room, and make sure the cuffs stay on him." Bakuburo grumbled a bit, but with a glare he grabbed the villain's collar and started dragging him off. "Hurry up, Boulder Brain," Bakuburo shouted. Kirishima followed Bakuburo while Mr. Aizawa tied up Shigaraki in a way that would prevent quirk use when he was turned over to the police. Kirishima really didn't want to deal with anything anymore, probably because he was in a lot of pain. But that was mostly his fault anyway. How long had it been since he had let everyone out of the building? There was probably enough time for some police to show up, maybe a couple ambulances too. Police were there, and Bakuburo happily dropped the toucan villain in front of them before walking to a paramedic. Kirishima was sent off to the hospital to get his shattered arm fixed, and with any adrenaline he had left now gone, he realized how much pain he was in. Luckily for him, he passed out on the way back. Speech. Thought. Telepathy. The media heard about the attack quickly. In less than an hour, multiple news companies had made articles covering what they knew about it. The news wasn't actually where Izuku learned that several members of Gang Orca's hero agency had been severely burned or killed. His mom had witnessed it, or at least the beginning of it. According to the reports that the media had somehow dragged out of the sidekicks that witnessed it, someone dressed in the villain outfit provided by the HPSC had approached Gang Orca and set him on fire. They had eventually managed to subdue the villain, but it was a devastating event. And due to the attack, the printing of their provisional hero licenses had to be delayed, and would be mailed to them. Izuku also learned what his classmates had been doing. Tsu, Tokoyami, and Siro had found and defeated the villain that could shapeshift. Several of the students that had stayed when Kirishima broke a hole into the room they were trapped in had helped take out a couple villains. The fact that the League of Villains, as well as whatever the other group was, had attacked a place swarming with professional heroes and soon-to-be professional heroes really made Izuku question their decision-making skills. Anyway, the most important thing was that his mom and Eri were safe from harm. Izuku had basically never left Eri's side after he left, aside from when he was required to, such as when he had to get his stab wound fixed. Recovery Girl wasn't there, so he had to deal with stitches for now. Time skip brought by Koda pelting Overhaul with Fruit Loops. School had started up again, and Mr. Aizawa was standing up in the front of the classroom before the bell rang, which probably signaled something important. When the bell finally did ring, he started talking. "I'm sure you all have questions about the attack at the exam. I'm not answering questions outside of what I am about to tell you. All known members of the League of Villains have been captured." Ida raised his hand. "Ida, I just said that I would not be answering questions." "I am sorry, sir, but this is very important. Does the list of people captured include the warping villain Kurogyri?" "Let me restate this. All known members of the League of Villains have been captured. All of the villains that we know were at the attack have been captured. You will be receiving your exam scores and licenses in the mail sometime in the next week. Starting tomorrow, hero training will resume. Today you only have your Gen Ed classes." Mr. Aizawa climbed into his sleeping bag and disappeared under his desk. Time skip brought by Eri and Koda trying to look serious while playing Go Fish. The last few weeks had been decidedly normal. No major villain attacks on UA or HPSC buildings. In fact, the only time anyone in Class 1A had encountered a villain was when they were on their work studies at hero agencies, where villain encounters were expected. Hero training was incredibly difficult, but that was the point. They needed to be prepared for anything. But until Izuku graduated and became a full-fledged pro-hero, all he could do was to work hard to be able to protect people. He couldn't let his mom and Eri be in danger anymore. Izuku was snapped out of his brooding by Eri inviting him to help make cookies, and how could he possibly say no to that? Izuku left his room and shut the door, leaving his thoughts for another time. The end.